It has all been coming down to this.
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion.
Oh my, what an incredible moment.
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing. Be the first and last out, make it happen. We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing.
Without further ado, let's get rolling.
Hello, what's good, and welcome, friends. It is another time for monthly finals. We're back, North America. How's it going, boys? Ready? You go first.
Dude, I'm excited. It's the best region, okay? Call me biased, and yeah, you'd be correct.
Biased.
But I love this region so much, man. I'm excited to get into it.
What's good, Kenny?
What's good, F-Dot? Good to be back, brother. And Reddy might be right. You know, we are from NA. We always love casting the home region, and it's been a long time. I'm excited, all right? Don't fault us for being excited about cheering on our boys.
I am unbiased. I believe all regions, well, not all regions, but most regions are fun to watch. Okay, jokes aside, we have a great show for you guys today. We're going to be starting at the top, and just to shake it up, since it's been a little while, power match format, picks and bans, baby. 8-team single elimination bracket, and we're going to be jumping into the semi-finals. So only the good stuff. And then, of course, it's best of 5 all the way through. So all these teams that have gotten here have bested their opponent in best of 5. We're going to catch up right in the middle to see some of the best teams kind of do their thing. And right now, this is the way the scene looks. Reminder, North America is split into 2 separate regions, North America West and East, and this is the East. Kenny, Tribe's on top for now.
On top for now, but last month CMG made a huge climb up in points and are now tied with Motomamis. Those top 3 teams on the leaderboard have all won a monthly finals this year, which is crazy. 3 different champions. Month 4, we could have potential 4th. It would be an underdog story, but nonetheless, one of these 3 teams very likely to be the first to claim a second.
And as far as the bracket is concerned, these squads, well, they're all up to bat. Canadian Rejects are going to be the opponents for Chasmac Gaming. Canadian Rejects did get here through a forfeit of Octos. You can check out online for the details, but it's CR versus CMG. And then on the bottom side, Motomamis and Tribe. So very, very, very important matchups here. You saw these guys are separated by just tens of points, and these victories will make the difference. If Tribe doesn't win the grand finals today, we will have a different leader of the North American East region. So something very important to kind of keep note of and keep in mind as we watch all the competition here today. Ready, set, taking a look at that bracket. What's your feelings overall about how today's competition is going to go?
Ooh, I mean, putting some predictions forward, I'm expecting a Tribe versus Chasmac grand final. And if that's the case, you know, this would be so awesome to see once again. First of all, the grudge match. But second of all, this is a rivalry that has gone even into a year ago. We've seen these 2 teams go repeatedly to double match point. Tribe Gaming mostly coming out on top, with Chasmac taking the lead last month. So we might get to see it again.
We heard Ready Set talk a little bit about his predictions, and we'll dive into our predictions in a little bit, but I don't want to talk about y'all's predictions. Event.brawlstars.com. That's where you guys can go ahead and put your predictions in, vote for your MVPs, and all that. As far as us, well, this is what we have. We've got Chasmac versus Tribe, and I'm the crazy one that believes in toast. I have the CMG boys. Don't ask me why. I just think that we'll see something fun today. Kenny, tell me why I'm wrong.
I don't think it's really a hot take. To be honest with you, this is something that we've seen several match point kinds of scenarios. It's just CMG won the last one. We just saw Tribe pop off at the International Masters event. I think they performed super well. I was really impressed with them, and maybe it's a little recency bias thing. I think Chasmac Gaming deserve a lot of love. I think a lot of people in chat are going to be throwing support at them too. I don't fault anyone. It's just ultimately I'm going to go with what I believe to be a slightly safer choice.
That's fair. Kenny, the safe choice, you know, peanut butter and jelly. But I look at this CMG team, and they peak real hard. I think when we look at the Tribe squad, they're a little bit more consistent, at least as of late. And Chasmac, they have those moments. And so we'll see. I think this one is definitely going to be real close. I kind of I'm not the guy that always says, well, I respect your opinion, but I respect your opinion. I think this one is kind of a 50-50 coming down to the wire when it jumps in there. And so good stuff all around. Ready, set. We're going to take a look at Canadian Rejects versus CMG. Canadian Rejects is Elite, Z, and Island Boy. These three guys hitting the ground running. Ready, set, talk to me about Canadian Rejects.
Yeah, all three of these players have some serious history. I mean, Z especially going back several years in the North American scene, but also sort of in the larger worldwide Brawl Stars competitive scene. These guys, they're a really talented group of players, and we've even seen them qualify for monthly finals in the past. So I'm excited to see what the guys get done today. They are up against a very, very tough squad today, though.
Across the way, Canadian Rejects there. Should be a fun scene to see how it all goes. But their opposition, Fade, RBM, and Toast. These are the guys that I have winning the entire month of June. Toast, one of the big guys on the squad, but really one of the things that I like about this team, Kenny, is the fact that Toast, RBM, and Fade, all three of them are on camera after some lunch there in the background, but all three of them kind of like are the guy. I think Toast might be the loudest, but RBM and Fade and Toast on the field, I think all three of them equally make as much noise as each other.
I think it's a fantastic four-man roster. One of the unique things about these guys is that they all rotate in and out between sets, between matches, and they make it work. That's something I don't think a lot of teams could balance well, and they've done it to perfection this year. I think it's one of the most fun things about them, and I love seeing that it's a four-man crew. It's the next man up kind of mentality. I think that's what's helped them be so successful this year.
One thing to note, Toast's not there. Toast might be playing from home if he's playing here today. We'll get confirmation from the admin team backstage, but at the moment, we will show you our maps. And ready, set, thank you for your time. We'll see you on the flip side as we get into the split side here. Hot Zone, gonna be the first map of the day. We'll do Brawl Ball and then Bounty. And should we need it, we'll do Heist and Gem Grab a little bit later on. And so when it comes to Hot Zone here, when it comes to Split here for Hot Zone, one of the more interesting maps in some of the other regions, we were doing parallel plays. I think Hot Zone is very similar. Kenny, what's your feel as far as Split is concerned? I know it's not everybody's favorite, but Barley is what to expect.
Yeah, I think this is a tough map to play, especially at a professional level. Holding on to one Hot Zone, tough. Let's add in a second, and things get pretty crazy. They're going to go with Barley as a first overall selection. He's an area control brawler at his finest, and when you have that last call super, he can dish out a ton of damage, kind of zone off the enemy, and they're going to rely on Stu and Colonel Russ on the other side for the bounce shot, at least as a way to attempt to deal with that. Or with Stu, they could go with the speed zone. They could go with the wall break if they want to disrupt things a little bit. So I think they've got a little versatility on this left-hand side. On the right, a responsive Penny. It was the most played brawler between NA East and NA West last time round. B joining in as well. Phenomenal B. That's going to be Toast and Juan Carlos. So I'm assuming that one's going to be dealt over to Toast. I'm getting flashbacks of Toast popping off with this brawler on this map in particular in the grand finals against Tribe. And a little spice added too, a little dynamite. Love to see it. I think these are going to be two very fun drafts.
Love this choice of the mic here. One thing I want to note is Mr. P banned. Expect a lot of Mr. P attention in North America. There's a lot of conversation about Mr. P in North America. We didn't see too much of him worldwide, but this is the Penguins region. That said, I like the choices here from Canadian Rejects. They seem to be looking for that wall break, whereas Chasmac Gaming with the Barley and the Penny kind of don't want you to break too many walls. So I think this is a really cool adjustment from CR.
I think so too, and I think a great shot with Mr. P. I had the chance of interviewing OG, a pro player from NA West, and he noted that Mr. P is a top 5 brawler in personal opinion. I'm expecting to see a lot of him in the ban or the play stage throughout the weekend. A very annoying one and a pesky one to face off against as we kick off game number 1. It's going to be Z in the mid, Toast, RBM left-hand side, trying to deal with Island Boy. And again, with 2 zones, each side fighting for that 50%. On the right for CR, it's going to be their home side. The hard part, getting to the away, and neither side really giving up any edge whatsoever here so far.
Yeah, Fade's showing really why the Barley was selected. That said, hasn't done a great job of keeping the enemy at bay until now. Just now stepping up. Canadian Rejects have most of that point, and they're a third of the way done with the match. Whereas Chasmac Gaming have yet to step up. That said, I don't think that's indicative of CMG kind of sitting on their heels. as Fade does get a kill on the right side, the one that Canadian Rejects was having a good time with. So Chasmac shift over the second player, Toast, to the right side, and just like that, Chasmac have the lead.
Yeah, CMG looking in prime position to take off here. The rocket rain going down right-hand side, but Fade and Toast mostly unharmed, and now they're sending 2 to the away side on CR, but they can't yet claim their own home turf. RBM single-handedly defending the side of
Nice.
gaming, and now they're 70+%. This is about to get out of hand here for Canadian Rejects.
You know, this is what I was talking about when it comes to Chasmac. Fade was given the 1v2 on the right-hand side, and losing your lane versus winning the game, who cares? The game is what matters. Hold that thought, though, as Canadian Rejects find a kill onto Toast, and are now looking for the secondary move. Island Boy dodges the shot from the left-hand side. Right side is capped, and Chasmac, they all but have it here. Canadian Rejects step up and threaten, but they don't follow through with that threat. Kenny, I was telling you how I like CMG because they were a full squad. Well, they gave the ball to Fade there and made him deal with the 1v2, and he did a great job of keeping them at bay. And then we saw the other side, RBM having to play 1v2 on that Penny, and was able to do it. Really cool gadget usage as well, dropping the salty barrel to avoid some nonsense. And so, really strong display of CMG's entire team approach.
Yeah, it's just a team's team, right? It's all about doing your part, and I think 3 very different brawlers, all fulfilling very different roles. RBM now defending the left-hand side, so home turf secured for CMG. Island Boy doing his best to own their own, but now Fade, Toast rotating over. Again, they're getting overwhelmed. Once you give them an edge, they get positioning. They're not breaking these particular walls, and now they're even set up with a honey molasses pot. They're gonna have to rely on Dynamite to just hurl up some shots, and Elite finally getting a kill here. So Island Boy with an opportunity to help CR get back into this, but nonetheless, still going to be very tough if Toast keeps popping off like that.
And that's kind of what Toast does. I like how Chasmac Gaming kind of give Toast, just toss him the B, let him hit his shots as he's known to do. I'm a little disappointed that the Dynamite isn't working out. I think this was a great selection. The thrower aspect, the wall break aspect, and ultimately I don't think the losing situation has much to do with the pick. I think Chasmac are just playing hot potato really well.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of juggling all the action right now. Toast, though, trying to go against Elite here. Elite getting the victory on the right-hand side. So 2 red brawlers on the left, though, are much more concerning for the Canadian Rejects now as they're less than 10% to go. The stun going down, the super out. Elite gets the kill. Toast stays alive. They're going to have to play a perfect defense here. Otherwise, it's going to be Chasmac Gaming running away with the set number 1.
Chasmac 8% to go. And here's a super from Barley that should send everybody packing. And the team steps forward. Island Boy steps all the way down, and Chasmac takes set 1.
Well played all around. I mean, I can't bring up too many complaints here. They really played a very solid set. I think it's, no matter who you put in, it's going to work out for them. I think they played a very safe composition too. They didn't really reinvent the wheel at all, even despite all the balance changes that we just went through in the about a month or so that we've had off since our last broadcast. We saw B, Penny, the 2 most played brawlers in NA East last time around, and they still make it work. Again, Toast, an excellent B, somebody that popped off. Definitely go back, rewatch that grand finals moment against Tribe. It was some of his best work, and I feel like CMG are just confident right now, and now they're taking down an underdog team in set number 1. This is business as usual for them. I think they want to prove that they are the number 1 team to beat in NA East here today.
Yeah, listen, I even made fun of this last when casters are like, this team just wants it more, or they're hungrier. You know what? I always take that with a grain of salt, because what does that actually mean? But I think if you talk about NA, if you ask most fans who the 2 teams to watch in NA are, you're going to get Tribe Stamina. And I know that the Chasmac guys don't like that. And I think they want to change the narrative. And so, yeah, I'm going to be that caster that I hate to hear and say that they might be a little bit hungrier. But ultimately, I want to hit this draft again because the number differential is huge. Island Boy not even getting a kill, NZ, with just 69 DPS. I look at this Chasmac draft, and I thought it was near perfect for the map. You know, you got your thrower, you have your 1 sharpshooter just in case the wall break composition across the way does work out, and also B, honey molasses. I mean, that's just what you got to do, right? Like, I don't care about the changes. Penny's still the guy. And so, great stuff there coming out from Chasmac in set 1. But we shift gears to set 2. Pinhole Punt will be the map. Brawl Ball will be the situation at hand there. And so as we jump into the P's and B's, we see kind of standard stuff. A lot of Shelly bans as well. Worldwide recognized as a little too much to handle.
Too much to handle, and the win rate this weekend has been astronomical. Played 25 times, 88% win rate. You gotta ban her. No exceptions, she wins. And I see both teams doing it. They're not taking any chances to say Brawler. I don't expect to see a lot today. I think North America will learn from these other regions. APAC, EMEA, SA East, SA West. Does not matter. Shelly wins. And I just think that's the state she's in right now.
I mean, especially for Brawl Ball, like Shelly, you stay away from Shelly because of the shotgun, but Brawl Ball is a map where you have to walk towards her. Or a game mode, doesn't matter what map. You have to walk towards somebody. So you stick Shelly on defense and just foop, foop. And it's tough to deal with. And so Chasmac gonna go with the M's and the Otis to cross the Penny selection from Canadian Rejects.
Otis is somebody I'm always a fan of when I see him. I feel like his play rate has definitely diminished more recently, but still a very solid overall brawler. It's one of those exceptions to kind of taking down tanks here too. RBM running in M's. We've got Toast. He hits you with Syl. You're basically rendered useless. What can you do other than walk around the map as a talking head? And I think this is a great start. Fat splatter for a little area control. I'm just a big fan of Otis in general, and I think in this mode too, it can certainly work out. On the other side, Z going to be playing the Max, somebody that before our break was played a ton, but is certainly not showing up as much now. I think what she brings to the table, though, some extra speed. In Brawl Ball, you want to be a little dynamic, right? You want to be able to go make those big momentous plays, especially post-goal. It's an easy way to retaliate and respond with a goal of your own, or dig it in for a second. So I think Max, understandable, especially considering the map and mode.
Also, just coming through here, Stu will be selected, and Fade is going to be stepping out. We'll see Juan Carlos taking place here on the Chasmac roster. So elites with the Stu selection. So Stu, Penny, and Max going head-to-head against Ems, Sam, and Otis. Now, Ems, Sam, and Otis, definitely an oddball composition as far as just like, these are not the #1 or #2 picks that we see in general. But coming to Brawl Ball, I like this a lot. Ems in general is always kind of devastating when she's walking up the map. Sam, that's what he does too. And then the Otis, you spend a lot of time talking about the technicality of how Otis can really affect the map. So I like the creativity. Kenny, do you like the comp?
I think it makes a lot of sense. I feel like Chasmac Gaming, we're playing a little bit of chess there, right? They take their first 2 picks of being generally good into tanks, almost daring Canadian Rejects to do the same. If they do so, they have an advantage, and if not, they can just grab a tank of their own. They have that aggressive flair that they need. Is now Toast dribbling the ball right-hand side. Z falling low HP. Just watch his teammate go down. They're going to hold off for now, but again, I think they've got the area control on defense. They've got good goalkeeping going from Toast. Juan Carlos can put you at a halt, and now they've got their attack. It's going to be RBM. So I'm very excited. I think this is a very well-rounded comp, and it may be unique, but I think it can get the job done.
Not going to disagree there. Ball passed right in front. Toast tries to send it, but the kill is good. The ball's on the line. The ball's over. Game's not. Just 1-0.
Nice little bounce there too, but just so much aggression coming out of Chasmac Gaming here early. RBM just taking resources. That's a lot of what Sam does, and he has the benefit of healing himself now as well. Toast dribbling ball, wide open goal, and a quick game here from Chasmac Gaming North America. This one could be gone before our very eyes if they keep this up, F-Dot.
Sheesh. That one was very fast, and honestly, when I saw the Ems and the Sam together, less so the Otis is there for other stuff, but like Ems and Sam are really, that's an impressive duo. Ems just has so much range or space with her basic attack, and then Sam's just gonna punch you down. You mentioned a good point about his heal as well, and so this composition is oppressive. That's the word right now for CMG.
Yeah, and the other team just can't do the damage. Now we got an easy walk in here for Toast as well. A little bounce back, a push through, and a punch through the goal. Chasmac Gaming just unfazed. Max has a pea shooter on her. Penny, not high DPS. Stu, not technically a single shot brawler, but at the same time can really only focus one enemy at a time. When you have a running RBM, one of the finest tanks in the world coming at you, what are you supposed to do? Island Boy just forced to get desperate, supers it away, and now just gonna be walking around healing up as Juan Carlos and Toast continue to just pummel Canadian Rejects right now.
Well, here comes the respawn from RBM. And then a $1:37 to go. We've got a real game here, folks, as RBM just feeds himself on the left side. The 1v2 doesn't work out. That's partially the tank experience, for sure. But Island Boy snuffed out of the grass. And here comes the push forward. RBM dodges some, but is caught after the fact. Ball still centered, and just over a little over a minute to go.
Ball control also with CMG as Toast going to activate the super here. RBM with the ball in hand, now passing it forward. Elite low HP. RBM pops Gadget, pops it in the goal as well. Chasmac Gaming just simply can't be taken down. The aggression, the team chemistry, it's all falling into place right now for CMG and A.
That's the whole set. We're just going to Bounty now. Brawl Ball's over. Are you kidding? That's it? I think the first game, honestly, like, I'm not sure if we track these stats, but that might be one of the shortest sets I've ever casted here at BSC, that's for sure. But taking a look at how CMG came through, and again, just like we talked about hunger and desire. Yeah, this is a team that wants to do it, man. Just very quickly. Look at this. What do we put? A minute and 53 left on the scoreboard, or on the clock there, after that first goal. And just fast gameplay brought to you by a barrage of damage on the right side. You brought up how there wasn't a lot of DPS on Canadian Reject side, and for sure. But there was just the right damage on CMG side as well.
Yeah, it just feels like they can do no wrong. And granted, too, Canadian Rejects, certainly a little newer to this broadcast this year. They're players that I've had the privilege of casting in things like qualifiers, and they've certainly been around, but these are the top of the top dogs. So getting their feet adjusted here, a team that recently joined together. I don't expect them necessarily to win, but they're certainly a good team. But man, Chasmac Gaming looked darn good. RBM, the tanky player, getting at 9 kills there, doing his job to perfection. Again, a lot of credit to CMG here. They're getting the job done. They're doing great work. Now we're hopping over to dry season. They're going to be looking to complete the sweep on this one.
Well, Bounty is the name of the game here. And Brawl Ball, you saw those numbers. More DPS out of the Canadian Reject side. But that was the bigger point that you drove home. The tankiness was just too much to deal with. And now as we jump into Bounty, we'll see the first pick Sprout here off the map.
No Shelly as well, which is interesting here too. I mean, again, this is not a map you would think no shotgun brawler. It's a little more wide open, usually caters to throwers, sharpshooters, but Shelly is just something different right now. No Grom or Tick either, so Canadian Rejects banning the other 2 typical throwers, and then Mr. P that we brought up. It's the first time we're going to see him debuted here today, at least. It's somebody that I expect to see pretty frequently in the ban stages and even the play rates as well, so I'm excited to see what he can do. Gus is another one I definitely have my eyes out for in North America, and especially on this map as well. We'll see if either side elects to pair with that too, but so far, business as usual. The only one, of course, Mr. P, going to be somebody worth noting that a lot of pro players are valuing at this time.
So as Canadian Rejects goes ahead and picks their second selection, let's dive deep a little bit into the Mr. P stuff. Gus is going to be there. 10 points, man.
Thank
Mr.
you,
P, Spawner, the Porter. Why is he so valuable at the moment?
It's a really interesting shift we've had, and especially when digging in with OG, he would allow me to kind of pick his brain with a bunch of questions. And since, you know, Masters, we always have this flare of new brawlers that come in. Last year for North America, it was Max, and now with Max going down, a lot of single shot brawlers that she typically didn't or does well into. Less Max, more single shot. More single shot means we still play this game of chess that we call Brawl Stars, and that means Mr. P is going to show up more and more. With the shield gear, he crosses over 6,000 health points or gets really close to it, and now tanks are harder to pull off in the current state of the meta too, something that typically does well into Mr. P. We see Tara, Shelly running around, so less tanks, better odds than Mr. P, and you even saw him first pick it. That is a pick people would not have dared to take with the first overall beforehand, and now they're openly doing it. They're letting the other team have 2 selections to try and counter it, and they have the Penny, which has some piercing shots, and I am still not wavering too much for Mr. P specifically. I love the Gus pick as well, but that's just kind of the world, a little detail, maybe more than you asked for, but short, more single shot brawlers, more Mr. P.
Perfect dive in. More single shot brawlers, and I think the HP thing is a good point. In a world sans tanks, you know, 6,000 HP is pretty dang tanky. So We got the Mr. P and the Gus and the Brock here together. And going up against them, we'll see the RT show up, which does a ton of damage for sure. And Sprout in the right lane will be going up against that thrower of Mr. P. So thrower v thrower. Nobody with the advantage over there. Semi-recent change to bounty as well as the 20 cap. I guess it's been a couple of months now, 2 months, but without that monthly final last time around. So our second monthly final with the new rule. I think we've only seen 1 or 2 games though go the distance. This is still, when the change first came out, I think we saw a little bit more aggression, but the reversion to the more passive play, especially here in North America, is what to be expected in bounty.
I think so too, and especially with that 20 cap, you know, it's something that pro players often aren't going to hit. Maybe in our more casual games at home where people are willing to be more reckless, aggressive, it's a lot more calculated at this level. So Chasmac Gaming and Canadian Rejects, I imagine, likely not to hit that threshold. But with less than a minute to go, no kills going down. I will say Canadian Rejects in a tough spot right now. No blue star over on their spawn side. That's definitely not where you want to see some long distance brawlers like Elite and ZB. RBM now picking up a kill as well. Respawn coming in from Elite, and they find themselves down 3-0 here with 45 to go.
Z barely alive, but still alive. Only kill gone the way of Chasmac Gaming. RBM and Juan Carlos now, the only players with kills so far. Good shots onto RBM, but not enough DPS. As Z can find the kill. Counting down from 22 now. We see the coalescence of Canadian Rejects on the right-hand side. Sprout wall down, new wall up. Kenny, they got a dozen. Can they make it happen?
Tough spot to be in with 10 seconds to go. Z forced to move up left-hand side. Penny turret on the ground. 5 to go in Toast. Looking to throw down some shots. Even has the super available if he needs to enter the Jackie form. And it won't matter too much. 5-0 here. And Chasmac Gaming are now on match point.
Just a little bit of hesitation on the side of Canadian Rejects right there. Sometimes we see teams jump in with like 20 seconds to go. Then we see teams jump in with just over a little bit of 10 seconds to go. That's kind of why I handed it off to you with 12 seconds. I expected them to really jump in there between the 8 and 10 second mark, but instead, they didn't. And Canadian Rejects wind up with no kills. Definitely need to see some more aggression, some calculated aggression, but definitely need to see some more aggression this time around. Worth noting, Island Boy now on the left side going up against RBM.
I think that's exactly what RBM is going to want as well, especially if they get those porters down. Island Boy is going to have a tougher time with the piercing shot that Penny has. Juan Carlos playing these angles to perfection as well. Grabbed the kill there moments ago, and it's going to be rotating these sprout walls in and out. Less visibility, more room for Chasmac Gaming to move up this map, and Elite taking some heavy fires. C falling down as well. 5-0, and Toast and his teammates have already matched the score that they put up in game number 1.
Still over a minute to go. So a lot of Brawl to be played just yet. A little bit of a push forward here, thanks to Mr. P, but not a lot of follow-up. And that seems to be the problem here for Canadian Rejects. They find a little bit, and then Chasmac back off correctly, and Canadian do not follow forward. So, unfortunately for them, still killless and scoreless with just over 30 seconds to go.
It's a lot easier to back off when you've got all the stars in your pocket too. They've got the blue star. They're the only ones with kills, and there are those porters, which again can be really valuable, but RBM gonna at least be an option to take it down. It's still gonna take him a couple shots every time. Another kill for Toast flanking right. Z low HP, doesn't have a bubble on hand, so it's gonna be 12-3 now. Chasmac Gaming simply running away with this one right now.
12-3, only a single kill on Canadian Rejects' side. This is their moment. They don't push forward. Chasmac Gaming take a handful, and they take the match. We'll see you in finals.
Well played to the favorites there. Fade giving us a nice glance into the camera too. Good to see you, brother. Congrats on the win. Just making it a little more up close and personal for all the people at home. This is the team that we expected to win, right? All due respect to Canadian Rejects. They were an underdog coming into this one, but they're a very solid team. I'm excited for them in future months too. Somebody that recently banded together, Z and the boys. Great roster, and hoping for the best in them in the future too.
I'm very glad you were nice to them, because I'm not going to be. Just stepped over by Chasmac Gaming. This was really just impressive stuff out of CMG. I don't really have that much negative to say across the way because it's just all positive here for me, for the black and yellow. Chasmac put on maybe a record performance in Brawl Ball. Their drafts look fantastic. I think really this last one, we can talk about there just wasn't an answer to, what's his name, to Juan Carlos. This Sprout was consistently the kill leader, consistently just dominating, and there was no answer. This unbreakable wall here, maybe you have to have Mr. P deal with it. Listen, I'm not the coach. I don't have the answer, but neither did Canadian Rejects. And that's why Toast, RBM, Juan Carlos, and Fade wind up on the good side.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, I mean, Juan Carlos ends up being the kill leader there too. I think something coming out of Sprout being a kill leader really reflects how strong of a set that he played. Not too often he's going to be your top fragger. So yeah, again, can't really get nitpicky with Chasmac Gaming, right? There's nothing that went wrong. They never faced any moments of questionable losses. It was just smooth sailing. We'll give the MVP vote over to RBM. Super well played. All 4 brawlers for this side making an appearance here. And again, just a good team victory. We'll see if they can be challenged a little more in our grand finals.
Great stuff out of Chasmac Gaming, taking down their opposition and heading to the finals. Now, next up, we've got Tribe Gaming versus Motomamis. We're going to be right back after a brief break with that semifinal. Welcome back, Brawlers. It's F. and it's Ready Set this time around. What's up, Ready? How you doing?
Dude, I'm chilling. That was a really quick first match, but I think a lot of us kind of expected the outcome, if anything. Maybe not the manner in which it was carried out, but it's still good to see the guys from Canadian Rejects up here on the big screen. Hopefully we'll see them in the coming months. For now, though, we'll be following it to Chasmac Gaming NA, who awaits the winner of our next match in the grand finals. Will be Motomamis FA or Tribe Gaming. We've already discussed who we're placing our bets on, though.
Absolutely. A lot of people leaning Tribe here, but when it comes to Motomamis, the free agents, Zeus, Killer, and Luffy, Zeus has been the guy to watch for a while, and there's good reason to, for sure. The rest of the team, no slouches themselves either. Ready? Every time I look at this team, I wind up looking at Zeus and really just watching him play. This guy is just fun to watch play Brawl Stars. He is that good.
I'll maintain a similar perspective, right? We saw Zeus kind of break in, at least into my sideline in the North American competitive scene in December when we saw the Queso Cup, the winner split, where he joined up with this squad and has been making some waves ever since, especially after that very first monthly final where he managed to take a win with the squad. Now, haven't managed to take a monthly finals win in a couple of months, and this is kind of objectively the toughest opponent that they could be facing in the semifinals. So it's going to be a real tough one, but I'm definitely always praying on these guys' future.
Well, Tribe Gaming are coming up next, and they're one of the biggest names in Brawl Stars esports for good reason. Tyrant Star as Livian Zulon, and of course Corey. I was going to say in the background, but he is very much a foreground coach. These guys, They play great Brawl Stars. We took a month off of monthly finals here, but they didn't take a month off. They went to Japan, and they played in some international competition with the SPS Masters Series over there. They went head-to-head against their buddies Stamina, and they took the victory. It put them against, or excuse me, they had a rough time here. And because of that, Tribe Gaming, some good, strong victories on an international stage, but couldn't actually seal the deal and come home with the overall W. Shout outs to Reply Totem, actually, the EMEA team who wound up doing that. Joker and the guys wind up winning in the long run. But focusing on Tribe here for the moment, ready. These guys, they played well. They've got some LAN experience just recently, so they're used to playing these high-octane matches. And as Livy, we've always got him on cam, and for good reason. He's just one of the big voices for this team. And I want to see what they're able to do now, fresh off the plane, now back at home. How are they going to play in the monthly finals?
I'm definitely expecting great things from these guys. Over the course of the last month, we've seen solid gameplay from them. Of course, they've qualified for the stage, but also with a parallel competition happening on the side, the Snapdragon Pro Series, they've been doing pretty well in those online competitions, taking home the win in a few of them. So I'm definitely having high expectations for these guys to take down Motomamis FA, but I'm similarly excited to see what Motomamis have to offer.
For sure. I think Tribe Gaming, I think it's an easy, and if there is a fan poll, I'm sure Tribe wins by an overwhelming amount.
Yeah.
But I think that's the fan act, the fan vote. It's hard not to root for the Tribe guys. They're a fun squad and they're front facing. We know all about them, their players, their content creators, their organization as well. Motomamis in juxtaposition, a little bit quiet, but the gameplay speaks for itself. I will say this right now. This is not going to be as quick as the last one. It might not be a 3-0. And in all honesty, Motomamis, they are capable of beating this team. It's just a matter of Tribe Gaming, fresh off of an international competition experience. Will they be able to kind of take that momentum? And I think that's real. I do think that's real. They had some high competition playing against some opponents from across the world. I mean, 30 days ago, Tribe Gaming were playing against players like Statampo, okay? So I think they might have some extra juice in the tank, so to speak.
Oh, for sure. Something I will say is Tribe Gaming, I mean, for these guys, momentum is absolutely a huge thing, but fatigue is just as much of a consideration. And I think we saw after the World Finals, these guys performed phenomenally in the World Finals, and then come a few months later, they look kind of rusty heading into the, once again, in the NA East arena. So I'm hoping that these guys are not rusty, and I don't think that they are, because we've seen how they've done the online tournaments for Snapdragon, and of course the fan prediction 93% to 7%. I'll call it the fan prediction because I really think that's a lot of what it is. There's some stiff competition awaiting them on the other side.
Yeah, for sure. And don't forget, if you want to make your name known, please head over to event.brawlstars.com. You can go ahead and shift those votes, and of course earn free stuff. But everybody's there to shift those votes, right? Not the unique sprays and pins, right? Pick some bands here. There you go. Double Mr. P band and a Buzz band. The double Mr. P band, not a surprise here. You said NA at work?
Yeah, I mean, this is sort of the NA meta at the moment. A lot of people in the North American region saying, yeah, it's about the Mr. P. And then only a couple weeks ago did we, or maybe even just 1 week ago, did we start to see people in EMEA saying, like, okay, you know what, Mr. P, he's just that good. He's good at denying some of the more valuable brawlers in the current meta. Stu is absolutely one of them, considering that, yeah, he has that single target shot, and he needs to be able to fire it off repeatedly. Mr. P seriously throws some wrenches in those plans. So I expect to see a lot of Mr. P bans today, and when he's not banned, I would expect a pick, unless it's a mode like maybe Bounty or maybe like Knockout, where it's tough for him to go toe-to-toe with the other long-range brawlers that outrange him.
Tribe selects the Shelly and the Lola here. Pretty used to seeing Lola being played by a Tribe Gaming. Extremely high DPS character. You can get creative on her. A lot of times we just see just raw damage coming out, which I like. I'm down for it. And so a lot of DPS on the side of Tribe Gaming. I'm curious to see if we'll see some control on the other side, but Maisie gets selected here for Motomamis. One of the, not the first time we've seen her, but I think one of the first times we've seen her. An interesting projectile is what I'll say.
Yeah, and an uncommon selection as well. Just in rates, not the most popular, but Motomami's coming in with this pick, I think does accentuate some sort of confidence from the guys, because this is against their tradition. They're also going to go for Hank, so the two newest brawlers in the game are their selections. And while this wouldn't be super shocking in previous months, I will say that Hank and Maisie are feeling relatively balanced right now. Hank's still a little bit strong, but now with these two brawlers on their side, they're looking to do something very new, maybe something that Tribe Gaming aren't expecting. And if this is a strategy that Motomamis are engaging with, I'm here for it. This is a tried, tested, and choose strategy specifically against Tribe, where they can sometimes be a little bit behind on the draft. They always have the mechanics on point, and they are region leaders. Maybe in the larger NA arena, some of the most mechanically gifted players. In terms of drafts, though, that's where they usually fall short.
I mean, this is what this is like my quintessential, you could, you know, write it in ink, so to speak, about Tribe Gaming, is that they are going to play the meta just probably better than you, right? But how do you become the absolute number one? You got to find an answer to that meta. And other teams semi-frequently do find an answer to Tribe's perfection of the meta, so to speak. I actually like this Dynamite pick, and I think it is relatively normal, so to speak, given what the composition needs, etc. Just a lot of damage on the side of Tribe, whereas the Hank is going to add some area control and really denial. See that damage being dished out to Eslivy, able to go through the wall and pop the player on the left-hand side. Problem is, Zulon finds the damage after the fact as well. And so it's none to none. No scoring opportunity there.
I was all for Eslivy on that Dynamite on the left lane, and I still would be, but he's going to be switching over to the right side, maybe denying Zeus. Got to be careful to play around some of these unbreakables, since Zeus can bust through some of these breakable walls. Still kind of inching forward on the right side. Zulon has to stick close by to opposite.
Look at this.
Killer going for the big kill. Now a 2v3 ensues. Almost a scoring opportunity there as Leafy tried to
what do you do?
Use it. Zeus almost able to get that ball. Killer picks it up and walks it right between Zulon's legs. That's goal number 1 for Motomamis.
That's what I envisioned happening when I saw the Hank selection.
Yeah.
Just, what do? You just have him blowing a bubble right in the middle, and you're destined to take more than half your HP here. The answer is kill everyone else. Tyrant scores from the 25-yard line pretty much, because everyone but Killer was dead.
That's a combo. It's pretty deadly when you have Shelly on your side. You have the super to combine and break open that wall with good timing. Stun everyone, too. They really can't get in your way unless they have that spawn shield. Is Livy also taking a lot of damage around the left side? Killer is in for a fun time. Easy kills onto as Livy. Now gets to kind of walk things forward. Also play around these unbreakables versus Tyrant, who's pinched right in the middle. He's voluntarily doing so and even manages to walk away with his super, as he now receives a pass on the left side. And if his teammates can get him in a good position, he will be able to combine this with his super and get yet another pretty easy goal.
And Tyrant already brought down to half. Luffy with good shots here. And Killer on the right-hand side this time around. Zeus on the stew trying to deal with Tyrants. Wow! Shot from downtown! And as Livy scores it just like that. Always got to have somebody in the way of the goal. What a save! As Livy makes game 1 happen.
Well done for Tribe Gaming. Yeah, no save spotted for these guys. Good use of breaking open the walls. Let the wall break strat from both Eslivy and Tyrant. It avails them a lot of possibilities for how to score these goals. And for Motomamis, they actually do have some good ideas over here. Zeus can break open walls. Luffy can get that knockback. Killer is actually kind of bullying Eslivy on the left side. There's the kill. But it's just a trade as Zulon gets a similar takedown. Tyrant on the right side tried to farm up his super after popping that earlier one, maybe to get himself that goal. Didn't quite work out in his favor, but thankfully Zulon was able to peel a bit of control for him still. Not going to see Tyrant walking away from that one alive and healthy. Killer also falling, but the play is on the right side. Zeus and Luffy just work to maintain control to let Hank respawn.
Well, Hank mid's not going to work, boys. Hank needs to have some sort of obstruction to allow him to do his cheese pretty much, right? Like, he's not going to have much success if surrounded by nothingness. And so Luffy's here to provide a little bit of surround on the left-hand side while Killer deals with the unbreakable walls and deals damage over them. Luffy trashes forward as Livy held alive by 1 hair of HP, and Zeus not there to confirm the deal. So because of that, offenders down, defenders win the moment. And the respawn's coming out. About 1:10 to go. Both teams reset.
Wonderfully played here from Livy in particular, because he's landing those satchel charges actually fairly reliably, getting the important stuns on a killer, getting some important moments for his team as well. Ball on the right side, Killer at risk of falling. Tyrant just trying to stay away from this bubble, and Killer's making great use of the geography of this map to stay safe and sound. Tribe Gaming know that as long as they keep him pinched, though, he won't be able to make any serious plays. Zeus on the left side also might be able to go for something pretty large. He has that super in hand. Tyrant's trying to keep the range. Take down of the ego, Zealand's able to replenish it. Killer still trying to inch things forward on the right side. No goals scored just yet. 30 seconds till they all break down, lest someone score. This could be it. Tribe Gaming now with a 3v3, quickly turning into 3v2, a 3v1, an easy one down the right. And Tribe Gaming with 20 seconds of the clock lead by 1 goal.
Fantastic job there by Tribe Gaming to find that open in the mid. And now with 14 seconds to go, Motomamis have to make the play right now. Hank on the left-hand side falls down. Zeus here, right side, falls down as well. No chance to survive. Make your time. Tribe Gaming take the game and the set. And we'll see you on Hot Zone.
Awesomely impressive gameplay. I think I want to say in particular from Livy on the Dynamite, I thoroughly enjoyed watching that. And part of it's because you don't really see him that much in comp, especially when there's not a thrower on the enemy team. But I think it was a wise selection. He played it well. He got those satchel charge stuns when he needed to, when it was really valuable for his team, and made good calls as far as the lane switches. I would say adventurous draft for Motomamis. I can see how it might work, but Tribe Gaming, as they usually do, outplay. I would say it's debatable who had draft in this situation, but the verdict is the same, is that Tribe Gaming simply had the better plays. And
so while we get a chance here, I really like the Hank and Stu. I'm never going to dislike Stu on one of the more exciting players in the region, right? Zeus is going to land the shots and walk around. The Maisie left some to be desired. Can you educate us a little bit on why you think Motomamis went the Maisie direction?
My primary thought here is that Maisie, she has a dash, first and foremost. That's always good util, but really it comes down to that super. You're able to stun enemies out of the way and possibly get a combo for a goal. Number 2 is that you're able to compete at similar range to, say, Lola. And even though you're not too valuable at close range because your projectile takes some time to speed up, you're still able to compete relatively well at long range. She does some pretty serious damage with max range on her attack. So I understand why Maisie was selected here. It didn't work out. Cool. Next, let's see what they got in store for Ring of Fire.
Well, we got a bunch of friends hanging out in the water, and we got a bunch of people. 49% of folks, we asked you guys earlier, and 49% of you think Tribe is going to win this monthly finals and be the first team in North America East to do just that. Ring of Fire is here, and our picks are bans and are out. No Squeak, no Amber. Very, very important note. A lot of area denial there. No Penny, just a permanent pick pretty much. And no Tara, who also has been stepping up recently as far as pick rate is concerned due to some recent shifts. And with that said, Big Z locks in Mr. P.
Love to see this guy. He's really frustrating to deal with a lot of times. He counters out some sharpshooters, single target, brawlers, and also good for blocking off things like pulls and the like. So a lot already said here with this first pick. It's kind of the ideal first pick here for Tribe Gaming. It avails them a lot of different things that Motomamis would not be able to play because it's countered. But already in with the Lu, this is pretty characteristic of Motomamis FA. They'll typically put Luffy on the Lu, but we've seen it switch up from time to time. It's a tested strategy. Really the deal though from Tribe Gaming though is they're going to have to think about how they're going to outrange Lu, or are they going to pick up something like a Stu that can simply not get hit? There's the bell, and I think that's going to be their approach for playing it.
Lu, Hot Zone, one of my favorite combos. I just think it's correct. And I mean, like, listen, there are answers, there are better brawlers, sure. But you're telling me I can put down a circle the size of the circle I'm supposed to stand on? I'm down, dude. I have lizard brain. That just makes sense to me. And so what they pair with the Lu is of ultimate importance because of how he really, I'm not gonna say he doesn't do anything else, but he is very much super centric. And so the Eve and the Ruffs definitely have to do a lot of the dirty work here. Ruffs can certainly do so. Eve, important on that Ring of Fire. You see those two arrows of water. Eve does not. And so that's a big point for sure. Tribe Gaming, on the other hand, a little bit more straight to the point. We're just going to kill you, okay? And can't disagree with that.
Not at all. I mean, I really think the idea here is like we'll put Tyrant or Zulon on the left or right lane. Maybe have Tyrant start off on that right lane. It'll be a little bit easier for him to fight since he has a lot of bushes to work with. Then penetrate enemy backline, send Tyrant back there. Have Zulon just, you know, kind of ding around, have some fun with the Mr. P. We'll see what ends up working out for Tribe Gaming. But Motomamis FA, they have a tall task on their hands. Killer on the left side, gonna have to face off like Tyrant, sort of what we were predicting. And he's gonna go for the clay pigeons immediately. Try and break open some of these walls that would keep them safe from his Livy. He's already taking names. Down goes Luffy at mid. No super at all. And a whole lot of nest eggs littering the hot zone.
That's going to be a big deal here for Luffy, is actually getting that super. I said this brawler is super centric, and I stick to it, but you got to get it first and foremost. And then you have to work as a team. Luffy has the super, obviously, falls down. I'm not that concerned. Motomamis need to step up with the respawn and then make the move together. That said, Tyrant in their hair on the left-hand side. Luffy super comes down. Where's the rest of the team? Tribe Gaming's forced off ready set. But Motomamis doesn't step on ready set. Please! Oh.
Well, this is their chance. I mean, Zeus has thrown down the bags. Now they're short-lived, but at least it gives some time for Luffy to throw down that aggro super on the middle lane. Tyrant also equipped with the super and the clay pigeons. There's a single log remaining to keep himself safe, but he's already approaching. Killer on the right side. The speed gear combined with Shelly already having very fast speed makes her so deadly once you get into enemy territory. Zeus is also marked up by that mark on the left side. A good kill for Luffy, and a bit frantic too, but he has a super, and they gotta move now. Luffy falls, and this is chalked now. Tribe Gaming, they're gonna be taking game number 1 here in Hot Zone, and the spins and the pins from Zulon already. I mean, that's 3 wins in a row, sure, buddy, but you gotta slow down.
Says you. I want more, Big Z. Come on, man. Let them know. Let the people know. That, listen, you earned it. I really like this because we broke down the strategy and we were like, all right, Tribe's just going to kill you. Correction, Tyrant's just going to kill you. We have Bell and Mr. P on the point, and then Tyrant's job is to just play offensive defense, sit outside of the point, and shoot whoever comes near. At a certain point, you got to appreciate the simplicity of it.
It is very simple. I mean, it was kind of predictable off the beginning, right? Seeing Tyrant head up that left lane. Now he's approaching the right side. We've seen Motomamis also switch up their sort of lane composition as well. Clay pigeons on the right side. Gonna work out all right for Tyrant. He might be able to finish off that kill. The last shot coming in. Luffy also quite vulnerable. Just in range of Tyrant. A good pinch between himself and his Livy. And Zeus remains alive on the left side, but possibly not for long. He's thrown down those bags to give himself a bit more resiliency, but they don't last long. Not versus Zulon with the splash damage, and not versus his Livy either. He's taking names. Tyrant taken down the hatchlings on the back lines, but the remainder of the team, Motomamis, now push onto the point and get their first bit of capture.
Zeus drops down. Well, he drops down. That's all he really does. Killer with the respawn. And the spawner's killed just as quickly as it shows up. Tribe Gaming have the upper hand here. Motomamis, if they're trying to fight their way in here, obviously it's going to come by way of Lu super. But what else can they do to get in here ready? Because this seems Tribe's all the way home.
Honestly, I think that's basically the only way, is move in, and maybe it could help if they were able to take down the Mr. P turret on the left side, but I just don't see that happening. There's simply not enough time. Tribe Gaming are looking so dominant. Motomamis FA kind of have a 2-man push coming in. Tribe Gaming have a third coming back. Tyrant looking to establish some more sponginess at mid, some good dodges as well. The guys can't seem to hit the guy, but now with all of that freezing ice on the arena, bought him a little bit more time. Just 3% remains. Good taps from his Livy. And that's going to be it. Tribe Gaming, they take set number 2, 4 games in a row, sweeping their way through this match.
Another decent idea coming out from Motomamis, but just not enough to bring it home. Tribe Gaming just push their buttons real good. Sorry to simplify things, but they do a great job of just brawling out. I think there probably were some things that we could tinker with the draft on the side of Motomamis. Again, I'm a Lu believer, but you gotta have the right people flanking him, providing that DPS. I'm not sure that happened. So unfortunately for them and their fans, Motomamis fall down again. Tribe Gaming take this one easily and find themselves one set away from finals.
I'll provide like the Western take on how this works. You have the lane by lane matchups, and Lu into anything that outranges him is not going to be good. Lu into anything that's able to dodge his barrage of shots is not going to be very good either. So this is where Tribe Gaming won, basically by selecting Mr. P, if you ask me. They had that Mr. P early on. It's going to counter out basically anything that is long range. It lets them get Bell for themselves. They're able to outrange Lu. That's a good draft from Tribe Gaming, although it is quite simple. But they're playing what they practice. They're playing some of the same brawlers too. We see Tyron on the Shelly once again. Love to see it. And he played it well. 10 kills for the guy as he easily got to the back lines, just sort of wove his way back there and kept on getting kills. But a whole lot of damage for his Livy too. Let's not forget that.
Tyron Star just played gatekeeper essentially, especially in game 1. Game 2, we saw a better shot from Motomamis to deny that, but yeah, Tyron was just like, get past me, I dare you, and nobody double dog dared him. So, oh well, 2 in the pocket there for Tribe Gaming. Gem grab coming up next. Crystal Arcade is going to be the spot where we play. Motomamis have a lot of climbing to do. And if they do wind up winning this set, then we'll head out to Shooting Star and play some bounty. All right, ready. Bitstream, Poco Loco, or the other game? Which one do you want to play the most? Poco Loco is definitely a music game, and I love those games, so I'm all in.
I'll go for the Poco Loco with you. I mean, it seems like a 2-person game, right? Like, yeah. So someone's got to be on the guitar. I don't know what the other instrument might be.
I'm Poco, you're Loco. It all makes sense.
I'll go Loco on the percussion.
Picks and bans here for Crystal Arcade, and we're still not banning Shelly. Got it. Cool. First pick Shelly for Tribe Gaming. That's what we're doing here, folks. Sandy is banned out alongside the Mr. P. And there was one other one that I wanted to note. So Motomamis, all 3 of these kind of like big area guys, Sandy, Ems, and Squeak. That's what I wanted to note. So Motomamis certainly either afraid of that or really want to be careful about mid control is what I'm taking away from those band selections. And so picks, we've got the first pick, Tara, across the way from Shelly and Gus.
I think it's pretty wise that Motomamis have selected these as their bans, especially when you consider across the way that Tribe Gaming, they've gotten rid of Colonel Ruffs. He's so good for breaking open those side lanes, and if you get rid of him, then that allows you to play the M's. It allows you to play the Sandy and the like. The Chester is another one that makes me question things a little bit, but this is on brand for Motomamis. We already saw them go for the Maisie and the Hank. They're bringing some new things to the table. Tribe going with what's tried, tested, and true. So Motomamis, they're employing the kind of like Tribe Gaming killer TM tactic, where you play stuff that is a little unexpected.
Just play stuff you hope they haven't scrimmed against is kind of the idea.
Yeah.
Max is selected here, and while Tribe goes ahead and gives their last selection, Reddy, why don't you give us the breakdown? What does Chester bring? What is he supposed to do in this comp? And why is it going to give Tribe a problem?
Look, I mean, if you ask me, Chester does just about 2 things well. First of all, you have the star power that gives you 4 bells on the last shot. That's number 1. You do a lot of damage with that at close range when you hit all of them. Number 2 is that he has the funny He-Who gadget, or rather super. He can stun you for a good amount of time, but you're really you're literally rolling the dice, maybe even running the gadget to do that.
Yeah, that's big. I think you run the gadget.
Yeah.
It's really hard to rely on RNG in a competitive environment. If it is relying on RNG, usually the professional approach is to minimize the variance or play around the variance, and I just don't see a way to do that with Chester's kit. So I think you opt in for the must. But a lot of questions for me on the Jester selection. We'll see how it works out. That said, Tara is a top tier brawler at the moment, so we'll see how it all goes. First gem goes the way of Motomamis, and the second. And Max killing Tyrant? Just kidding. Couldn't find him before the heal up. Killer finds that last hit. And so does Luffy. And so just like that, it's 3-1 mid-control to Motomamis.
Very ideal lane matchup for Motomamis right off the bat, and I think they might have gotten a little bit lucky here. You have Tara on that Shelly lane. She's able to block up a lot of those shots with the shades, and Tyron actually played this really well, but in the end, the team comms from Motomamis were good. Zeus was able to get the pinch in the end. Luffy also not going to be in good close range with Tyron, so we'll see if Tribe Gaming opt for a lane switch. Killer's going to pop the next round of shades, and here's the stun as well. Tyrant heals up with the Band-Aid, though.
Boom, boom.
It's a good call and a kill on the Killer on the left side. Zeus still manages to clean up, but what's more important is that things have been opened up at mid for just a moment longer for his Livy to pick up 6 gems. 2 gem lead, though marginal, is huge for Tribe Gaming.
Very, very big, and I think that's a big mark. Something that newer players sometimes get a little lost in is how important an early game lead is, not just in gem grab, but across game modes. And a lot of times we see these strong teams sort of like sit back and watch and then surge forward and find a big jump. And that's what we see Tribe Gaming doing, trailing up until 5th or like the 10th gem, and then grabbing all 6. And right now, it doesn't look like Motomamis have a chance to combat this countdown. And with 10 in the hand for his Libby, him and his balloon just gonna stand still. Game 1 to Tribe, match point.
Could be another sweep coming in, this time with Tribe being the victor. It's not exactly the outcome that I expected, but Motomamis, they have had some trouble lately. I absolutely have to commend them, though, on the creativity. They seriously are trying some new things, and we saw some good plays in there, too. I want to point out in particular the Tara that we saw in the left lane versus Shelly. And will we see the lanes laid out differently this time? No, not at all. Tyrant seems to be comfy on that matchup, and power to him. Let's see how he does it. Zeus already has to abandon ship, taken down by the Clay Pigeons. Right down the right side of that bush. Tyrant with another easy kill on the left. And Tribe Gaming, they are seriously building up momentum here.
Yeah, just a little bit more aggressive. As it's 5-0 this time around. You know, I liked the Hank Mazy nonsense. I don't like the Chester. I think you can kind of outplay yourself a little bit, and I think that's what the free agents wound up doing here. A little bit of a rough time in gem grab, as it is 6-1. 2:41 on the clock. All right, I really just wanted to force a real big fish reference for all 2 people that get it. But we're out here, already setting a lot of time on the clock, and Tyrant is just owning this front line.
You say a lot of time on the clock. Oh, there's a He-Who. They managed to stop Tyrant in his tracks for just a moment, but he's still coming around the backside, trying to take some names. Once again, Zeus might be able to finish off the kill. Tyrant's still alive in their spawn, even with the super to take him down. And rotates towards the top side. Luffy's going to go for it again. No explosion damage there. Killer also falls, and Tribe Gaming now get to run it back. 10 seconds on the clock. 2 guys to kill. Luffy can get some damage in here. Zeus also closes around the right. Don't want to get in close range versus Tyrant, but you don't have a choice now. 2 seconds remain. Tyrant has to fall and gets taken down. The countdown interruption. As Livy might also fall to the poison from Chester's super.
And he
All
does!
Gems are safely on the backside, though. Tyrant won't be able to be as aggressive. He has to defend these gems, rather. Motomamis, they still get a horse in this race. They might be able to steal this one.
You know what? After all that complaining, it's Chester's super that actually causes Motomamis to actually be here.
No.
Another attack? Tyrant has 98 HP, but Zeus can't find it. Yeah, I feel that, brother. So close, but so far. Motomamis, another surge forward. And if they find this kill in 1 second, not gonna happen. Tribe Gaming, another fantastic performance for them in the semifinals. And because of that, we'll see them versus Chasmac in the grand finals.
Man, I wanted to see more happen with the Chester. I was so excited once I started to see some of those supers come out. Even though it is random, if you get the luck of the draw, you get the stun, some valuable stuff in there, then you can really, really make it work. I enjoyed this thoroughly, watching the Chester play. I think maybe if he'd gotten like a few more wall breaks, then we could have seen some different stuff happen, a few more stuns. We only saw 2 over the course of the entire set. That said, Tribe Gaming managed to end these games off relatively quickly, and for cause for that, look no further than Tyrant. This guy was going nuts. He seems untouchable a lot of times too. Dude's been grinding the Shelly. Tribe Gaming for a long time. This was not their meta. They didn't play the aggro brawlers, they played the control. And now they've adapted to the meta, and they've also started to bend it to their own will. They've taken complete ownership of it. Tyrant, he's played Shelly every single set so far. Hopefully, Chasmac was taking notes.
Dude, I mean, this was, I mean, it's just Tyrant unleashed, to be completely honest with you. Like, I don't know what the conversation was, so I'm making this all up, but you know, they had a game plan, and then it was just finally like, whew, all right, Tyrant, you're allowed to play the aggressive characters. And he was like, what? And now we just see numbers like this all the time. Like, when Tyrant's hot, he is one of the better players in the region, period, and arguably worldwide. He just really, he consistently puts up big numbers like this. And you know what? The man does what he does. I talked to the guys a little bit about, you know, who's the minds behind the draft, and Tyrant was like, I don't ever take part. I just hit my buttons. I just kill people. I just get MVP. And he does that just like that, thanks to your votes at event.brawlstars.com. My man Tyrant, #1 by far on the field so far.
I mean, if I'm drafting for Tyrant, then I'm telling him to draft the Shelly every single day of the week. That was a treat to watch.
He literally did, by the way.
Literally, yes, every single time. So I don't know, maybe there's a job opening over the Tribe Gaming team, because I can do that. I can tell him to play Shelly every time.
Well, I mean, I could also tell teams to ban Shelly, so I'll take that job opening as well. Like, I can, come on, man. Kenny, why didn't they ban the Shelly?
I don't know how many times we got to teach people this lesson, bro. It's 89% win rate on the weekend. Shelly Stars continues. It's unbelievable. She is in a great state for the esport. You got to run it, and if you're not running it, you got to ban it. And Tribe Gaming makes some easy decisions and take advantage of it there. Tribe Gaming, CMG, a rematch of last month. They made it look easy in the semifinals, a little too easy. I think it just goes to show they might be on a tier of their own in this region for now.
Well, no tiers for Chasmac or Tribe as they find themselves in the grand finals against each other. And CMG, I have them taking it all, to be completely honest with you. And I'll tell you right now, I think the grand finals will revolve around Shelly. Either banned, first picked by either team, dealt with by either team. There's a lot of stuff going on here. But looking at how dominant Tyrant was on this Shelly, looking how centric those Tribe drafts were around the Shelly, and of course Chasmac played the Shelly as well, I think for this moment, in this competition, in this region, that might be the case. We got these two teams going head-to-head, and Chasmac, Tribe, these guys are going to take the field. Listen, I went with the Chasmac prediction, so I'm going to make you two cast the match. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I don't know if that's fair, but it is what we're going to roll with. And again, I think CMG is more than fair to go with as well. I don't blame anyone in the chat for rolling with them. They're a fantastic team. We saw them pop off on this map earlier, and last month defeat Tribe on this team, or on this map already. I think we're both with Tribe. For me, it's a little bit safer of an option. I was just really impressed with them at the international level.
Hey, look, I think in the Chasmac-centric discussion, it's got to be like, let's see these guys pop off, right? I hear what FDOT's saying, and I actually agree. Like, if Chasmac are able to bring the same fire that they did in previous months, that one time versus Tribe Gaming where they managed to finish things off strong, then I think they could take it today. But for consistency's sake, I go with Tribe.
Also this, listen, we gave all the points in the world to Stamina, with Na'Vi won their first monthly finals through that by having the squad together, being able to talk to each other, etc., be in person. This matters. If you've ever played literally anything at a competitive level, this actually matters. Does it win the set? Absolutely not. But I do think Chasmac level up a little bit by hanging out here. I know Toast isn't there, but I do think this actually really matters, seeing the three guys in the building at the same time. So that might give him a couple extra points. Tribe Gaming, Zulon is Libby, Tyrant, and of course, Corey elsewhere. we just watched them do that. So I don't know how we can say about this squad. They are really just that strong. They wind up getting these dubs. Motomamis are a strong team. Zeus is a really prolific player, and Tribe Gaming made them look like none of that was true. And I think that's definitely something to take note of.
I think so too. I was really impressed. I mean, I think Motomamis are a little bit a step ahead, even above Canadian Rejects. After all, these guys have won a monthly finals already this year. A great team. Again, 3-0. Tribe making it look way too easy. I don't know if that's a draft thing, a confidence thing after the international level. Whatever they're doing, I want a piece of it though. And for that reason, I think Tribe Gaming have a great chance as well to win this.
Certainly could be. I think realistically, all right, ready, set, check. 50-50 might. 50-50 is what I'm tossing. Make the adjustment appropriately.
I mean, okay, it's going to be a lot different from what you're saying. Chasmac, cover your ears right now. I'm going to say it's 80-20 for Tribe Gaming.
Really?
I really think it's quite. Yes, I do. Tribe, I mean, look, when we look at, say, the Snapdragon Pro Series, those Open Cups online, Tribe Gaming, they've been doing so well. They've met Chasmac Gaming several times and kind of dumpstered them. So that's what I'll stand by. I really expect the Tribe Gaming win here. I'm always rooting for Chasmac Gaming's come up, though, dude. It's endemic organization to the sort of
okay.
Brawl stars, whatever.
Hey Kenny. I'm gonna go ahead and say like, okay. I'm gonna say 50-50. Adjust that appropriately.
Yes, sir. I would go more closer to 60-40 Tribe. I think 20, especially considering how close this has been throughout the first set, or for the first part of the season. I mean, it's been neck and neck the whole way. Multiple match points, even with Chasmac Gaming lost. And to me, this vote is not enough love for Chasmac Gaming. Again, I am picking Tribe. I am with the people at home for the most part. But Chasmac Gaming, I think, deserve a lot of love as well. They've actually done the thing. They've won it once. I think coming off hot of an international, I'm going to go with Tribe here for the momentum, for what I've seen with my own eyes. You know, the big stage is where it happens, and I think they deserve a little more love. So we'll agree to disagree. I mean, me and Reddy still both rolling with Tribe, but F-Dot nonetheless, that's where I'm thinking.
That works. You guys roll with Tribe. I'm going to roll to the couch and watch this set. The picks and bans are already flying through, guys. You got grand finals. I'll see you on the other side.
Yes, sir, brother. Great job as well. And again, we'll see if F-Dot, the lone man going with CMG on the desk, can get this one right. I think it's going to be tough, though, like you alluded to, Reddy. And to start off the draft here on Parallel Plays, no Shelly allowed for either side, understandably so. I think we have to see that ban keep rolling through, especially if you don't have that first overall pick.
Yeah, I'm definitely liking some of these bans in here. Sam, the final selection from CMG already. This is pretty characteristic of the guys. You put RBM on the Sam, you watch him go and see what he does. But Tribe Gaming have the opportunity to counter. I mean, if anything, they kind of already do have sort of a counter. They have B, but having B reliably shutting things down on the right side is, I think, going to be kind of tough, since RBM can still sneak up and use some of those obstacles to his advantage. Tyrant also on that Stu is going to be a decent counter, but since he has so much speed, Sam is still going to be a pretty formidable opponent. They might have to go for the triple tank counter.
Yeah, they may have to just triple down. I mean, Sam is somebody I don't really foresee being like a huge defensive threat necessarily. And now with Gale on the field too, not only is he my favorite brawler, but this is a little interesting that this is the choice that they roll with, especially when other tank counters have been significantly more prevalent, right? But I do think Gale has some merit here, at least historically. They can either roll with the slowdown star power, or they can go with the stun. I think the slowdown right now is super frustrating to go against. I think they're just going to sit Gale back on their home zone, hold off on defense, and just keep RBM away. They know how seriously they have to take RBM in this brawler. One of the best tank players in the region, always pops off in these spots, and they're going to pick their choice here of Gale to be the one to defend. We'll see if they can do it successfully here. It's going to be Chasmac Gaming in A versus Tribe Gaming to kick off our grand finals.
I know you're happy to see the Gale in here, and you know what? It's good to welcome in the old man from time to time, but we got to see the pincher on the right side. Tyrant, he's already sort of supered up to the left side, maintaining his position. Things taken care of on the back right now as as Livy gets to push forward again. Looks like he didn't get any intel that Toast was over there and almost gets taken down. Just 9 health remaining. Thankfully stayed alive. A slow into RBM too. And as long as Gale posts up on the right side, RBM's going to have a real rough time making things forward. Tyrant on the left also a lot to deal with. Toast has a huge responsibility here. He has to help RBM get forward. He has to defend the left side and get the pinches all over again. And Tribe Gaming, among all of this, are still vastly in the lead.
Yeah, and they're going to be going down with the freezing snow choice as well. Again, they're going for that slowdown on the RBM. They've been shutting it down pretty successfully so far as Tyrant skates his way down the left side. Push back from Zulon. RBM just struggling. It's a perfect counter, a long lane, and a great shot for Zulon to really shine there. Tyrant's still causing a lot of ruckus on the left as the percentage points are just too overwhelming. They just need to dip their toes into this a little longer as Zulon pushes him back. The final 2%. It's going to be too low of HP though to finish it off, so CMG going to hold off for at least just a little longer.
Well, CMG will be able to get some capture off of this. Thankfully, things are able to rotate over to that right side soon enough. The jump pad is really helping them take control of the right side. Easy pinch on the right. And RBM has to be shut down. He's not quite able to get the kill. Never mind. Gets the kill onto Zulon. And as Livy has to start taking care of him, this could be the comeback for Chasmac Gaming NA. Tribe Gaming, they committed really hard on that left side. And now they're having to pay the price.
Yeah, I'm getting a little nervous for them, if I'm being honest. You know, this could be a perfect defense. They've got the rubber duck playing defense. They've got Tyrant, who goes down immediately and now climbing in percentage points. It's CMG, the launch pad, a good shout as well. Love the choice. Mobility on this map, especially when getting out of your spawn, is so valuable, but they can't send anybody on offense because it's all CMG right now taking over. A double kill here for RBM. Toast assisting as well with his utility and a lone Tyrant. Not enough here to defend. This one is getting very quickly out of Tribe Gaming's pockets. This could be a comeback for CMG if they're not careful. Toast hunkered down, RBM alive and well, and the perfect plays coming in from Chasmac Gaming NA. Game number 1, unexpected result.
Unexpected, unbelievable. I can't believe that just happened, man. Tribe Gaming, they come into this, they're looking so confident. They're looking so amazing. And then CMG managed to rein it all back. Once that mid control was gone and RBM was in position, it was just like clockwork. Toast reliably farming up the supers, providing space for RBM. They made it look kind of easy, honestly. Tribe Gaming, they were frequently filtering out of spawn, and RBM just does his thing. Walk forward, take a kill, maybe get some healing from the super next. But Tribe Gaming, they almost started this one off strong once again. Tyrant tries to catch people by surprise on the left, but Toast, he's being smart about it. He's giving RBM more space on the right side, focusing more on defending the left. Tyrant's still going to be able to walk away from this one, though, and he has the super to make it work. RBM also shifting over for a bit of assistance, but he loses focus of that right side. Tribe now get to capture their own zone, and CMG are also missing a lot of walls on the left side.
Yeah, we're going to have to replace our segment here. No longer play of the game. It might be just set of the day if they keep it up like this. Tribe Gaming have a lot of work to do as well to hold on to this. They've captured their own zone, but haven't done a ton of work onto the other side. So Fade and Toast still getting those much valued percentage points, and it's going to be a 1% difference maker at the end of the day. Desperately trying to take down Old Lobber there as a 2v1 RBM, just putting in work on the right-hand side as Livy finally takes him down. It's Tyrant's turn, though, to try and get some percentage points for Tribe, and it's just not happening right now. Only 1% gained in that interaction. Zulon blowing RBM away, and we'll hold on a little longer. It's all going to come down to who can get the best offense going for themselves.
I'll put my chips on Tyrant on the left. As long as Fade runs out of these salty barrels early on. Toast also looking to charge up that super. Tyrant's dodging these shots well. And he's farming up the supers quite reliably too. So Chasmac Gaming NA, they don't mind feeding the super to Stu. Got it. On the right side, RBM with this super trying to push forward. Zulon and his Livy are doing their best to defend him. He might be able to reach the heal in time. No, denial from his Livy. But Fade and Toast are now on the case on the right side. Old Lobber down. Zulon jumps over that obstacle too. And it looks like Tribe Gaming might have things under control over here on the right. Tyrant on the left, not going to get caught up by the Sam Gadget. Manages to stay alive, pick up a little bit of control. And no pinch on the right means that Toast gets to grace forward. Chasmac Gaming NA, they take the lead.
They've got the lead, and they've got 2 players on the top right-hand side. That's a lot for Zulon to handle as Livy jumps in as well. The long-range brawler looks to get up close and personal here with RBM. Plenty of HP to work with, even juggling his super to make sure he stays alive a little longer. A dive in from Zulon as well, super available. But remember, he's not running the stun. It's still enough to get the takedown, but now Jussie has utility down as well. It's Chasmac Gaming 87-65, and this time it's going to take a great comeback from Tribe Gaming if they want to win this game, but they're running out of time.
RBM on the sand, he's a force to be reckoned with. Fade and Toast now at his side, and the percentage just keeps counting up. Tribe, they know it's over. That victory in game number 1, it slipped between their fingers, and now the entire set goes to Chasmac Gaming.
Wow, I mean, we kicked off this match thinking something completely different was going to happen. Tribe Gaming, such a great performance, and they take a little leap of faith there, quite literally and figuratively, with the launchpad plays from Gale. It makes a lot of sense. I understand running that tech, but nonetheless, it's something not meta, and I'm sure it's something that they probably have not practiced a ton. Given the circumstance, I think it works, but just so much oppression coming out of Sam there. It's a lot to handle, and oftentimes you got to have 2 brawlers focusing him, or else he can kind of run away with it. I'm really impressed with Chasmac Gaming. That's some real discipline to stay in that, to trust in themselves, and that's just kind of the added benefit of all being in the same room, right? Obviously Toast somewhere else, but nonetheless, this is a team effort that really got put together, and it was insane to watch.
It was ridiculous, and I think really this might be the longest tilting segment that you can possibly muster. It's a 99% comeback. Not going to be a good mindset, I don't think, for Tribe Gaming coming into this one. I mean, they looked a little glum on the player cams, and also coming off that, I mean, sort of throwing in the towel towards the end of that last game, not playing till the very end. Yes, it's pointless, but it's about sending a message, and it's also reflective of kind of the mindset that they are entering set number 2 with. Chasmac Gaming in A, they took advantage of a really hard commitment from Tribe in game number 1, and it totally spiraled into a victory in game number 2. RBM with 14 kills, an MVP in my eyes. Like I said, you just put the guy on the SAM, let him do his thing in a parallel plays match. It's already a win once he's got that SAM.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. I mean, again, he's one of the best to do it. He is a tank at heart. I love always seeing him excel on these brawlers, and he's just continuing to do so, and a big reason why this team has continued to put on insane performances. Over in Heist, though, it's going to be a little bit harder to run those tanks. This isn't a map that always caters to that, but it's certainly possible in the history of this map, especially this year. We've had things like Buzz, Daryl, where you get some, you know, maybe not as much of the Sams, but RBM can still shine here for sure. It's going to be Brock as the overall first selection, a little more of that long-range composition that I pointed out. 8-bit on the other side. 2 very normal brawler selection here, and again, it doesn't matter what map it is. I imagine we are going to see a lot of Shelly bans here today.
Dude, I mean, this is simply wise for Chasmac Gaming in A to get rid of this brawler. It was such a problem for Tribe's previous opponents in that last round, and yeah, don't let them have it, even if it is safe zone where she might not be like the greatest. You don't want to run those risks. Tribe Gaming, they start things off with an 8-bit. They got to pick up some kind of 8-bit counter if you ask me. They'll go for the Bonnie, and I'd say the Bonnie is I don't have an opinion on Bonnie into 8-bit is where I'll leave it. B selected on the side of CMG. It's a CMG favorite. They've also gotten the Sam. RBM's just going to go for it today.
I mean, shoot your shot, brother. It worked out in the first one. I'm not going to question the method to the madness if it leads to W's. On the other side, too, I mean, they have 8-bit, they have Bonnie, but once RBM gets up close to either of those guys, you know, Bonnie's kind of forced to either dive in when in the cannon form, not really going to be able to do enough damage to quickly take him down, and when in the Leon form, too low of HP to really deal with RBM. So this might be the overwhelming effort that they need, and it could still work. Again, we pointed out it's been Buzz and Daryl more so for the tankier side of things, but this time they're just gonna run it with Sam. Eve running the spawners here too. Again, RBM gonna be able to deal with the spawners themselves pretty well, but Eve gonna be able to charge up some free supers, and more importantly, gonna do a great job into a single shot brawler like B. So I think the Eve here has a lot of merit, can travel across that water too. I think both sides definitely trying to play these matchups.
I like this last pick. It's pretty much just a restatement of what you said. Tyrant going to be able to float on that water, going to be charging some reliable supers off of Sam, and then lastly, Block block off a lot of the shots from Toast. See if it works that way, as Livy's going to try and make it work that way. He was instantly magnetized to RBM on the right side, and now that he abandons ship, Zealand's going to get bullied in close range. Not a takedown into RBM. In fact, he's even able to retrieve those knuckle busters with the super that he charged up. You don't really see that often from the Sam, but if anyone's going to do it, it better be RBM. A lot of damage on the back line so far. Toast gets to farm up a little bit, but he might be more focused on defending his Livy on the left side. Already, another gotta go from his Livy. Tribe Gaming now possibly pinching in Toast on the right side. RBM's a huge issue for them, though, that they have to address.
Tyrant electing to go for the extra damage star power, as well as Zulon dives in, pummels Brock, and now they're going to be running away with it. A little bit of a base race for both sides here. Neck and neck going down right now. It's Zulon dishing damage. RBN all by his lonesome up top. Brock trying to play defense, claiming Tyrant there. Toast returning into action. Zulon hiding though. Honey Molasses pot drops. Zulon though getting well worth the effort, but it's not going to matter too much if RBM continues to put in work.
The guy just can't be stopped. He's unleashed, and it looks like CMG, I mean, look, they have a one trick of their own. RBM, he's capable of a lot of things, but he's best at running these aggro brawlers, especially Sam. And they know that if Tyrant's gonna one trick the Shelly, yeah, might want to ban it out. Hopefully Tribe Gaming pick up on the similar vibe and start banning out the Sam in the future sets. Otherwise, this could be spiraling out of their control.
They're going to have to reel it back in here and really focus down RBM. But the problem when that happens is, in the role that RBM fills, is it's going to drive all the attention towards him, leading Fade and Toast into just better positions. It's just, there's no right answer in this situation for Tribe Gaming, and Chasmac Gaming almost creating a game that's rigged for themselves. And that's just what the draft can do for you sometimes. But the execution has been perfect so far from RBM as he gets taken down there. 2v2 situation now as Livy returning to action 100% though. On the other side, no damage dealt yet for Tribe Gaming, as it's just all offense here from CMG.
Once again, though, Tribe Gaming, if they get one good push in, they could make it work. They're sort of ignoring RBM on the back line. Zulon's going to try and make it through here, deal some damage to RBM in the same go, as Livy taken down, didn't even use his super, and Zulon struggling with the DPS as well. RBM, thankfully, for him, was not able to heal up in time. Tribe Gaming now start to get working the angle on the offensive end. Tyrant has that super. Good start. Work this angle. RBM taken down. This is the opportunity. All of these hatchlings blocking up Toast shots. He's trying to fire around them, but the damage is raining in. 78% remains. Still a distinct advantage for Chasmac Gaming in A. Not quite too much of a counter offense yet.
Still a lot of work to be done here for Tribe, but they do have a build that is meant for doing damage. And now Zulon diving in as well. It's going to be a trade from Toast, as Livy still putting in some effort onto that heist safe. But now RBM, a big brawler, marching towards his Livy. Going to pop the gadget, get out of jail free card every single time. They put in a great amount of damage there, 56 to 46 now, only 10% being the difference, but they have to gain position here and quickly. Time is definitely not on their side, as there's only about 30 seconds left on the clock, as Livy with a nice grab there on the left too, so Tribe Gaming will have another opportunity to try and generate some offense.
Not too much time left. Tribe Gaming could really use a super here if they want to lock in their chances. Fade, he also has a super at the ready. As Livy is able to jump away from it, so he's looking for a more prime opportunity. There's that last one. This could be drive time for Fade. Lots of damage on the Tyrant. RBM presses forward. Zulon's going to go for the base race. Lots of damage in. Tyrant and his Livy have to move. 5 seconds remain. Tribe Gaming in the lead, and that is the final mark. They're starting to come back.
That's the kind of stuff we have to see from Tribe Gaming if they want to keep up here. It's a difficult spot to be in. We've seen Sam excel, but that time they were able to hold him down just enough, and it's still a challenge, right? It's something that's going to be on the back of their minds all of the time. They either make the choice to just let RBM do his thing, or they have to try and deal with him. It's not an easy choice, but this time it ended up working out for them here. Game number 3, Chasmac Gaming with an opportunity to go up 2-0, or Tribe Gaming could tie things up.
Already jump in from Zulon. There's nowhere for him to really go, though. Could be an easy kill for RBM. There he is. Swipes it up. Tyrant is Livy sort of unfazed, unbothered, as Livy is going to sort of rotate backwards to help out Zulon, get that pinch onto RBM. Of course, he's able to heal up sort of more DPS than Zulon is able to offer, so it's a good call. They managed to farm some supers off of it, too. Got to see the push in soon from his Livy. Needs to fire off some hatchlings, and here they come. RBM can also swipe some of these up. Great positioning from the guy. And Toast has the coast clear to go for some big kills. Another gadget out as Fade almost got the kill shot. Good stuff on the right side too, but Zulon and Tyrant sort of roll with the punches from Sam. Now at the perfect opportunity to get lots of damage on that safe. Just tied up, and now Zulon starts to push things below 70%.
This is good stuff from Zulon until he was shut down by Toast. Now a response coming in from RBM, a little over 1,000, but juggling his super well. It's neck and neck right now as B tries to slide through a shot. Fade can't quite connect the super there. 2% lead for Tribe Gaming here. This one is going to be tough. Both of these sides looking to prove they are the #1 team in NA East as Zulon looks to put a little more icing on the cake. 41-46 right now, a minute to go on the clock.
This is a desperate moment for Tribe Gaming. They're out of the more significant gadgets in the game. Good Gurky super from Fade 2, 41% on Chasmac Gaming safe, and a series 21% advantage so far in their possession. RBM's going to keep up the aggression on the right side, though. Zulon has some DPS, but he's sort of out of luck when it's versus RBM unless he pops out of that cannon. Good kill on a Toast. Here it comes. The defense on RBM. No, not quite. Big punches in, and a final rocket from Fade to send them packing and propel themselves into set number 2.
This has been a great effort from CMG. Impressive stuff so far. You can see it on Fade's face. He is itching to try and win this one, and doing so in the fashion that they're doing it would be crazy. 2-0 here to start things off. I can't say it enough. I'm just impressed, and the Sam has been instrumental in what they're doing here. They're just letting RBM shine. They're picking the same brawler even twice, one that's unorthodox, unregular for any monthly finals that we've seen, any of the scrims that I dug into. This is something that I think they've just been holding on to, and it's certainly working out.
I mean, look, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Keep on making it work with the Sam, I say, to RBM. Tribe Gaming, they might want to start banning this out. I mean, a lot of it is dependent on what that next mode is, but with these two already behind them, I kind of see Chasmac Gaming being able to make this Sam work just about anywhere. They've already proved their adaptability two modes so far. Tribe Gaming also, it hasn't been all silence on there, and they did manage to get a game victory, but I think the Sam was simply too troublesome for them this time. They gotta just suck it up and use one of their bans on the guy.
Yeah, I think they're just gonna have to figure something out. That's hard though, because Sam being a very unmeta brawler and you throw a ban at him, I mean, sometimes you gotta play your opponent, but if you're in the Tribe Gaming shoes, that's a tough call to make. But the stats speak for themselves. Another great performance here from RBM, but pretty well rounded in the kill category for Chasmac Gaming in A. Zulon, worth pointing out too, puts up some numbers on his own, but on this game mode, if we see, if we see Sam again, I will be shocked. This is knockout. You get one life and that's it every single round. Now tanks, definitely not out of the question, but if we see him again ready, I'll be shook. There's just no way, right?
I'm going to backpedal a little bit off my previous statement, right? Because, I mean, of all the modes where Sam would be maybe questionable, it's got to be here. Because, like you said, only one life, and that's not how we usually see it played. Keep in mind, we are headed into knockout, not safe zone. And, well, if anyone's safe, I think it's Chasmac Gaming in A. They have a 2-0 lead, but they can't get too aggressive. They are going to pull up the Shelly, though, which I think will be useful as we head into the later stages. She has Clay Pigeons, which is very meta for her right now, so she'll still be able to compete at long range. Tribe Gaming, though, they're planning for the end game. Tyrant loves to play this Pam. We've seen other members of the team also switch onto it, but case in point, they like this brawler and it has a lot of resiliency for when things start to close in towards the end, as that poison forces everyone together.
Yeah, I'm conflicted on how to feel about these two compositions because it's Shelly. Shelly runs the world right now. Like I mentioned earlier, 89% win rate so far throughout all of our matches here through this weekend. But on the other side, I really like Gus. I like Pam on this map as well. They have so many health points just between those two, and Zulon can dish out an extra with his super. So I think that's one way to build against this Shelly possibly. It's going to take even a few shotgun shots for Shelly to get through that. Healing station as well, especially towards those in-game, can be really devastating towards the other team. But Chasmac Gaming electing to go with something we haven't seen in a little bit here, going with Bo as one of their choices. They pick up RBM's Barley as well, which Barley, much less surprising, but Bo one that I'm a little surprised to see.
Final selection now coming in, Sprout from Tribe Gaming, the ultimate turtle up comp from Tribe Gaming. Maybe with the exception of the Gus, but still we'll be able to save that for the final moments. I think Sprout is also a good response to that Barley. Barley's really, really troublesome behind the Unbreakables, so we'll have to see Tribe Gaming sort of work around that. Sprout's a good all-rounder, doesn't lock in as much reliable DPS as Barley, and it can sometimes be a bit harder to hit your shots, but I'll trust Livy with the responsibility of playing such a brawler. What I really want to know about, though, from Chasmac Gaming and A is how are they going to execute on the Shelly? I have seen these guys play the bow a bunch of times. Okay, there's nothing really to break down there. It's the Shelly that has my attention locked on. And who else to play the aggro brawler than RBM?
Gotta do it right. I mean, he's clearly earned that role for his team. One of the most fun parts about watching Chasmac Gaming, especially for this squad, is they all kind of fulfill different responsibilities. And so for RBM, that responsibility is pulling out the shotgun and blasting some foes up close. But don't forget, she has that gadget as well if she needs to go long range. Right now, Tyrant suppressing RBM, though, on this left-hand side as everybody builds up some utility here. RBM punishing him a little bit for it, though. Pops the gadget. No kills going down yet, but especially a professional level knockout, early kills are pretty unheard of. Everybody plays it safe, looking to build up all of those supers, and then at the end game, that's where the chaos goes down.
Well, the hotter topic of discussion is who's going to get that super first, because Tyrant absolutely needs this from when the poison closes in, and he's standing real close to the edge of the map. That poison's bound to close in momentarily. Tribe Gaming still working for these. We'll see the first hedge come down. It doesn't completely block off Toast, but it affords him a bit of space to work on Fade. Tyrant also getting blasted in the face. Here's a Mama squeeze down, a takedown, 2v2 between the two. RBM, Fade, one after the other. No, Fade's still alive. Zulon looks for the final bit of damage, but Fade remains alive, and Chasmac Gaming take the round.
Not only do they survive, but Fade comes into the next one with a super. Toast just put down some mines as well, trying to trip up the enemy here. Pam seemed like a pretty decent response into RBM. They've got the gadget, which really helps into RBM. Of course, the Scrap Sucker going to withdraw some of those shots that RBM can have. But as Livy, haven't mentioned too, but can play this brawler really well. Sprout, somebody that he's certainly used to. We talked about RBM fulfilling that role a lot. Well, Sprout is one of those specialties for Livy as well, and they're doing it so in a great fashion. It's going to be hard to beat Livy on such a strong brawler as well, but today RBM and the teammates making it look so good. For now, though, it's actually the blue side being backed away. RBM looking to say something about that, though. They're going to have to be careful. Tyrant daring to move closer. Zulon hanging around as well. Super going down. Bubble being distributed. It's going to be a gadget going down as well. The healing station on the ground. The cutoff from Sprout to the mines, at least keeping them back for now. And the last call to push them away. Thrower battle on the right, while just so much action goes down on the left.
Fade has been filthy on this Barley. He's been avoiding so many of the shots from his Livy, but he's getting tapped up now. Also see the healing coming in. Zulon just barely staying alive. Got to see lots of damage in here, but Toast and Fade are alive and healthy. They're going to be taking the second round and the game win, going on to a match point. Just one win away from sweeping Tribe Gaming in a 3-set match.
That's a sentence that I don't know if I've ever said, Reddy. It's a wild thing to think about. We're in a grand finals, and Chasmac Gaming, again, a fantastic team. They've done it before, but 47% of people at home, I thought it would be Tribe Gaming before the day even started to be the first team to get multiple grand finals in NA East. They're only one game away from losing out on that. Chasmac Gaming NA have put on a show for the people at home here today, and they're looking to do so for one more game to crown themselves monthly finals champions.
Let's see if they're able to execute on it. Tribe Gaming this time, they need to make sure that they don't feed that super to RBM, but it might be sort of inevitable. Already a super for RBM, and Tyrant, that's kind of hanging out to dry. He doesn't have anything to work with once everything starts closing in. Big wall break too, another Clay Pigeons popped, but no value so far. RBM seriously low on health. He's also trying to preserve that band-aid for the later stages of the game, or just for those moments where he sees an opportunity to go aggressive. So far, though, so good for both teams. Maybe less so for Tribe Gaming because they are missing a lot of walls. There's the turret down to RBM at risk of falling. There it is. Toast and Fade only kept alive by the healing medicinal bottles. Toast now going to fall. Fade left alone on the top right. Tribe Gaming managed to take the round.
Yeah, we're just going to have to see Tribe take this one at a time, right? One round is exactly what we needed to see them do to just claw their way back into this one. It's not even about the reverse sweep right now. I think it's just about their legacy, about the dynasty that is Tribe Gaming in this region. Going down 3-0 to any team on the planet is unheard of for them. They had such a strong performance at an international level, and now they come home and maybe the competition in NA is just built a little bit differently. Healing station available for Tyrant. They distribute the Gust Bubble. there for a little extra HP, slowly going to dwindle away. RBM holding on to the super fade with the last call available to him. Once again, it's going to come down to the fog closing in.
Tribe Gaming seem to be equipped. Here comes the turret. Mama Squeeze active. Toast trying to dispel it. Immediately Fade also chiming in to deal with it. Taken down by the gadget combo from Zulon. And RBM's just barely alive. There's a super as well. A takedown to Toast, and RBM is a one-man army. He's got to finish things off here, and he's avoiding a lot of damage so far too. Also have to be mindful. There it is. The gadget combo as well from Zulon. And the match point resides, but it could go into set number 4 as long as Tribe Gaming get this next win.
Quick sip for his Livy, and right back to business. They still got a long road ahead of them, but one game at a time, and that's the first one that they really needed to see. Momentum is a crazy thing, and mental a big part of any esport, and Brawl Stars is certainly no exception here. To kick things off, it's going to be Toast actually laning the left-hand side. They're going to send Shelly to the mid. Very interesting choice. Maybe try and catch Zulon off guard with a gadget. For now, it's just going to be Tyrant holding on to the left-hand lane. Big, beefy Pam is a lot to deal with for anyone, and Toast doesn't necessarily have the range to where he can get a quick pickup here. And of course, a continued battle of throwers here on the right-hand side is this Livy playing one of his most iconic brawlers against the Fade Barley.
I will say, though, Fade's doing a remarkable job at keeping him back and also dodging out these projectiles. Even when Overgrowth is active, he seems to be able to dodge these out, but he's playing at max range. He's bound to get hit by one eventually, still avoiding most forms of damage, and also using medical use to stay alive, ready to spring into action at any moment. RBM, gotta see the exact same for him. Standing just on the edge of the bushes, managing to avoid a lot of the shots from Tyrant, not giving away his position too much, but at the same time, could get stacked out here. Lots and lots of damage, and now the gadget down from Fade. Tyrant sort of left alone, completely surrounded, not taken down just yet. There's the kill, and he's got the healing. Now blasted out of bounds into the poison by RBM, and that's the round for Chasmac.
Tyrant went for gold there, dropped the super in a 2v1 situation. Of course, Pam was equipped to maybe deal with that, but once RBM had that super that pierced through the healing station, that forced Tyrant back into the storm, well, it was a pretty tough thing to come back from. And again, I think they're going to be looking for Pam towards the in-game here to lane up against RBM. They want to make sure they have access to the gadget for Scrap Sucker into RBM, but he's just too darn good. The aggression has been unreal, and now Sniper Shelly on the loose as well. Zulon taking some heavy heat. He's going to have to back away. Has a super available, but holding on for dear life at 750 HP, barely surviving. Toast, RBM, Fade, all with supers now, and things looking very scary for the sides of Tribe Gaming.
So if he has a super, if he's able to push past Fade, they will be able to sort of block off RBM a little bit. Could do the same for Toast on the left lane. He's trying to find that positioning for it. RBM's still going to have a bit of room that he can sneak through. Poison's also bound to be closing in momentarily. Fade now with the super in. Lots and lots of damage on the left side. RBM still alive. Tyrant at risk of falling. Zulon gets tapped up. It's a trade. Down goes Tyrant. And Chasmac Gaming, just like that, they are your monthly finals champions here in NA East.
For the first time in 2 years. Goodness, rotating the phone too. Caught me off guard a little bit. You scared me, brother. For the first time in any match in 2 years of BSC gameplay, Tribe Gaming have been swept. A dynasty brought into question now after such a strong showing at an international level, and now being 3-0 swept by Chasmac Gaming. Congratulations to the back-to-back monthly finals champions, CMGNA.
What a wonderful performance. I mean, also making history here, sort of for themselves here in the respect of Chasmac, but also on the side of Tribe Gaming. They came into this looking very, very strong. And I think, honestly, this says a lot more about Chasmac than it does about Tribe. They are on fire right now. Only a single game conceded throughout this entire series. Brilliant drafts, brilliant gameplay just across the board. Seriously impressive, and a very, very well-earned victory.
More than well earned, and brother, I'm kind of fearful for you when F. returns to the podium, because he's going to have an earful for you, my man. 80-20 not aging well, 60-40 not aging super well either for either of us, so I'm sure F. will let us hear about that a little later down the line. Grand finals, though, it's just incredible stuff. I mean, to do it at this level, to do it 2 months in a row, and again, Tribe Gaming should have all the confidence in the world. They performed excellently at the international stage. They get second place, and now they come home to CMG, who have been waiting for an opportunity for a rematch, and they took full advantage of it. RBM obviously capturing the eyes of many, including ourselves, with the aggressive gameplay, but this was a team effort. I really do think every guy doing their part. Fade here with 6 kills, Toast with 4, and the MVP vote, I think it's going to be RBM from the people at home if I had to take a prediction, but I will say I think a lot of credit deserved to all of the guys here for CMG.
Every single team member putting in so much work. We'll see who it winds up being. Chasmac, they've looked so strong. There's the RBM MVP, and he's the MVP even from set number 1 in my heart. That 99% comeback, I think, really was on his shoulders in a lot of ways. He played that Sam excellently 2 times in a row, keeping up the aggression. It's just what he does well.
I think so too. I mean, they've definitely found a formula that works, to say the least here. It was just awesome to watch, not just winning, but winning in the fashion that they did. Winning their way is a big part of it for me too. They kind of go against the grain a little bit with that selection. Again, Sam is not a regular choice. This isn't even an NA thing, I would say. I think this is just an RBM and a Chasmac Gaming NA thing, and I have a lot of respect for that. I think they did a great job doing that and just playing in the Tribe Gaming, maybe even catching off guard. Again, I don't watch every practice. There's only so many things that we can know, but that is definitely something that caught my attention, and I think deserves a lot of recognition here for these guys.
Well done for them. I'm incredibly happy for the CMG guys because they've become your first team in NA East to win 2 monthly finals in a row. This has been a really inconsistent region, and we could finally be finding some form of consistency here. It also pushes them up in points too, which gets them that much closer to representing the NA East region on the international stage.
Yeah, pretty wild to think about, right? I mean, in this region, we've got LCQ and a world spot on the line. And so a 3-0 defeat towards Tribe Gaming is a real statement. Going through the LCQ is an extra step that I'm sure Tribe Gaming don't want to take. And for CMG, a couple of these guys have made worlds before, but a couple of them haven't. A couple of them haven't had that opportunity to play at an international stage. So the Quota-Man F-Dot, I'm sure they're really hungry too. And I know from talking with Tribe Gaming, I'm sure this is going to hurt, but they are definitely willing to want to prove themselves too. They're still looking for that first international victory just as an entire event as a whole. So I'm sure Worlds, LCQ, whatever it takes to get there, they'll be more than keen to go grab it. But for today, it is going to be Chasmac Gaming Ready who take the big honor of our grand finals, now back-to-back champions.
Just stellar stuff. We see now the point representing on the board, only 10 points behind. Chasmac Gaming and they were waiting for Tribe Gaming to come back home after their 2nd place finish at Masters, and now they've had something waiting for them the entire time, but they're still not there just yet. Tribe Gaming are a remarkably consistent team. We've said this repeatedly, and Chasmac Gaming NA being able to get the upper hand 2 times just isn't enough to make up for a lack of consistency, for lack of better words, in the earlier part of the season. They seem to be hitting their stride now. Of course, don't want to place any curse on it, but I'm always hoping for the come up with these guys.
Well, we're going to get to hear from the back-to-back monthly champions now. Bringing on to the mic, Toast. Congratulations, and you look a little different, Toast. I don't know if we can hear you, but if you can hear me, there it is. Congratulations. Back-to-back monthly finals champions right now. You guys are the first in NA East to win multiple grand finals on the year. Congratulations. And first of all, how does it feel? I mean, especially after kind of waiting on the sidelines there during that break for BSC, you guys had to watch 2 counterparts in Tribe Gaming and STMN and go at it. And now you come back and you win this one. How does it feel proving yourselves, especially against a team like Tribe?
Yeah, I mean, it feels great. Obviously, they're a very, very good team. We saw them play at ESL. And honestly, it was kind of sad watching. Obviously, we all really want to be there, my entire team and I. So we're hoping that we can make Worlds or LCQ at the worst, but hopefully Worlds, and hopefully get to play against those teams and show how we can perform at the world level.
Absolutely. I mean, now knowing what you can do and seeing how well Tribe and STMN perform, does that kind of influence how you all feel about your odds if you make that international stage? I mean, like you said, it's got to hurt, but more than well earned today. And seeing them do as well, do you think you guys could do the same, if not better?
Yeah, I think we can do very well at Worlds. I think we all have a unique ball pool on our team. I think we're very unlike Tribe and a little bit similar to STMN, but also different in our own way. So I think that will bring a new thing to the international level, and I'm hoping that we can prove ourselves there, and I'm excited to do it.
Yes, sir. I think a lot of the reason why we love watching you all so much is the unique play style that you all have. You know, we say it on the broadcast all the time, but one of the unique things that I find about Chasmac Gaming NA is that you guys are 4 different players with 4 very different responsibilities. I mean, take RBM, for example, popping off there with a brawler that doesn't get a lot of playing time these days. You know, how do you get away with that? How do you have the confidence to run things that aren't necessarily meta? You know, what makes you all stand out and be so confident in those choices?
Well, we definitely knew we wanted Sam on parallel. I mean, we went in a lot in scrims. It worked very well. I think we won almost every single time with it, or every time. So, like, we knew we wanted that brawler. We were actually going to leave Shelly open, but then we saw tying Shelly against Motomamis, so I decided to ban it. And then in Safe Zone, we actually played against Patchy's team in a scrim and LG Luminosity Gaming, and they beat us with Sam very, very badly yesterday. So I was like, okay, like obviously this works because we can't beat it no matter what we did. So we tried it once, we won with it, and we're like, you know what, we're just gonna go with it because Safe Zone is one of Tribe's best maps. So we're gonna have to definitely pull out something to surprise them, and that's what we did.
I love that. I mean, literally coming up with the idea yesterday for something that has such high stakes. I mean, such impressive stuff. Always great talking to you, Toast. Gonna get your final thoughts here. Anybody that you want to thank before we let you go?
Yep, thank you to Charlie Mack, obviously, our org winner. Love CMG. Hopefully we get a pin one day. And then also shout out to my team, obviously. Love you guys, our coach Sward. And shout out to the entire group chat, especially Patchy with that Sam thing yesterday. That's really saved us. And I think that's a big part of why we won. So big shout out to you, Patchy. Thank you.
Well, we'll get to see Patchy a little later down the line as well. We'll see if he can pop off the same as y'all. But congratulations once again, Toast. Well earned. And again, the first team in North America East to win back-to-back or 2 grand finals. Have a great one.
You too. Thank you.
All right. I mean, what a day, Reddy. Great interview with him. Always a privilege catching up with that side. And again, just such impressive stuff overall. I think you heard it from Toast. It's something that they really want to do. They want to make it to that international stage. And it even hurts. And as, you know, past competitor in sports or whatever it may be, I'm sure that's really got a feel for him. But now seeing that they can beat Tribe, a team that got second in that international, confidence got to be an all-time high if you're a CMG fan.
Yeah, I mean, coming in with strats, collaboration across the region, and also playing things really intelligently, having some intuition, and making some split-second decisions that end up working out in the end. It gives me a lot of hope for CMG, considering also they won the last month as well. So that form of consistency, I think they're on a really, really good road to possibly qualifying for the World Finals.
I think they've got a great shot too, and that'll wrap up NA East, but don't go anywhere. Brawl Stars will continue with NA West at 3:55 Pacific time. Hold on, folks, grab your snacks, and we'll be back in just a little bit. See you then.
grind. Boring.
My headshot. My headshot.
Spotty Mike's server. Spawning likes soda.
It has all been coming down to this.
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion.
Oh my word! What an incredible moment!
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing. Be the first and last out, make it happen. We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing.
Without further ado, let's get brawling.
Welcome back, Brawl friends. It is us here in the building, the place to be, F-Dot and Kenny. We just got a chance to watch North America East do their thing. Congratulations to CMG as they are the victors, but now a whole new battlefield. Kenny, how you doing? You ready for the NA West?
I'm ready, and we've got some new opponents on the way too, or similar opponents, but new name. Luminosity Gaming enters the arena here for this month. So a lot of cool stuff going down for NA West. Similarly to NA East too, we had some interesting international play from one of these teams as well. So we'll get to see if they can still keep up on the STMN side, but we just saw Chasmac Gaming pull off a pretty big win. So I don't know, we could have some more fireworks here for sure.
Let's take a look at all the teams that have been competing here, or at least contending here. LG, that's Patchy's team. They're up on top, and Stamina is that number 2 team. And then, of course, Reconic and Washed making up the 3rd and 4th place. Some strong stuff going on across the way. All 4 of those teams, I think, can really compete. And North America East has had 4 different winners, I believe. And then this month was the only time we've seen a repeat in the monthly finals. NA West, a little bit more top-sided than that. But still, everybody eating for the most part, Kenny.
Yeah, Luminosity Gaming, of course, taking our first couple, but STMN responded in month number 3 and then performed super well in an international stage too. At Masters, they were a team to certainly watch, but some really strong opponents here in NA West too. So STMN joined by some great company here. They're going to be taking on Wash Team first, and of course, Luminosity Gaming, they were pushed to a close one here in the quarterfinals, I might add, but nonetheless, still make it to the semifinals once again, where they'll be playing against Reconic Esports North America.
All right. Well, predictions, of course, are a big part of what we do here at the Brawl Stars Championship. And so we ask you guys to get involved in predictions, and event.brawlstars.com is where you can do just that. As far as our predictions, we've got Stamina and LG going all the way, and Ready Set is the one leaning on the Luminosity Gamers to take down STMN. I think that is a bold prediction. I get where it comes from. I think this LG squad, you know, Patchy and the guys, they're real good. And there is some intangible, Kenny, to like, we've got a new org, we've got a new flag that we've got to represent. I just don't know if that's going to be enough to take care of Stamina.
Yeah, I feel pretty similarly to how I did in NA East. If you just watched us over there, definitely tune in if you didn't and watch back because it was some awesome matches. But I feel pretty similarly about Luminosity like I do for, you know, Chasmac Gaming. And I was wrong, so take that with a grain of salt. But at least for that, like you said, there's some really good stuff that we've seen from Luminosity. I mean, they've actually won more monthly finals championships in NA West than STMN has. But nonetheless, I was impressed with them at an international stage for STMN. They are still what I'm going to call the safer team. So, you know, anytime I do this, I'm imagining that I am predicting on behalf of our viewers. And if they want to earn those exclusive rewards at event.brawlstars.com, I put my faith just a little bit more in STMN for now. But Luminosity, obviously a phenomenal roster.
That's nice of you. I like how nice you are to the fans. I'm not so nice.
Right so far, but
I'm not so nice. I think here's the thing though about that LG prediction is that Stamina, they win big, but they lose big too. And so there is a possibility. All of us commentators have leaned towards Stamina here in this first matchup. Bobby, Sans, Czar, and OG make up this composition. They are 4-player strong. They were playing in a team house out in Vegas, I believe, but now have since gone back to their own locales. Czar, hey buddy. I love the waves. Are a little bit more shy, but he's playing out of Mexico. Very fun for the Stamina guys. And Czar has been a big part of this team for sure.
Oh, he is a beast. I mean, getting to interact with him in San Diego when we were down there was awesome. I mean, a great player to watch as well. Like you added, they've had him on the team for a little bit now. I mean, OG, Czar, Bobby, they added Sands into the fold last year too. All of these guys have plenty of playing time together as well. And I think they've really started to hit their stride in the most recent era of Brawl Stars. This is one of those teams that was grinding in North America for a long time. And now, especially with the split between East and West, I feel like they've really started to shine the most. So I'm very excited to see what they do. Looks like he's ready to scrap up and hit the boxing as well. Okay. He's got some tough opponents on the other end, though. Batuchas, Alianis, and Payne, certainly no strangers to the light as well.
Yeah, absolutely. For as long as Stamina has been a team kind of sticking together and not making any changes, Wash Team recently made some changes here, and that's why we see the three guys up doing what they're doing. And Bedich is here on the stream. He's got one fan behind him, but I think there's a lot more fans online for sure. This Wash Team squad is a team. Yeah, you like that one? This Wash Team squad is a bunch of guys that really kind of, listen, they represent a lot of the Spanish-speaking crowd. There's a lot of fans. Fans go really hard for the squad, and I would be really happy to see Wash Team. It seems like they're one step away from reaching the same level as our top teams, and I would like to see them hit it.
I would too. I mean, they've just been a great team for elevating the level of competition. They're one of the great examples, especially these players the last couple years, whether they're on this roster or different ones last year, have been awesome to watch. 93 to 7% though. The people at home strong for STMN. Maybe they saw what we saw at Masters as well. These guys are phenomenal. They should be the ones that are given a lot of love. I mean, 93 to 7's a lot, but honestly, STMN have been excellent. It's hard to bet against them right now, so I'm going to understand it. Anytime I see, that 90 to 10ish number, I feel like it's, these are pro teams. There's usually a little more odds than that, but I will say I consider STMN a step above these guys for now, like you said. But Wash teams certainly have the capability of hitting that ceiling as well, I think.
First pick Willow for Wash Team. Here we go. Want to touch on the bans right quick. No Shelly and no Ruffs. Shelly is kind of like one of the better brawlers we've seen her, and Ruffs is just kind of a go-to selection. But Wash Team here, they ban out the Gray and the Stu, for what it's worth, who Stu is just, everybody plays Stu well, but Gray particularly is an STMN special. So a lot of attention being paid to the individuals on the, can we say green and yellow? What colors is Stamina?
Yeah,
green and yellow.
Gold maybe? Yeah.
Okay. Well, there's the Mr. P selection alongside the Jesse. We discussed Mr. P in North America West or North America East, but if you're just joining us, this is the NA special. You ask some NA players and they'll just say that Mr. P is the best. When it comes down to the spawners, just the ability to block single target shots is a big deal. And Kenny, you mentioned his HP, so look out for Mr. P in the North American region. But we saw Jesse last time as well. Talk to me about Jesse.
Jesse's definitely an interesting one, especially for this game mode, and I think taking it and pairing it with Mr. P is actually really wise for STMN. Kind of makes them more secure in their own pick as well, because Jesse alongside that turret can do a great job at holding down hot zones, but in addition, the bounce shots can do really well into the porters. So when you pair these two together, it's almost like you're taking a counter out of the equation. So kind of putting all their eggs in one basket, and it actually works out to be a pretty solid brawler, I think. I don't think we see it as much on Split necessarily, but if they keep these walls up especially, I think Penny's turret Penny's turret as well, of course, which we just saw, but Jesse's turret can get a lot of value too.
Sam. Now, Sam ran the last set that we saw out of North America East. RBM just kind of embarrassed anybody that took a fight to him. Wash Team trying to do the same. I will say, RBM, that's kind of what he does. I'm not saying nobody else can pilot the Sam the way he can, but I do think that was sort of an RBM Chasmac Gaming particular. I would love it if Wash Team could do the same, so I'm eager to keep an eye out. But Mr. P, Jesse, and Lou is going to be the draft from Stamina, and that's a wild one for me.
Yeah, pretty interesting. I mean, I didn't really expect either of these drafts to kind of happen, if I'm being honest. There's pieces to it that I certainly could have predicted. Mr. P, one we've mentioned a bunch. Teammate I got to interview earlier, OG, even mentioned that Mr. P's in his top 5. Expect to see him a lot. But when paired with Jesse and Lou, that's a very interesting lineup. Typically, we see a little more of a versatile composition. All of these feels like they could be mids on any particular map, but some of them are going to be kind of forced to play these narrow lanes against a brawler that we just saw pop off. I will add, Wash Team are a team that definitely are known for playing the tankier brawlers as well. They're certainly equipped to be pretty good on that too, so we'll see if they can excel like RBM did as well.
Ooh.
Hot start here for them, but Sands taking over alongside Zarp rather quickly.
Yeah, I think Split definitely lends itself to allowing tank play, unless the opponent steps up this hard. Stamina has gone past and beyond, and won't even allow Sam to find a safe spot on the back end. Petrucci's in pain now, looking for the left-hand side as Sands and Bobby duel against Elianas, and the latter do win. Sends Bobby to the left side, 38 to about 38 and counting.
Both sides pretty even right now in terms of overall percentage, but the red side definitely has some work to do on the right-hand edge. It's going to be Czar, Bobby, currently owning the left-hand side as the garbage can lobs up some big fireballs. And it's going to be an ice rink on the right to keep them away here too. STMN going to be able to run away with it a little bit here unless Wash Team respond, and all 3 brawlers, thankfully for them, can get it done on the left.
Really like the way Sands is playing this, Lou. Not just kind of putting circle on circle, but also using it to deny entry to the other zones. And with a 40% lead here for Stamina, that's game 1. Very well played as they walk over Wash Team.
Yeah, Czar even sitting back and relaxing here. Hands over the head, legs crossed, just chilling. Just another day at the office for him. I mean, I think it was pretty solid gameplay overall. Again, felt like one of those sets where, or excuse me, games where it's hard to point out any flaws. I mean, I think just from top to bottom, everybody doing their part, pretty solid stuff, and an interesting composition like we mentioned, but they make it work. We're gonna have to see this X Factor and Alianis playing the Sam really pop off like we did see it earlier in NA East.
So, I mean, like, interesting, we're really just using interesting as a euphemism for, like, rare. We just don't see this comp. But at the end of the day, if you sit back and do the math like you've never seen Brawl Stars before, all these make a lot of sense. Even the Jesse, right? You're looking for just, there are small corridors to walk here onto the point. But I want to change pace here as Wash Team is the one doing all the work here. 60% and counting. Stamina dropping a Lou super on the left-hand side to try and change things up. 2 for 1. And that might give them entry onto the left side, but they are under the thumb here, Kenny. 80% for Wash Team and pretty much 20 for Stamina.
Yeah, one of the first Circle 8s that have been possible for skating on this left-hand side, maybe ever in Brawl Stars Esports, but they still have so much to come back from right now. Big pop right there of the Super. Sand's going to be forced away. A cleanup here from Alianis, even though he does receive the brain freeze. Only a few more percentage points, and I think the boys over on STMN know this one is shocked. It's going to be 1-1 overall. Big bounce back from Wash Team.
So one of the big things that I noticed here, the difference between game 1 and game 2, Kenny, was Sands was on the left side, and then Stamina got their positioning, and the Lou supers came out in front of that left side pathway. This time around, he went onto the right lane, and I just did not see as successful area denial from Stamina. Sands is back on the left-hand side, and that might be the key.
Yeah, I think that's a good call by you, too. I think Sands ideally playing into the Alianis lane. They want to put down the Winter Wonderland because tanks are warm-blooded creatures. They hate playing the likes of Gale, Lou, and all of those types of brawlers. Like you see here, he needs to be up close in your face, and when he's frozen, he can't move, and it's just easy lineups there for Sands, who gets yet another super here.
That's what I'm talking about, just in front of the point. There's no reason to put it on the point. Use it to deny entry. And through that, Sands is able to tie the game pretty much, earn a little bit extra. But they got to do it again. Czar taking down the Sam player. And the super goes on the point to allow Sands entry as he was stuck behind. Now stepping forward, taking down Pain, but he falls down himself. Stamina with a lead, but a small one, and it's dwindling.
Yeah, it's going to dwindle quickly, too, especially if they hold on to this right-hand side. Bobby struggling with the home side as Sands comes to the rescue. They're now rotating him over as Alianis picks up a kill here as well, goes down. Sands steps forward. Zar with the stun left-hand side. Batucha is trying to hold on for dear life, capturing their home side turf. It's going to all come down to the away ends as Bobby and Sands look to hold on to this right-hand side.
Stamina needs both sides here for sure. Right side still counting up. That's their home side, so to speak. Pain behind enemy lines as Stamina ties it up. Watch team completely done on the left-hand side. Now needs to get the away position. Sands pops the super on the point to allow Zar to step up, and he does just that. 1:11 to go. Make a wish. Stamina winning on the right side, losing on the left.
Tight one right now, 10% between these two teams. Olaba really throwing down some fireballs just to keep them back right now. Sands holding on to a super here too, and like you said, great positioning of that, getting the brain freeze as well. Sands steps forward, looking for the kill. He's not even worried about his own zone.
Again,
Perfect defense right there, ruthless. 80% and climbing now as STMN look to focus left.
Alianis looking at Bobby and looking away as Bobby falls down. Zar, the next target for the Sand player, coming around the corner. Pop, pop, there's the left and the right. But Stamina still all right. As the 87% to Wash Team 63. Sands is on a tear. And the super's down, so is Pain. Trade-out's good though. So as we count down from 13, Stamina has a 20% lead. And I don't know if it's going to go anywhere as Bobby's on the point as well. So that be that. Stamina take it in game 3 for set 1.
And it was a lot tighter than I think this in-game kind of alluded to. You know, 27% the final number, but I was impressed with the Wash team. And I don't know, man, maybe this whole Sam Brawler guy needs to be given a little more respect in the tier list because it's somebody coming into this month when talking with pro players. Maybe I just need to talk to even more of them coming into these things because I had no idea that this was coming. I mean, CMG shined through and it didn't win there, but I definitely felt like it did a great job overall. It's a brawler that's caught me off guard and just been really fun to watch too. Just kind of knuckle busting his way forward, causing a lot of utility and forcing that out of STMN. It helped them win a lot in game number 2. In game number 3, couldn't quite do it. STMN still just a step ahead of them there, but I do like the effort, and I think it's a brawler that I'm going to have to keep my eye out for a lot more now.
Yeah, listen, I love it. Look at the way this map is divided. You know, it's going to give the tanks a chance to get involved in a very in a much easier way that we might see on some other map selections, and so I think it was a nice choice. I have no beef with Wash's draft. I have minimal beef with how they played it, honestly. Really, Sands did it, man. Look at Zar as well. 10 kills for the big boy. 273 in the DPS department. But Sands was doing all that and utility, man. Those loose supers were so incredible with how skinny the entryways are on this map. Sands was denying entry left and right. Really, I mean, we do set MVPs, not we do match MVPs, not set MVPs. But Sands was the MVP for that easily.
Yeah, I'll second with you there. I think the amount of supers that man cycled in was unbelievable. Lou is typically not the easiest brawler to play either. I mean, his shot formation is a little interesting. That's not just a straight line. You know, those snowballs kind of fan out a little bit, and it's not always easy, especially when you got a big, beefy Sam running at you. And so to line up those shots and take advantage of kind of those narrow alleyways, just fantastic work to watch. And now I think teams are catching on to what we have pointed out many times tonight. Not just one Sam ban, 2 more than even Shelly, who had an 89% win rate right now. A lot of respect for both of these teams, and they're putting some serious respect on Sam's name.
Well, pinhole punt coming through, and we see the first pick from Betuches to be the M's, one of my favorite personal brawlers. I love the way she just denies a lot of it. If you notice, area denial is a big thing I like to say because space control is so huge in Brawl Stars. And of course, when it comes down to Brawl Ball for sure, the Shelly ban is there, so we won't see it. But the Poco and the B, Wash team is picking their next 2, Kenny, but I want your opinion on what Stamina is going to end their draft with.
Yeah, two very different brawler selections for them so far. And something to keep in mind, too, they have Ims on the other end. Now we add on a Max for a little extra piece of the puzzle to think about things. But it's a tough spot to be in, right? You want to take advantage of Poco, and I feel like to really bring his ceiling out, you're going to want to pair it with a tankier choice. But on the other end, they've got Ims, and now they pair it with Max. And those two together are a long-time Brawl Stars synergy. So I think they kind of leave themselves open for a few things. I think this is a situation where it's, hey, let's read the defense and see if we can make the right call. Maybe call an audible if they have to as well. Because they really don't, you know, hold themselves back in any way. These are two pretty solid brawlers. B, very consistent. One of the most played before our break and still pretty solid here today. Poco, of course, though, as a healer, is typically going to want to go with one of those aggressive brawlers, but you don't see Sam, you don't see Shelly, and no Ashe available.
No Ashe.
And now the other side as well, they've picked a Griff, so that's a pretty scary proposition, and they're going to go with Spike, just safety. I think it's hard to run the tank there. I don't know.
Yeah.
I like Poco in general, solid brawler, but hard to get a read on it. This is just a draft that brings their ceiling out.
Does he need... This draft doesn't look terrible. Does Poco need a tank to be able to play? I feel like no.
I agree. I don't think it's necessary. I think it helps, but, you know, Screeching Poco is still a lot of fun, still does that extra little bit of damage that travels across the map. And at the end of the day, he can still heal teammates too. So they're a little more on the lightweight side, but I think they had a pretty open to interpretation strategy. They read the defense. They said, hey, we cannot run a tank into Griff and Ims. Let's just do the safe thing.
Well, Stamina enter this one up 1-0. And Wash Team comes out real fast. Matuches gets a little bit punished for it. Stamina taking their step forward now. And Pain really denying this right side to Bobby rather well. Ball in the possession of Wash Team, pushed forward. But the squad, there it is. Max Super pushes them forward. The goal is good. Matuches off of the called play. Hits goal 1.
Wow, impressive stuff. First 30 seconds, we're already with a goal here, and it's going to come down to if they can hold on here. Sands now getting Matuches holding down. Pain forced away. The extra range of STMN is where they can really shine. Czar can outlane any matchup here if he keeps his distance. Sands can do the same, but the extra speed, the area control coming in from Wash Team is a lot to handle. Big pickup here. Now Bobby looking to deal with Alianis. Low HP, taking advantage of his super to try and get a little extra juice going. Kick go. Misconnection though. The life plant, can he stay alive? It's going to be close, but he doesn't. Blown opportunity here, and Wash Team will at least hold on for another moment.
And because of the staggered deaths, that means staggered respawns. The Stamina boys having some fun with the pins. But yeah, missed goal opportunity for Stamina. But they intelligently recognize that the staggered respawns won't allow them the second chance opportunity. So they wait, they bide their time, and then they're coming back in like an Onyx. Sands on the left-hand side, everybody dead. Here comes Pain, and pushed away. Bobby can't make it happen thanks to the friend zone. Nice job there from Pain.
Yeah, Ims is going to be one of the best goalkeepers in the game. Like you said, the friend zone gadget to push the enemies away, a high amount of DPS rather quickly, and now taking that on to Bobby there, who activates gadget, trying to prevent his teammates from being slowed down in that circle, but it is too lethal. Wash Team overwhelming their opponents, and they don't even want to go for the goal. They're just going to pocket that darn ball, top left-hand side, and ride the clock out.
That's a smart play. I usually, a lot of times we see teams like kind of corner the ball with a minute to go, and I'm like, come on guys. But this is the intelligent play. 9 seconds, Stamina can't make this happen. And honestly, after Stamina missed that goal opportunity here, Kenny, they had like another, let's say, surge. And then after that second play, it looked like they just got disjointed. This was the missed opportunity. Alianis makes a great save, and then Sands unfortunately misses. Czar doesn't pick up the ball. There's a lot that goes wrong here. And then it felt like Stamina, they weren't deflated there. But soon after that, it looked like they were all playing solo queue. So hopefully time between games gets them back in position and they're able to shake it off.
Yeah, Alianis got a kind of a lucky break there as well. The star power that he chooses heals him up a little bit. He got a nice little pop there, but no luck to be found right now. It's going to be 3 STMN brawlers walking it forward. Sands ball in hand, and this one, that's impossible to miss. Wide goal and a walk-in for STMN. Fantastic response in game number 2.
Exactly. Low latency response is what I want to see when you get stepped on like that. That really shows the mental strong, and honestly, it bolsters the mental as well. So a quick goal here for the STMN guys, but Wash team, Giannis on the good side of a duel, and Sands make sure to punish it. It's a 2-on-2. No goal opportunity at the moment, as both players on Washed are popped and the ball shoved up. Dude, Giannis keeps putting up a stamina pin. I can't handle it.
My brain was thinking the same thing, man. I don't know if it's respect or disrespect, but right now, STMN seriously disrespecting their opponents. It's Bobby with a big kill.
Go for it.
Guard for human life right now, and even though they're throwing up their pins, they're taking them down. STMN retaliate.
That was, you know what? For as sloppy as that missed goal opportunity was before, that's how good this goal score was. I love to see the team share the ball. It can be difficult when you're playing Brawl to really see those passing lines because of how large players can be, but the vision there, the map vision that Stamina had was really, really strong. Pass, push. Love that play. Stamina ties it 1-1.
Yeah, excellent way to just stay disciplined. Keep in mind that they believe in themselves, to be confident. All is good, and like you said, they were so close last time. Why not just do the thing this time? No mistakes right now as STMN dribble this ball forward. Bobby looking to walk a wide open goal after several takedowns. Once again, they made one mistake, but since then have played almost perfectly in terms of scoring.
Yeah, it's been really impressive with how they've responded, and honestly, this might be a quick second one as well. Two players fall down, but Tuch is the only man on defense, and the ball in the back of the net. It's two in the pocket, and Stamina move on to the next set.
Very different emotion from our man Czar there as well, going from, man, we kind of messed up there a little bit, and now with 2 straight game wins and a 2-set lead, he's out here smiling, life's good. I mean, impressive stuff, and a nice bounce back too. And again, another decent game 1 there from Wash team, but just couldn't hold on for the duration of the set. STMN just looked like a lot to handle, and again, I think that's a lot due to who they are, their aggression, and they're used to kind of W-keying. It's something that he talked about internationally a lot, but right now, Bobby just talked about how it is a W-key kind of meta. You walk it forward, you stay aggressive, you put the pressure on your opponents, and they picked up more than enough kills to get them the goals necessary.
Yeah, absolutely. Just strong stuff out of the entire team here. I really like the target acquisition. A lot of these goals happen when 2 brawlers look at the same guy, delete him, and then open up the scoring lane. And that stuff doesn't happen without good comms and also a little bit of prediction. You got to know who your teammate's going to call almost before they call it in order to make some of these plays happen. This one, all right, you just had to hit the buttons. But Sands and the rest of Stamina, they certainly do it to him. All 3 players above 200 DPS. In fact, Sands almost hitting 300. Everybody on Wash team, a little bit left to be desired here. But as Wash looks up the mountain at a 2-0 standpoint now, they take the field for Bounty. And you mentioned how Stamina is a very aggressive team. Aggression can sometimes play against you in this game mode.
Yeah, you can't punish yourself too much, right? This is a very passive-aggressive type of game mode, and a lot of the times, too, it comes down to who strikes last. I don't expect to necessarily see STMN with the constant pressure, the constant kills. You know, this is more of a sit-back and relax kind of map, and in the sense that, you know, once you get your kill, don't go crazy, hold on to your lead, try and get that blue star if you can, and just let the clock ride out. Sometimes it's about strategically knowing when to back away rather than get aggressive, and STMN certainly capable of doing both.
Picks and bans are out. Wash team ban a lot of Stamina's favorites. I'm looking at the first and second ban of the Mr. P and the Bonnie, things that Stamina like to play a lot. So they go Ruffs and RT. And across the way, it's Gray, Bell, and a waiting last pick.
Interesting stuff, but all pretty normal, all things considered. Again, no Shelly, no Mr. P, just a couple notes, and we keep pointing it out just because we're not used to it, right? Before this kind of second half began, Mr. P was really nowhere to be found, but has since skyrocketed in play rate and awareness across the meta here. Bonnie, somebody that I anticipate seeing a lot too in these ban stages, just because of how strong she is right now. First selection here for a thrower, it is going to be Grom coming in, and yeah, again, just kind kind of pretty standard X's and Y's. You're going to go with your sharpshooters, Gray, who can kind of be helpful with the teleport, and throw a thrower in there as well.
I haven't seen anybody use Gray as successfully as Stamina. Ooh, somebody in East Asia or somebody in Southeast Asia, and I apologize for my lack of remembrance here, but somebody pulled some cool tech out. But outside of that, Stamina has been the Gray team for me, and so we've seen Watch Team now do this twice, where they either pick or ban it, and I think that's a good look. Zar going to be showing up on the Sprout here, but this has been one of my most anticipated monthly finals this month in a while, because one, we're coming off of a break, and two, the rumble about Mr. P. And when it comes to Brawl players, this is a little BM, but I never know when they're trolling me or when they're being serious. And I see all this talk about Mr. P being the best brawler, and I'm like, are they messing with me? And now we see it, and it's super fun watching the Penguin kind of like get free real estate in everybody's head. And so no Mr. P this time around. Sans on the RT. And Stamina does grab the blue star at first, but Batuches grabs Zar. So it's 2-1, Wash Team with the lead, Stamina with the blue.
Yeah, it did cost them ultimately. Going for that blue star again, it's really nice to have, but ultimately it comes down to kills too. So Wash Team, the first ones to strike. They're now going to be able to hold behind these walls, and this is where the more passive side of the passive-aggressive game mode comes in, right? Got to pick your spots very wisely, and I think Wash Team right now don't want to back off entirely. They're still throwing down shots. They can lob some stuff over the walls with Alianis. They've got the nest egg set up. They've got Pain now with the Super 2, and he can get an isolation play if necessary as well. The wall going down here, Zor trying to protect himself. The walking cane dangerously close to connecting, but he's going to stay healthy for now. A minute to go, 1 kill on the board, and it's Wash Team's favor.
Backed up into a corner. Sans picks off one. Ooh, Bobby went for it, but gets pulled and pushed down. Wash Team with the lead and the blue star. Ton of Brawl to be played, though. 47 seconds on the clock. Bobby is now playing left side, where Sans was previously. Sans is also playing left side. So the 2-on-1 here in the left lane.
Yeah, it's going to be a little skinny fight here on the left-hand side. Pain low HP, though. Backing away for now. Bounce shots going down. Pain juggling all this so well. Nice dodges, but Bobby ultimately strikes. Zar picking up one on the right-hand side as well. And all of a sudden, with 15 to go, it's a runaway here for STMN.
Trouble, though, because there's still plenty of time on the clock. A baker's dozen to go, and Watch Team now pushing up. That said, they lose on the left side. Pain locked out on the right. And with 4 seconds on the clock, Stamina lead. No, it's tied. Scratch it. They lead again, 13-11. A little bit of back and forth at the last second, and Zar feeling the heat, but also feeling cool as a cucumber. Win by 1 kill. Match point.
I'll be honest, I really thought it was over. My heart went a million different directions there, thinking, oh my gosh, they came back, to oh my gosh, STMN gets a kill, oh my gosh, it might be over once again, and ultimately it's STMN who come up with that crazy interaction on top. They nearly let it get away from them, and a great effort by Wash Team, but again, STMN just slightly ahead for now. Zar surviving with 202 HP. Bobby powering up teammates as well with his passive star power. It's going to be a close one here, but Wash Team this time are going to be the ones starting the blue star as each side looks to claim the first kill.
You know, Wash Team there, the big picture, they do everything right, man. You know, they chose the right time to go forward, I think. Stamina they got a cheeky kill on the left-hand side, to be honest with you. That's what happened. That's what went awry there for Wash Team. So honestly, if Wash plays this almost exactly the way game 1 went, they're fine. Trouble on the right side as Pain gets jumped on, and Sans will be the victor there. Tied at 3, Washed with the blue.
Yeah, those are some fantastic dodges. Batucha's actually getting a little aggro there too, maybe trying to follow up some kills, but it's going to lead to an easy one for STMN in that moment. Pain getting tagged up there, and Sans, of course, landed a good shot finally. Hit the gadget as well, not chancing anything. Didn't want to go for the follow-through shot. Now a dive forward as well. Like, just a little too aggressive for me. Maybe even forgetting that that was there, but that's a couple freebies in my mind for STMN.
I got to agree. Looked like an oopsie daisy, let's say. That's the technical term. Aliana's forced out, but not dead yet. Too soon for Wash Team to fully push up right now with 24 seconds on the clock. 1 trade out, so it's 6-9. Stamina on the good side. Kenny, I want to see him push at like 10, 11 seconds. And well, it's 10, 11 seconds. They're pushing forward. Payne dies again. Doesn't get the kill onto Zar. Zar trades against Giannis. And just like that, 13-8. Stamina take the game and the set and the whole match. They're headed to finals. Awaiting? We'll find out soon.
Oh, and he's big chilling. Some model experience too. That's actually kind of wild.
Woo!
No, oh brother.
Sleep on him, little bro.
Respect. Unbelievable. Oh, now he's going to sleep. Okay. Well, Zar having a lot of fun alongside us too. I'm sorry to color commentate his play-by-play there in real life as well, but just some interesting stuff that we're not used to seeing. Again, 3-0. I felt like there were moments where we saw Wash Team look good, but this kind of went according to plan, right? I think STMN are a little above them in terms of tier right now. But you know, at times, like you said, you pointed it out, they make a lot of right decisions and some good plays. They just can't quite get to the finish line yet, but this is a team that in the future, I think they keep doing what they're doing, keep getting these experiences, keep building themselves up, could eventually become a Titan of this region too. So hopefully in future months, it's not necessarily that 3-0 that we saw today.
I mean, listen, look, let's get big picture. I think Wash Team's performance here in the finals beats a lot of other teams. Easily 90% of other teams that they go up against wind up losing with this performance. Nobody really dropped the ball. Macro level, their strategy was strong. Stamina just got that kill on the left side. Zar just got out with 13 HP. That was what happened. And you know, we talked to the Southeast Asian guys who brought in some players from the East Asian region, and they said, listen, you know, this is how we level up as an entire region, by playing against stronger players. Well, Wash Team, listen, every time they come out and they kind of exhaust themselves, they are reaching a new PR. And so I see them playing against the Stamina team, and STMN just win because, for my money, personally, IMHO, they're just a better team mechanically, etc. But this is how you elevate. And so I liked Wash Team's performance. They do fall down. Zar stands up. He's your MVP, as voted on you guys at events.brawlstars.com. Well earned. I think Sands did a lot of work. Bobby, as always, provided the shots, but Zar, front and center, and doing the strong stuff. So strong stuff out of the strong guys. Okay, strong is the word I won't use for the rest of the day, but I like watching Stamina play, and they're in the finals. So, Kenny, last words on the semifinal.
Yeah, I'm just a little curious if the people at home had, you know, made their votes when considering maybe the camera performance as well. I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised if Zar got a little extra love from the people at home from all the animated stuff too. But nonetheless, a great player. I thought Sands was really impressive, especially in that first set too. And man, my man Bobby's always popping off. So well-earned victory. And again, no surprises here, but we got another good one coming up.
Yes, we do. Reconic versus the newly anointed Luminosity Gaming. They're going head-to-head. We got a brief break, and then we're coming back with the second semifinal here on the BSC.
Welcome back to Shelly Star. I mean Brawl Stars, ladies and gentlemen. It's been quite a weekend here as we go into more NA West action. I am Kenny Barlow, and joined with me, my wonderful co-caster, Mr. Ready Set. What did you think about that first one, Ready? We saw STMN put on a pretty good showing, 3-0 against Wash Team.
Look, I expected a strong performance from STMN, not the 3-0, but I feel like that's kind of the theme for today, especially, well, for this bracket too. A whole lot of 3-0s in the quarterfinals, and that doesn't seem to stop once we head into the semis. Of course, the big question of today is, will it continue for the next semifinal and the eventual grand final? Reconic Esports in NA and Luminosity Gaming. I'm expecting a pretty good match, especially because Reconic Esports in NA, I think they've been doing fairly well recently.
Yeah, this is certainly a team that's grown on me too. I mean, Shine, Chepo, Frixie, all phenomenal players. They've been around the scene for a while, and of course Frixie joining the fold more recently for this team, but he's nonetheless been a great one to watch throughout the year despite what team has been playing on. Reconic picking these fellows up recently this year, and I think they've had some strong showings like you said. I think going against Luminosity Gaming, Luminosity going to be a favorite in this spot, obviously winning 2 grand finals, and Luminosity have had their numbers of Reconic Esports so far this year, but they've certainly shown some pop-offs before. We've seen Shine at LANs, we've seen them around the block as well, so I'm excited to see what these guys can do.
Dude's made the rounds, he's made it to LAN, but can he make it to the international arena is the big question. Luminosity Gaming, they're making a similar run for that. Patchy, Charles, Chino, now don't get it twisted, they still got that dog in them, but now they're signed with Luminosity Gaming, so the same faces, the same team synergy, but a new name and a new org entering the Brawl Stars scene. We welcome them with open arms. Wish them all the best. Luminosity Gaming, they're at #1 in the region for a good reason. These guys are incredibly consistent and they're incredibly fearsome.
I see what you did there, Eddie. I kind of like that. Got that dog in them. That was good. Good callback. They'll always have it in them at the end of the day, despite the big org signing them. So awesome stuff to see, and another one joining the fold here in Brawl Stars Esports. But yeah, I think the talent speaks for itself. You know, we didn't get to see these guys at Masters. It was STMN that we saw, but I don't think it was any accident that STMN performed so strongly, especially when they've had preparation all year with tough teams like Reconic and Luminosity. And I am a little shocked to see 62-38 Reconic being the people's favorite at home. So that's really interesting stuff. They're going to go a little differently than we are at the desk. Personally, I think Luminosity are the favorites here. I don't necessarily agree with the people at home in this spot, but I do respect a lot of love for Reconic.
Yeah, you tell him, Kenny. You know what? I'll side with you here. I believe in Luminosity Gaming to make it. And, well, you saw my predictions. I thought they might be able to take a grand final, too. So we'll see just how true that could possibly hold. Reconic got the crowd behind them. They've also got some bands on their side for selection of Stu and responsive Nita across the way. I like this for Luminosity Gaming. I know that Reconic Esports, they love this Stu selection, but the Nita, I think, is going to be an appropriate way to deal with it, especially on field goal, because you have a lot of terrain to work around.
Yeah, a very fun one to start us off too. So we're gonna get to see Nita and Bruce take the map. Again, Bonnie, somebody that I kind of expect to see a lot through the picks and ban stages. I'm sure the number for her will be pretty high by the end of the weekend, but Gus is somebody that a fellow NA West player and OG pointed out to me. He expected to see this brawler a lot more than the 8% or so that showed up last time around. We were casting all of the NA West action. Gus, a very strong brawler. Health, a very important factor in Brawl Stars, and of course he can distribute 3,000 plus of it every time he uses the super. So pairing that with a Stu, who very well could be Shine playing this brawler as well as he frequently does, but I think that pairing actually works really well.
Yeah, and I think they could also pick up another brawler that works well with M's. Okay, yeah, not the tip of my tongue there. Still going to be a fairly strong brawler, but not really the one that comes to mind when I think of things that pair well with Stu. Okay, so cool. We know where that shield is mostly going to go. I think also Frixie can get some value from Spirit Animal, that star power, if they decide to select it. I would say they most likely will. When they push forward, especially if they have that constant charisma active. Willow, final selection from Luminosity Gaming. Note the Barley ban on their side, so they wanted to get some thrower action here. They decided that Willow's the way to go. And I'm sure that they've scrimmed this, and I'm sure that they've made some important plays with some of that mind control tactic, but really, more than anything, I believe it will be good value versus the M's.
Yeah, I think Willow very strong in this map too. It's somebody that's actually shown up pretty frequently, and if I had to take a gander, it's probably the map that she shows up on the most. So despite some of the recent balance changes that she's had, she's still apparent in the Brawl Stars esports scene. And I think overall, especially on Brawl Ball as a mode, if you take mind control of somebody else, you can get some self-goals like the good old days too. So we'll see what happens here, and if any shenanigans go down, it's going to be Reconic Esports in A taking on the new team, Luminosity Gaming.
So far, so good for Luminosity Gaming. They have a good bit of area control, especially Patchy on the right side. Chepo's playing this very carefully. Interestingly, he's going to be the one playing the Stu this time. And just inching forward. Now looking for that next super. Almost completely denied. Good stuff from Shine as well, as he takes advantage of the bush to catch someone off guard. A pass up to Chepo. And had that been a moment earlier, it might have been a goal. Charles could have certainly clutched up by supering towards the backside, but he has preserved that super. Chino also deep in enemy territory. Someone's going to have to bail him out. Shine also seemingly unbothered. He's going to have to deal with the bear now, as it now tries to take some victims on the right side. Big amount of pressure from Luminosity Gaming. They've sort of scattered Reconic, and they might be able to get a goal. There it is.
Ooh, 2, the shenanigans. That's just what Willow can bring to the table. They're even scoring goals on themselves. Such a tough spot. Honestly, you know, Willow known as a character for her mind games, but that certainly has to hurt if you're Reconic too. And a missed bubble there as well. It's going to be a tough spot to be in for Reconic, especially now with Shine going down.
Well, it's a 2v2. Chepo has the super. Don't really see him getting much closer, though, without some assistance. Ball cornered, SK style, and Luminosity Gaming might look to expire the timer here. Just a minute left on the clock. Reconic Esports NA had to crank up some of the momentum here. Chepo certainly trying to do that. Getting a lot of damage dealt to him, though, at risk of getting pinched between Patchy and Charles, and he does fall now. Chino also right next to Chino. A good takedown from Frixie. Left lane wide open, but more than anything, Luminosity Gaming, they want to play the defense here.
Patchy also with the super in hand too, so we'll see what he can do with that. A very valuable one. It takes a very long time to charge up that with Patchy too. Frixie now distributing the bubble as well, charging forward. It's going to be Chepo looking to get aggressive, going against Bonnie with a lot of health points as Patchy lobs up a few shots. Still has that super in hand and looking to take advantage here, not afraid. This is the shot. Frixie going to be able to defend this for now. They're going to corner this ball left-hand side as it's just Patchy and what was left of Bruce the Bear standing for the red side.
Patchy focused on getting out of here. Maybe Bonnie will be able to bail him out. Charles now with the takedown. Patchy could go for the play. A pass up to Charles, but it's not good. A pass right back into the corner. Keep things safe. 5 seconds left, and there's no chance of Reconic scoring a ball now. That's Luminosity Gaming taking the very first game.
Great performance there, and I think in large part due to this insane play. Again, that's the value that Willow can bring to the table. Charles passing and assisting to Frixie on the stat line. I'm not sure if that's how it works, but nonetheless, that's what happened. Red roster getting a goal from their own enemy. Awesome stuff here, and really playing that super to perfection. So it's going to be Luminosity Gaming up 1-0 here in our first set.
It's certainly flashy, but it also has a lot of utility. It's plays like these that really make Brawl Esports so entertaining to watch. And Luminosity Gaming, they might be able to find Reconic Esports NA hanging once again. We'll have to work hard for those opportunities. Frixie now with a big amount of damage on the Charles and quite a takedown. Shine also shielded up, but it's no good on the right side. Chepo needs to clear things out versus Patchy to make something open up. Good takedown from Patchy as well. Chino's open for a pass on the left side. Charles might look to pass that down the left. Still needs some kills to clear out the goal, but Chepo is determined to dodge out all of these shots.
Yeah, a little dive and dash coming in from Chepo. Still has that shield remaining for him. Gonna lose out on a super as a result of keeping his life, but better than going down. 3 brawlers standing at the goal side for Luminosity Gaming right now. A lot of supers available for them too. Charles can dive in. Chino dropping Bruce the Bear to the field. It's being pushed away by Shine. The friend zoner keeping him at bay for now. They're going to get themselves out of this situation. More of a midfield fight now as Chino goes down.
Charles has a super. He might be able to make the play. It could be a triple takedown. Doesn't want to jump in just yet, though. Great use of the Gus shield and almost a takedown into Charles. The final blow coming in. Patchy looks for the mind control, and he does get it. He might be able to walk it through. There it is from Chepo, and a goal for Patchy.
Oh no, not again. Tough stuff here, and they didn't even have numbers. It all of a sudden went from being a 2v1 advantage Reconic to we just scored on ourselves again, guys. It's a tough situation, but it's just what Patchy and Willow can do here. All of a sudden, though, it's going to be Luminosity Gaming on their back heels, fighting behind these boxes. Frixie, Chepo, Shine, trying to make something happen. They don't have the luxury of getting a goal from their opponents. They have to do all the work themselves this time. So they're going to be at bay here, trying to get any dual victory that they can. But now Charles has a charged up super diving in now as well, looking for shots, gets the takedown on Chepo. Frixie falls as well. Ball still top right-hand side, but more importantly for Luminosity Gaming, 20 seconds to go, and all they have to do is defend home turf.
Unrealistic to make a goal in the end. Luminosity Gaming just trying to keep Reconic in a stuffed in their own spawn, and it looks like it'll be good. Frixie desperately trying to climb up that left side. See no evil, says Patchy. That's the second game going their way. It's set number 1 complete. Luminosity Gaming in the lead.
Wow. I mean, that was just phenomenal stuff right there. Charles with a smile on his face, as I'm sure a lot of us at home are too. I couldn't help but just laugh out loud. I mean, that's a crazy thing to have happen. 2 goals from Willow Supers in 1 game. And again, it's why she's chosen in Brawl Ball specifically. You won't see her as much in other modes, but that's just what the mind control games can do. So that kind of messes with you too. I mean, you got to think if you're Reconic, you're in pretty good positioning. All of a sudden, it's a 2v1. You do all this hard work, and then you're shut down and scored on as punishment. That's brutal.
mind games in-game, quite literally, and also in the meta game. Luminosity Gaming kind of playing with their food here in a few respects, because this was a complete own from Luminosity Gaming. Reconic Esports NA got to find some way to fight back, and they had some good ideas, and they really did try executing. I think especially Chepo was looking for those aggro plays with the stew, and in some departments he did really succeed, especially leading up to this moment. But a great mind control from Patchy at the perfect time, was able to score that goal. Well played, I would say, actually, by both teams. It seems like the Willow just caught things off guard. Keep in mind, there are only 2 goals scored throughout this set, and both of them were with mind control.
that is incredible. I mean, it's not too often we see something like that, and especially having 8 kills alongside that, actually pretty crazy to do as well. Now hopping over to Ring of Fire, though. This time, I don't think there's going to be any mind control games here. It's going to be Hot Zone, where we have Ring of Fire. This is more long distance. Occasionally, maybe you'll see a thrower every once in a while, but it's very circumstantial. Back in the good old days, they throw a Sprout in here every once in a while, but I don't know. I think that's pretty darn unlikely in this day and age. Bans are going to go through. It's going to be Amber, Squeak, and Carl for the left-hand side, and a new favorite to the competitive meta, Mr. P, going to be the first overall selection.
Ding ding, here he comes from Reconic Esports NA. Definitely a wise pick, but if Luminosity Gaming are able to outrange him and deny him those supers, then he might be a little bit more difficult to run. This could be the strategy that they decide to run with, as they are already selecting Gus. They might also want to think about what can get into those enemy backlines. Pam going to provide a lot of resiliency at mid, and maybe their strat is going to be more of, let's tank all that damage. Mr. P, he really doesn't do much damage at all. Even when those porters are out, he's very lacking on the DPS front. So Luminosity Gaming have already selected 2 strong support brawlers that can also hold their own in a long-range fight.
Yeah, it's funny. I think you're right. I think they are just accepting the fact that there are going to be porters on the field, so they're just going to throw down Mama Pam. She's going to have a healing station down. Gus is going to throw some bubbles, and they're just going to eat turrets for breakfast. However, a great pairing with this is Lola, somebody who does have that high DPS, can also add another factor with her ego onto the field here too. So I think this is an interesting choice to see 2 very different approaches kind of play out in our draft so far. 15 seconds to go. Reconic of choice going to get another one as well. And it's going to be Tara. Okay. Tara, one that I have not seen nearly as much in practice and in scrims in North America as we have our APAC region, for example, but it's still a brawler that I think has a lot of merit. It's a lot stronger than it used to be, and of course that super very deadly.
I think it serves a couple of purposes. First of all, you can tank a lot of damage from Charles when you throw down the shade. Second of all, you can get into enemy lines, stay in those bushes, and kind of camp out there, gank some people from the side. And lastly, you have that super, which you farm up, honestly, not too slowly. And if you're versus opponents, say, Patchy, who's going to be trying to soak up a lot of damage, he might also end up feeding some supers. Of course, if that is the strategy that Luminosity Gaming are deciding to roll with, they're fine with feeding the supers, just we're going to out-heal. So Reconic Esports NA, I have to applaud the draft here, but Luminosity Gaming have some pretty strong stuff on their side too. Chino, I'm looking to the M's to make some big plays versus Frixie.
Yeah, I think that's a great call out too. I mean, Im's, the puff of smoke that she gives off is going to do really well into any of the Tara shades or the pets that she throws down. So I think that's the matchup that they're going to be looking for as well. In the meantime, though, it's going to be Chepo and Shine in the mid fighting against Charles and Patchy. Kooky Popper going down as well. It's going to be a battle right now as Luminosity Gaming has a small lead, but really it's just going to come down to who can take over this hot zone first, maybe grab a couple of kills in the meantime. It's going to be Charles surviving, though, going back and forth, just taking advantage of the amount of health points that he has as Patchy lays down some fire as well. Frixie dropping some pets and then immediately moving right where Chino is well awaiting him. It's going to be a lead here, nearly 30% for Luminosity Gaming.
It's not a devastating victory for Luminosity Gaming so far, but really the constant peppering of shots from Charles is keeping Chepo and Shine at bay, just one pellet at a time. Though Charles does fall, this is the opportunity, and this is what we're talking about with Mr. P versus a single target brawlers. He can be so strong, and Patchy, despite being able to dodge out almost all of this damage, he was sort of shut down and shoved off that point earlier by the Mr. P turret. We'll see it coming in once again. Thankfully, Charles is here to dispel any of that, and Chino's also been cleaning up on the right lane. Now that he's inside of these bushes, it's going to be difficult to remove. Frixie might be tasked with the Chino removal, and here it comes, the use of the black hole to get rid of him. Luminosity Gaming, they have a stranglehold on this point. They're opting actually to back up, maybe baiting in Reconic for a few kills.
That Pam kill was very big for them. I mean, they're down a lot of percentage points right now. They had to use the Tara Black Hole just to get them out of their spawn. Now they might have an opportunity as Chepo's going to lay down some fire, but Charles just so suppressive. Patchy even healing up with the Ghost helping alongside him. Frixie going down here too. 42% in climbing. Reconic have a chance, but it is a slim one at best right now. But nonetheless, still holding on for dear life in the meantime.
A lot of pets on the opposing side. Shine has that turret farmed up, and now we see Chepo fall alongside his Ego. Luminosity Gaming farming up the Elo. A few more points left to increase this to 100%, and that's yet another game going to Luminosity Gaming.
Nicely played. Little swig of water and right back into action here. Luminosity Gaming, of course, the same players. A new name and a big pickup for them as well. And they performed really well throughout this season. I mean, they've won 2 monthly finals already, looking to try and tack on a third here. I'm sure they missed it. They did it the first 2 months before STMN got it done in the third. But for now, the opponent in their way, Reconic Esports in A. Up 1-0 here for Luminosity as Frixie just gets really aggressive. Does end up finding Patchy here. Charles popping a gadget as well. Chino now flanking. He's not even looking for the mid here. He's just trying to get pesky, dealing with Chepo very quickly. Shine low HP as well. Patchy lands the final blow. The pets come in from Frixie. It's still a Reconic lead here, but a real tussle to kick off game number 2.
This is what we're talking about. Really, the spawner's kind of farm Patchy here because he can't do much on his own against him. He needs his teammates to clear things out, especially Chino will be able to do that. Almost a misplay on the left side as Chino did get supered, but he wasn't taken down. Frixie could get some positioning off of this. That's easy for Chino. Just a couple of shots into those shades are able to take them down. Patchy at mid also dodging out the shots quite effectively, but Reconic Esports NA, they've gotten some decent capture on the point so far. Luminosity Gaming simply maintained the position, and now with the addition of the healing turret on the back right, they'll have a lot more sustain.
Now they're holding down much better than they did to kick off this game. Over 30% lead here. Bubble given over to Charles too as Frixie looks to flank right. Shots being thrown down. Not a lot of damage being dealt though. Mainly just focused on trying to get rid of that healing station. Chino rotating over as well. Knowing his matchup. Knowing he has to deal with Frixie. And in the meantime, the teammates can just continue to climb. Now 80% here for Luminosity Gaming. What could be moments away from taking set number 2. But it's going to come to a halt for now.
Shine on desperately low health. Thankfully, a takedown to Patchy could get them a bit more room. Frixie and Shine still able to occupy the point. Frixie has the super. He's going to go for it, but he might have committed too hard. Does get taken down by Patchy. And now the storm of the point is on from Luminosity Gaming. Too much health to deal with, and Charles might be the last man standing here. No super for Frixie either. A thumbs down and a set victory for Luminosity Gaming.
Well played from Luminosity Gaming, and if there's any chance of making a comeback in that set there for Reconic, I think the over-aggression from Tara was a tough one. Of course, you have to get a little desperate. You kind of have to make a few big plays happen here and there, but not being able to get that super down in a very pivotal moment for an effort at a comeback definitely has to hurt. So it's going to be another 2-0 here from Luminosity Gaming, and again, the favorites, at least in our minds, the people at home thought it was Reconic. It's not quite going their way right now.
I mean, I will say, like, new name, same team, maybe the new name and logo are confusing people a little bit because, let's be real, they won 2 monthly finals in this region. That's 2 out of the 3 that have occurred, or at least been finalized so far. They could be well on their way towards acquiring their third, should they make it through Reconic Esports NA, and then STMN awaiting the victor of this match in the grand finals. But so far, so good for Luminosity Gaming. Not a single L up on the board, some serious W's for the guys, and Reconic Esports NA have been putting up a serious fight, just falling a little bit short.
Yeah, it feels pretty similar to what me and F-Dot were talking about for the first match. It's Wash team getting close, but just not quite able to jump the hurdle. So for now, it is going to be Luminosity Gaming up 2-0. 7 kills for Patchy, 7 kills for Chino. A good little mix-up there for Reconic Esports, certainly putting up some fight of their own, but it is ultimately going to be the better objective team on the right-hand side.
Look at that DPS from Chepa. That's almost 300 in Luminosity Gaming. Much less DPS, actually equal amount of kills across the board to Reconic Esports NA. So real takeaway from this is that Luminosity Gaming, the draft, the macro strategy that they went for was healing, was the resiliency, get spongy, stay on that point. At the end of the day, that's the objective. Exist within the circle, the game. And for now, it's exist within the circle that the gems spawn in, but only when they spawn. And besides that, have a little bit of fun with your positioning on this field. On the left and right lanes, you have some points of interest. You're able to break down those walls. You're also able to ban out some brawlers that would usually break them down as well. Reconic Esports NA definitely clued into that strategy as they'll be getting rid of the Colonel refs. Luminosity Gaming maybe taking a page out of Tribe Gaming's book with the Shelly ban. Don't want to face a Shelly on that lane.
Yeah, I'm all kinds of good on the Shelly and Mr. P right now. Very understandable that both of those are not going to be entering the battlefield here. Neither team looking to deal with Mr. Penguin. Instead, is going to be our good cactus friend, Mr. Spike, on the right-hand side as the first overall pick. I think this is one of those picks that doesn't really lock you into anything. There's a lot of lanes that Spike can be pretty well equipped to deal with as well. Somebody like Ims who shows up here a lot. Somebody like Crow who shows up here a good bit too. So I don't think this locks them into winning strategy. Pretty safe pick and pretty solid in the most things. So I think that might be a big reason why he's selected first overall, even though he might not be seen as a top 5 brawler or the best brawler. It's just safe.
Well, next selection from Reconic Esports NA, they might decide to draft into the Spike, though Spike's a fairly consistent brawler across the board, doesn't really need to be addressed directly. Crow is their choice, and Crow's good for keeping the control at long range, having a good amount of speed, just working that fight from long range, playing some footsies and keeping enemies low. Luminosity Gaming are going to have to think kind of creatively into how to deal with this, but it probably will lie more in the mechanics of things for putting up with that Crow. Now, really about playing the objective, what's going to be their mid, what is going to be their other lane that they decide to go with. I don't really see Spike being selected as the mid here, so we'll get information on that in just a moment here. B is their selection for mid.
B is still showing up a lot. I mean, despite the balance changes that have occurred since the last time that we had a monthly finals, showing up all the time. Sandy, though, one that we don't get to see too often, but every time we do, I feel like it has a real opportunity to show itself. Interesting stuff, too, given that Crow's on the other end of the field. Penny as well. A couple strong choices for Reconic Esports, but the Sandy Super can be really solid into helping your teammates kind of own and control a point, and obviously invisibility can go such a far way towards helping Luminosity Gaming this set.
Reconic almost out of options to break down the walls. They're going to go for Hank, actually. Maybe try and fire around the wall, specifically get that versus the Sandy. And I like this strategy. I think it'll actually be quite viable. Just runs the risk of feeding some of that super to Sandy. If anything, though, if Crow tags up some enemies, we'll be able to get visibility on some of those invisible brawlers once the super is thrown down. So we'll have to see in execution. Previously, when we saw Gus played in competitive, it didn't work out so well, but it definitely did have its moments.
Yeah, Hank's an interesting one for sure. We're going to have to see what he can do here, and one that we have less tested, has been nerfed over the duration of his lifetime so far here in Brawl Stars. But in Brawl Esports, kind of mixed results so far, right? He's had some wins this weekend. He's definitely had some losses as well, but he's going to do a hefty amount of damage onto Chino here early, but being put to sleep very quickly. The focus coming in from Patchy and Chino. In the meantime, on the right-hand side, same could be said for Shine and Frixie. So it's ultimately going to lead to 1 kill apiece, but more importantly, it's about who can collect those gems. It's going to be back and forth so far as Patchy looks to extend for a third, and a small lead here for Luminosity Gaming to kick off game number 1.
I must be out of the loop because we saw both teams double up on the right lane. We saw it also for Luminosity Gaming. So each team, respectively, on their right lane decided to double up, flush things out early on, and it doesn't seem like it's worked out super well for Reconic Esports NA. Luminosity Gaming still maintaining the control, and they farm up the Sandy Super early, and they look to get yet another one. But as long as Chino can stay posted up here, he should be looking fine. He's trying to get this exact range versus Chepa, wait for that bubble to splash, and then to go for the next one. It's a tough matchup for him, maybe even going for some stuns out here. There it is, to try and keep Chepa away. More invisibility, but a victory on the right side for Reconic Esports NA. Still seriously pushes Luminosity Gaming out of mid.
They take down that tank rather quickly. I don't think Hank has necessarily gotten his money's worth yet. Frixie flanking right, Shine in the mid. Chepa once again trying to pop a gadget. Catch Chino off guard. And it's not going to quite work as well as they would have hoped. Low HP for Chepa, and he is going to go down. Chino once again striking first. Now Shine, Frixie being hustled away. A takedown there, and looking for one into Charles too, but the life plant so valuable. Keeps him up just a little bit longer, and Patchy just walking around, minding his own business up top. And with 7 seconds to go, it's going to be 10 gems in their back pockets and walking their way rather easily towards a match point.
Just domination so far for Luminosity Gaming, keeping in line with the theme for today, which seems to be 3-0, even versus opponents that have resisted facing a 3-0 for years in a row. Luminosity Gaming, they continue the streak into the grand finals, quite possibly, unless Reconic Esports NA are able to work a miracle here and begin the reverse sweep.
Tough stuff here for Reconic Esports, but they're going to hope for better here in game number 2 of our third set. Match point for Luminosity Gaming, looking to try and grab their first grand finals with the new team name. Good start here for Shine. Kill left-hand side. It's Frixie in the mid now. Shine rotates back over. It's going to be a fight between B and Shine, it seems. Chepo, though, still struggling here. It's a lane swap onto Charles, but nonetheless, it is still led to Charles owning so far. The duel not going Chepo's way. He is going to fall. And nonetheless, more of the same of what we saw in game number 1. It's going to be Luminosity Gaming with a strong start here.
Charles shutting things down versus Chepo on the right. Chino also farming up that super quite easily. Shine now throwing down Old Lobber on the left, but he's stunned, stopped in his tracks. Response from Frixie, and he's forced to actually super all the way forward, maybe looking to resist things as we see Chino respawning, try and play the range game, weaken him up. On the right side, though, Patchy and Charles, despite having backed up, have gotten the lane victory, and they look to resume control of mid. Patchy also has a super that he can use to slow someone down. Chepo on the right, once more getting dominated by Charles. It's tough for him to move through this area, especially versus an unknown enemy in form of Patchy at mid.
8-0 right now. Patchy just needs one more gem. He doesn't even have to extend for it. They can just pick this up from the mid. Frixie looking to do something about it, though, and countdown has begun. Hank barreling his way down the right-hand side, just looking for tags. Connects with Charles one time. Frixie with the follow-through dagger as well, and Charles will finally fall. Patchy trying to juggle all of this. A dive in from Frixie. A desperation play, but it won't pay off here. Welcome to their first grand finals. It's going to be Luminosity Gaming and STMN fighting it out for NA West.
The streak continues, not only for the 3-0s, but also for Luminosity Gaming. Really a report card of excellence for these guys within the region. Taken down by Stamina only once, and might be able to take the title back from them this month if they continue the streak.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a fun one to watch. I mean, we just saw STMN a little earlier, also put on a show of 3-0. I mean, some strong showings from both of these teams in the semifinals, but nonetheless, Luminosity Gaming, a big performance here against a pretty admirable foe, I might add. Reconic Esports NA, no, they have not won one of these monthly finals yet this year, but very few have. It's been Luminosity Gaming and STMN back and forth throughout this whole year, but like we said before, some strong players from Reconic Esports. Again, this just feels like a very similar situation to Wash Team, where these two teams just feel a tier ahead of the other two that have made it to our Final Four here today. I mean, even though it comes close sometimes, dive in from Crow there, trying his best, it really felt like it was a pretty comfortable showing from Luminosity Gaming here, even having some fun with the pins as well. Definitely a very animated team and some animated players with big numbers. 7 kills for Chino, 6 for Charles, high DPS across the board. Just an impressive showing in this 3-0 sweep.
Love seeing the creativity from Luminosity Gaming, pulling out something you don't see all that often, but in the competitive arena you should be looking out for. That Sandy, and accented by the B, as well as some fun strategies with doubling up on the lane to instantly win the lane for Sandy, I think is just wonderful from these guys. They get so much value from that buffed super, where now Vision Gear doesn't work inside of that invisible radius. I love the strategy from Luminosity Gaming. I'm excited to see how they carry this into the grand finals.
Agreed, and as we get our MVP votes underway, the people at home have spoken. It is going to be Patchy for MVP. A very strong player, and like we talked about on our recent podcast, I know this is a team that we've both really enjoyed watching this year. I don't think they're always doing the cookie cutter plays, right? They're not afraid to kind of get out there, go for some crazier drafts, and just play their style. They're very honest with each other. They're very, aggressive on the mics with each other, sometimes a little hard on each other, and I think that's what's made them so fun and so good to watch this year. But for now, it is going to be Patchy getting himself a win. And F-Dot, how'd you feel about that? I mean, any surprises? I know our caster predictions have gone according to plan so far, but this is where we have a fork in the road coming up for the three of us.
Yeah, no surprises. I mean, looking at the way Patchy and the guys dominated, I really wasn't surprised. I think Reconic is a strong team, but LG is just one step ahead of them. And then, you know, the stamina set was fun to watch, but also, as you said, this is as predicted. But let's run the bracket and show you guys how the whole picture kind of went down. Because like we said, stamina took down, or here we are, it's our prediction. Stamina is what we have across the board. And Ready Set is the one deviating from the pack this time around. I went the opposite direction in NA East, and we didn't talk about it, boys. But it's okay, we won't talk about it. So now Ready Set the one deviating from the pack. Maybe LG get the victory. You're on the clock now. Have you ever been on a debate team, Ready Set?
Yes, actually, I have a couple of trophies.
That doesn't surprise me. Make your point. Make your stance for LG.
Look, I'm not going to tell you anything. I don't have any information that no one else has, right? I don't know something that you don't. I just kind of feel like they do it again this month. Stamina, they are looking the strongest they ever have. Logically, based on history, STMN should take this victory. But I think Luminosity Gaming just have what it takes today. I don't know. It's something about the day, I guess.
All right. I don't buy it. Let's talk stamina. Bobby, Sands, and Czar. These guys are coming in real hot. If you're just joining us, watch the VOD after this one and just watch the semifinal match. Listen, Bobby is one of the most celebrated people in the North American scene, and I say this with love. He really didn't have to do much in the semis. Sands and Czar did so much of the heavy lifting. Bobby played well. Well, here he dies right away as soon as it comes up. But it's not like he fell down. It's just that the other two guys look so strong. And that's when stamina is at its scariest, because there are times where sometimes Bobby's just doing it and the other guys are playing roles. I think it's scary when Czar and Sands are just playing this well. And this is really when stamina kind of get in their lane, Kenny.
Yeah, well said. I mean, Bobby is a phenomenal player, but this is a three-man roster. So if Czar and Sands can play equal, if not better, that's a scary team, man. I want no part of playing against STMN if that is the world that we live in. We saw what they could do at an international level, and for that reason, I'm going to stick with them here to go for a second in a row and tie the grand finals category this year between these two rosters. But of course, Czar getting ready to go. It was very animated earlier. Had a lot of fun on the player cam. We'll have to see what he can do here in this one. But a strong showing, and somebody I'm going to put my confidence in for this one, even though I do think Luminosity Gaming are also a phenomenal group of guys.
Well, that's what I'm going to talk about next. Just say, officially, welcome to the Brawl scene, Luminosity Gaming. Recently picking up this team, Patchy, Charles, and Chino, wearing the iconic blue and white. Now, very cool to see such an established and esteemed org jump into Brawl Stars. And, well, they're getting juiced up, boys. Sometimes you got to dig deep and bop hard. And that's exactly what we see going on here. So, reaching into the arsenal, so to speak. And I think LG, listen, I'm messing with you just a little bit, Ready Set, but I understand that feeling. You know, all the numbers say this team, but like, I just got a feeling. But there is something to be said about LG coming into the scene and there being like a big deal. You got a new banner to kind of support. You have new people behind you, a whole mess of official infrastructure that does change things a bit. I've seen it in Brawl and other games where, Ready, sometimes that juices you up.
And something that kind of affects my predictions as well, I lied. I know something that I don't think you guys do, which is scrims. I've seen these guys do really well in scrims. But the reason I withheld is because scrims don't mean anything, man. These guys, they will play their hardest into each other, but come game day, it's a much different dynamic.
Absolutely true. I mean, it's really tough to kind of look at scrims and then bring it onto the big fields. But what they do on the big field is they usually lead the, I don't want to say the meta, but they play their own game. I mean, the Willow stuff that we saw here today was fantastic. Not a lot of teams are picking Willow. Don't know why. Check this out. Patchy comes through and he's able to play this Willow and just, it's impossible not to look silly when Willow comes through and supers you into scoring into your own goal. Not just once, but twice. We get a second opportunity to check this. Charles goes ahead and tries to deal with the defensive players. Up and down, doesn't work out, but it's all good because Patchy is actually on the other team. See you later. Hilarious.
It is funny, and I think, Reddy, that's a fair point, right, about scrims. You know, it's something that, especially at an international stage, we have a lot of value for. But you know who said that scrims are something that they hide their strategies in? STMN. In the same exact event, in the same way, I'm going to still trust that STMN have enough in the tank, have enough to pull out of their bag of tricks to where they can get this one done. But it's going to be a close one nonetheless, fellas. I'm excited for y'all to cast this one.
Well, that's what we're going to do. Thanks so much, Kenny. We'll meet you on the other side. And if Reddy's wrong, we'll both make fun of him. But for now, we're going to Hot Zone. Parallel plays. Just kidding, Reddy said I would never make fun of you.
That's a lie and a half, but it's okay because we're friends. We're chill with each other. Parallel plays. Let's talk about it. I'm expecting some aggro down the right side. I wonder if we'll see the Sam once again. I don't know. It could be a bit crazy to. Oh my God!
There it is.
I was going to say it's crazy to call this far in advance, but STMN, they're a little crazy.
Yeah, I feel that. I want you to drop the knowledge on me for the Jessie. We've seen the Jessie not just once, twice, but a couple of times here today, and she's always struck me as a brawler that has a hard time finding a spot in the competitive meta. Obviously, the bounce shot, I feel like, has to be what you're talking about, but why Jessie?
Jessie got kind of a buff because her pet is stronger now, so that thing has a whole lot more health. It's tougher to get rid of, and like you said, she's able to bounce off of it, and she's also able to replenish the health on it. So you might have to work pretty hard for that super, but once it's up, it's going to be pretty reliable for farming up any enemies that are trying to get into your spawn or get towards that point that's on your side. So that's kind of why I like the selection. Everyone's going to have some different reasons, and I'm sure Luminosity themselves have their set of reasons why they like this brawler so much, but Patchy has a history of
That's fair. That is very fair. Patchy does play it. I actually like this big picture team composition. Team fights are going to be a little silly for Luminosity here. If Chino gets the ideal situation here is Chino gets a giant super, Charles lights everybody on fire, and Patchy just ring bounces through everybody. That's super fun. Of course, you really got to make that happen. But on Hot Zone, you're hoping everybody groups up. So might actually work out. Across the way, we've got Bobby, Sans, and Czar playing the Bee, the Sam, and the Squeak. And I love Squeak, area denial when it comes down to Hot Zone. I mean, that's pretty much all I say when it comes to this game mode. The Sam is interesting to me. You were very excited about it. I find Sam extremely map dependent, more so than other tanks. Do you think this is his map?
Yeah, I think he's, well, okay. It's his map as long as you don't break down those bushes on the right side.
Yeah.
I think that terrain, I mean, you said map dependent, and if you change the way the map looks, it's going to have a serious impact. They don't have any wall break except for Chino, but I don't see him wasting a super on that 2x2 block on the right side. I want to talk about the draft for just a moment, but only with regard to, like, dude, this should be studied in the classroom. There is so much going on here. Everything has numerous purposes. This is just brilliant between the two. Some of the best drafting minds in the world on both sides of this arena. But so far, Luminosity Gaming, they do have the distinct advantage. They're actually doing a great job of defending this right lane.
Yeah, for real. They're a third of the way done, and Stamina has not really sat down at the table just yet. Of course, they do have their safe one on their side, opting to be more aggressive. But their aggression hasn't really paid off at all. I really like Charles's use of the oil here to keep players either all the way far left or close to where LG is. Lights it on fire, takes down Sans. LG half of the way done. Still pushing forward though. And Patchy trying to deal with Bobby. Operative word, trying.
Luminosity Gaming. I mean, if they're able to ignore Bobby on this point, then they could have this one in the bag. They're going to have to shove Czar and Sans off the left point. And Bobby has to get pinched in order for him to be dealt with. No one really to pinch with. Patchy's going to try and work on that turret. Bobby forced over to Chino and a takedown, but still, Chino falls. Luminosity Gaming once more on the defense. They need to find some way to get some kind of offense in here. It's going to be tough versus Sans. No pets left for Chino, no gadgets at all. Bobby also dispelled on the right side. Now it's time to move in. Charles now with the oil. Czar lit on fire. That's the last of him. And Sans all the way taken down. Bobby, the one-man army, still once more taken down by the Tara Super. Luminosity Gaming, they might be able to finish it here.
Well, Stamina were down a lot to a little, and now just separated by kind of 1 or 2 plays. Charles is going to fall down as Bobby steps up, but Bobby gets taken out by the enemy Chino, and that might be it now, especially with Sands falling down. We did see a 99% comeback before, but I don't think it's happening here. LG, game 1 of the grand finals.
I'll say it once again, expert draft from Luminosity Gaming. Every single thing here had a purpose, and even the first pick, I think, was very multifaceted, I think we can say. Addressed a lot of things, and that's difficult to do with the first pick, considering you have nothing to respond to, except for maybe some enemy bans, or maybe bans of your own. Luminosity Gaming, first game victory. Now, try to replicate their success in game number 2. STMN need to adapt on the fly, look for a different strategy. They double up on the right side. Early force of Apache into that right side. Yes, he might be lit on fire, but he gets easy heals with his super and the star power.
This is what Stamina were trying to do in game 1 and just lost a couple duels. They didn't step on their point at all. They wanted to be turbo aggressive. Nice job by Bobby. And just lock the opponent in the closet. And right now, that's what they're doing. They can go ahead and take the difficult point now and then fall back and kind of put their feet up while they take the easy one. That's the game plan. Didn't work out last time. Ready? I commend them for trying it again.
Oh, and I think they also made a pretty significant adaptation this time. Sands gave a lot on Bobby's lane. And this time, Bobby was actually able to do a lot better into Chino in those earlier interactions. But now with Charles and Chino looking for the pinches, will be a little bit more successful. Zar also is completely shutting down the spawn point on the left side. That's basically what Squeak is built to do here.
Yep.
Luminosity Gaming, they were having some struggles into it earlier, but now that Zar has no residue left, they will be able to force things forward on the left side, but they can't lose sight of really the bigger play, which is Bobby on the right.
Well, Bobby gets aggressive, but doesn't have help from his teammates. Looked like a miscommunication there. And so the melee hero falls down. And now Tara gets the bump bop. And the melee brawler falls down again. Luminosity hasn't stepped well. There they are. They're stepping on the point, but they are being kept at bay a little bit by Stamina. That said, Charles shows up on the left. Charles shows up on the right. Double kill for the flamethrower. And even though Bobby is up front, Luminosity still hanging out on the point down south.
Really, the win condition for Luminosity Gaming, at least in the SAM department, is get Chino to reliably 3-shot Sam. And that's tough when Sam is able to heal up even above that 8,000 health if he manages to heal while you're firing off those 3 shots in an early game interaction. Chino's trying to get him away from these walls in order to accomplish that. Here it is. Bobby not going to stay alive. Zar also falls. A double kill for Chino.
Trouble.
Luminosity Gaming now get to wreak havoc on this last point, but Bobby and Sand still look so threatening on the right.
Listen, it's just 5% that Stamina need to get done, but it is not guaranteed. If LG put up a good defense, Stamina might not be able to get there. Chino slowed, but Sands look at Apache. Falling down are both players, and there's 16 seconds left. LG can still make this happen, and I would like to see it. But instead, it's Stamina keeping them at bay, counting down from 5. Sands gets a kill on Charles. Zar gets a kill on Patchy, and that be that. We're going to game 3.
Pretty much a photo finish here. I mean, parallel plays, you see this happen. It's uncommon, I would say, to have this happen where, yes, you work down the entire timer because it's actually pretty tough to acquire that further point because your opponents can really turtle up on it. If they have all 3 brawlers defending it, then yeah, you're gonna have a really hard time getting through. You don't have that much time to roll back out, make things happen once again. Bobby, though, catapults forward on the right side. Yet another lane switch from STMN. They put Zar at the middle this time and Sands on the left lane. They're kind of trying to mix things up to make sure that Luminosity Gaming don't have the leg up on them.
Bobby. Oh, man. I was setting myself up for some real cool stuff, but now it just looks like I wasn't talking. Bobby just pushed forward, almost made a big splash, but winds up dying at the last moment. LG leading, but again, that's kind of by Stamina's design. They're looking for more aggressive plays than defending their own home spot. Now that plan has gone awry. and they have to turn things around. Bobby on the defensive, getting assaulted by Patchy. Charles gets the last hit, but that was all Patchy, baby. Czar winds up finding a kill as well, ready. But LG in the driver's seat.
LG really in control until Sands pops down the Honey Molasses and manages to sneak around the corner towards you, but he's already all out. Not a single gadget remaining. He's going to have to get this the hard way. Czar also fresh out of gadgets. Luminosity Gaming still 2 brawlers remaining with gadgets of their own. Chino doesn't have the shades, and that's definitely going to hurt some of these interactions with Sands. He's going to try and get the jump on Bobby, not when he's successful. Patchy also slowed down, not going to become Bobby's next victim, though, and continues healing up this turret. It's tough for Sands to deal with, but he does manage to break through. We finally see the final Honey Molasses break down the left side. Luminosity Gaming could make their push through. They have a significant lead so far.
Right now, nobody really making any moves. Where is the entry point is the question. Ton of time on the clock. So neither team really pressured to make said move. Bobby kind of locked down, but pushes Chino away easily, and that might be the entry point. Luminosity is a little over-aggressive. Bobby punishes. Can Stamina make a play off of that is the question. And the answer seems like no, Ready, Set. Stamina still trailing by under 10%. So with a half a minute to go, Stamina do have a chance, but LG on the upside.
Luminosity Gaming know the plays on the back right point. Bobby falls, only 20 seconds remain. It's enough time for Bobby to respawn, make one final jump for that enemy side. Charles is trying to sneak up on the left. They might be out of position. Bobby has to be addressed on the right. Just 10 seconds left, now counting down. Patchy and Chino combine forces. Sands falls as well. The spins are out, and Luminosity Gaming take back the set.
Woo! Okay. I hope you guys are comfortable and in a good position, because this is gonna be a barn burner. We're gonna sit here for a while as we have these two teams go to the third game here. I don't think this is gonna be first set exclusive. I think these teams are really ready to go back and forth. I mean, you were really excited about the draft, and I think when it comes down to it, when we see that level of back and forth on the P's and B's, and then we see the same level of back and forth on the battlefield, I mean, heck, man, that's why I do what I do. This is just a great set, and I am comfy, and I just want to see it happen.
Just one draft gone awry could really screw everything up. This is surgical gameplay, and it's surgical drafting from both teams. We see it go back and forth, with Luminosity Gaming leading with a nice victory, and STMN managing to break through that SAM in game number 2. They had to shift up the strategy once more because Luminosity Gaming are great at getting a read on this team, and they had some good moments, but Chino on the Tara is really the #1 player for me, shutting down Bobby repeatedly.
Well, if you look at the numbers, Bobby is the guy. 16 kills for big man Bobby. Sands and Czar with 7 and 8 respectively. I mean, I'll be honest, Ready. If you told me I don't count kills while we're doing the commentary. Bobby wasn't the guy that I was looking at this set, to be honest with you. I mean, I guess on the right side, he was just going in and in and in and in and in.
It was a little more drawn out, I would say, on the other lanes. Is basically the
there you
main
go. Okay.
right here. Yeah, and I completely understand. I was more focused on Luminosity Gaming getting an average of 15 kills per player as well. That was serious stuff. But in the end, I mean, there's a lot of kills on Bobby because he's the one running in all the time, just kind of feeding those kills, feeding those supers, not for free, still having to work for them, but making them a lot more easily available. Safe Zone now coming in, and if you listen to that interview with Toast, you'll note that, well, he acquired some very special knowledge from Luminosity when it came down to the SAM. They ran RBM on the SAM. It was wonderful, and they picked that up from Luminosity Gaming. Looks like STMN also were listening quite carefully because they banned out the SAM.
That's true. I like that tidbit as well. We got a chance to talk to Kenny, or Kenny got a chance to talk to Toast, and he, by name, shouted out Patchy for giving them the SAM tech like literally yesterday or something. And so this is where the Sam tech kind of originated. I keep saying Sam tech. There's no tech, guys. They just play the brawler, and he does good. And so now we've got the Brock and the Eve next to each other. Eve, always a staple of safe zone, able to kind of maneuver a little bit better than everyone else. And we have... Hey, what's the lore between Piper and Belle? I feel like they are grandma and granddaughter.
I don't know of any lore. I will tell you, though, that, I mean, like, something definitely went right if Belle is the one raising Piper because, you know, she's a goody two-shoes and Belle is a literal bank robber. So, I don't know. Do with that information what you will.
I don't know. Piper has a bunch of bombs in her pocket, so...
You know what? You might be on.
But the two long-range sharpshooters combined with the Colonel Ruffs, this is like a very vanilla composition. This is like what, you know, this is like 101, right? But I love it. I have nothing to complain about here. Just, you know, don't get jumped on by Daryl is probably what you have to think about. And so LG with a great last pick here to counter what Stamina has brought. It's going to be tough to stay out of the way of LG.
Yeah, I think this one, I mean, I'm very tempted to say LG just have the draft here, but Stamina, I think, knows something that a lot of the audience doesn't. I think, especially in North America, if you're just listening to the people, say, playing Power League, and yeah, it's not BSC, but Piper, she's kind of hated at the moment in some corners, just because she's pretty straightforward to counter a lot of times, and Daryl is definitely a brawler that comes to mind. Roll right up on her. See what you can accomplish. Also playing that into the Eve that can get some hatchlings spawned. Though she will be a little bit outranged by both Sans and Bobby. So there's that to consider too. She won't be able to peek around the walls too effectively. And Patchy, he's chilling.
He's vibing.
Yeah,
he's
vibing. Daryl hanging out, waiting for that super to auto charge because there's no point in peeking his head out. He doesn't provide any pressure when he doesn't have the super. He would just end up feeding enemy supers, especially to Czar.
Wow, he rolls on in. That's exactly what he was looking for. Gets the kill, and then, well, takes a spill. But the rest of the squad does the damage. 25% and then some for LG off of a single Daryl push.
Love the use of rocket laces from Chino as well. Oof. Nasty shot there to take him down. Patchy also dispelled in enemy territory. Good shots in from Bobby and Sans. Whole lot of damage on their side. Czar and Bobby both under the effects. The supply drop promoted by Colonel Ruffs. Another treat on the left side for Sans to make sure that this roster is all buffed up health-wise and damage-wise by 30%. Luminosity Gaming, this is going to be tough for them. Chino and Charles are already outranged by Bobby and Sans. Patchy's just going to have to leverage this roll on the right side, and you got to respect the roll, but still he's not able to connect with that safe.
We got a minute to go, and still like a ton of Brawl to be played. Stamina actually having a lead now. Chino launches the super, hits nothing. And Bobby finds the kill across the way. Patchy's still waiting for that super. Very super dependent for sure.
Let's see what Stamina can accomplish. Already, a lot more damage in on that safe. Czar also sneaking around the right side. Could be an easy takedown of the safe. Patchy's going to try and deal with him. It looks like no, actually goes straight for Bobby. He's going to go for the base race. He knows that there's not much time left as they're fighting the clock with Czar on the back line. So tough to deal with. Just a few more shots in will seal the deal. And Bobby sneaks in the final shot right between their legs. It's a win for Stamina to start off set number 2.
Nice job here. And one of the things that we didn't mention when we were talking about Piper is just that, like, Bobby plays a mean Piper.
Oh, yeah.
And that's something that really, really matters here. Like, the tier list takes it, like, every time you consume a tier list, you have to take into account the individual play. If you are terrible at the #1 quote-unquote brawler, he's not #1. It's just that simple. And so wherever Piper is, we'll ask Ash later, but wherever Piper is on the tier list, Bobby's is higher. And so that really does matter. And I think that really came into account last game. Patchy should have the clean and clear counter, and did at times, but only at times.
Luminosity Gaming, they're waiting for their opportunity to push in with Patchy. He's got to be cautious about pushing into Czar. Maybe if Czar switches over a different lane, he would be more apt to push in. but he's worried about feeding those supers to Colonel Ruffs. It was devastating for Luminosity when they had to play versus 30% buff to enemies for basically the entire match. Last game. Here he comes, though, rolling up to mid. Just looking to maybe make some way for his teammates. Chino also trying to get some of this in. The Gurky super as well to get a lot of damage on that safe. Luminosity Gaming with a big lead, but they've all fallen. It's just going to be Daryl to try and tank some of these shots. Chino now responding just in time. This is good timing from Luminosity Gaming, but they still have to fend off this enemy push.
Patchy falls down, and here come the long-range sharpshoot damage. 44% remaining here for LG's safe. Eve actually coming through in the clutch. You know I hate Eve, but I think this is a map where her water walking is huge. There's only two, especially with these unbreakable walls. So important to have that left lane open up for the Eve player. But Luminosity's still trailing by about 20%, give or take. And it looks like Stamina on another push. Patchy superless after that play. And that's really what you're looking at. This whole match revolves around the Daryl super.
He's gonna have to get another. Chino's trying to push up Bobby and Sans, or rather just Bobby is buffed up. He has a super if he needs to escape. Just a few seconds left. Luminosity would need a big push, but it looks like they're out of time. Patchy's gonna roll through. Puts a whole lot of resistance awaiting him. Chino could get the big damage boosted super in, but he's still gotta make his way through. Czar, a little bit of damage. Charles gonna go for it. Chino much of the same, but 53% is the final number. And STMN take out set number 2 in a 2-0 sweep.
Really, really well played. Really, really well played. And I think this is a great example, you know. I'm going to put a bookmark on this set for playing your game. You know, you pick the two long-range brawlers and the Ruffs, leaving the last selection open for the opponent. You know they're picking Daryl. Like, you know it, dude. But the confidence to go with what they play well. Bobby, one of the better pipers in the world. Sans, I mean, he's just Sans. He showed up on the bell fantastically. And then Ruffs to give them both a couple of G Fuels, that was fantastic. And like, yeah, there's a counter there. But Stamina just said, dude, we're going to play our game. And it worked out, and they win the set.
That's the thing, I mean, it's not that cut and dry. It's not all like a brawler by brawler basis, because on this map, you effectively have 2 lanes to work with. Note that I say effectively because Eve is able to turn that from 2 into 3 by walking over the water on the left side, but she's still outranged by both Sans and Bobby. And Chino is outranged by Sans and Bobby, and you're never going to guess what I'm going to say about Patchy when it comes to this matchup with Sans and Bobby. But
is he...
Okay, oh, yeah, shoot.
Is he... not outranged, right?
No, sorry. He's outranged by Sans.
Oh, he's outranged by Sans and Bobby. Got it. This is what I wanted to see ready set. I wanted to see the DPS, man. 200 plus for all 3 members of STMN. Unsurprised. Bobby leading the charge makes sense. Sans, I mean, 203 and 210, yeah, sure. But I mean, both Sans and Czar contributing a little bit to Bobby's DPS. Don't forget, they're both providing extra damage for the Piper shots. And so, yeah, teamwork makes the dream work. Big thumbs up. Next up, Flaring Phoenix. We'll try our hand at Knockout.
See what they've been cooking this whole time. Flaring Phoenix, a fun map to watch, to play. It seems like it can be kind of painful. You have throwers at play. You also have some pretty consistent mid-lane picks. And also you have the third strategy of, hey, let's just wait till the end and we'll turtle up. Note some of the bans too, but the first selection, good, consistent brawler. Yeah, the turtle strategy seems to be pretty viable, and looks like Luminosity have been clued into that.
Absolutely. Gonna go ahead and park the Pam.
Ooh.
The Barley thrower actually kind of throws a wrench in our analysis there. Barley not exactly the sit at home and vibe type guy, but we'll see how LG finishes up their draft. As Czar shows up with the Gus, and we've got Bonnie showing up as well. So long range shots, and then of course Bonnie. I really like Bonnie on Knockout because she winds up being an exclamation point. You don't need to kill. You need to get them into kill range, and then Bonnie jumps on them to confirm the kill, and you have a 3v2. I think that's really effective. And then Grom is just I mean, Grom's good, dude.
Grom's good, and he does fare pretty well into Barley, I think, until you get into the final moments. I mean, Grom, he's pretty...
You're a Grom believer, aren't you?
I used to be. Grom, he's fallen off just a little bit. I mean, he can get some good damage locked in. Oh my god, it's the Sam from Luminosity. This, I'm here for. I'll point this about Luminosity. Pam, she has a healing super. Chino has a healing gadget. Patchy has a healing super if you run the star power, and why wouldn't you? You'd literally be throwing if you did. And Stamina, they have some ways to sort of assassinate enemies. If Bobby gets that super, he can jump in on Chino, but I don't think that's going to really happen. I think Patchy's going to be his personal bodyguard, and this is going to be gruesome for Stamina.
All right, here we are. Jumping on in. Ready, are you ready? I'm ready.
Let's make it happen. Luminosity game.
All right.
Already on the right side, pushing forward with Chino. We see the lane switch, sort of, from Stamina, pushing Bobby over to the right side. Patchy's actually going to go super aggro, trying to get that kill, but unfortunately wasn't able to finish things off. Luminosity's game, rather their push, has run out of steam. And now facing a 2v3, it could already be chalked, but Luminosity Gaming are still going to work for some of these supers.
I think it's important for LG to kind of keep playing. You hit the nail on the head. Try and charge up some of these supers. Round one is just one round. But yeah, that early Sam death is a little bit rough. Like not ultra rough, but a little bit. Chino here, gas coming in. Sands on the left-hand side, does have the super, doesn't want to use it this round, I'm almost positive. So going to try and keep that in the pocket. Bobby walking down Chino, gets it done, son. Sands is able to keep the super, and that's a big deal.
Have to respect Luminosity still trying to make it work, though. Even in the face of the 2v3, they weren't scared to use some supers that they might not get for the next round, especially looking towards Charles for that one, since he doesn't have a super now. But he knows that he can earn it over the course of this round. It really only matters towards the end or when they decide to all make a coordinated push. But it looks like Patchy's strategy, rushing in, is not really going to be effective here. Might have to wait for the final few seconds to make that really work. Or maybe take advantage of the last call coming in now. Chino pushes forward, pushes everyone back, even Zara on the left side. Zara's looking to farm up some of these shots. No contact just yet. Like we said, Grom, he's relatively easy to dodge most of the time, but when you have a lot of projectiles to focus on at once, it does get a bit harder.
Yeah. Patchy right side, getting aggressive. Thought about it. Just thought about it, though. Here he comes now this time, and there he goes now that time. In comes the Bonnie. No! An ineffective super, and now we have the 2-on-2, but the gas makes it a 2-on-1. Czar stuck on the left-hand side. Charles still alive as well. Grom trying to make the thrower happen, and he won't. Dies to the shot from Charles in the gas. And an exciting round two goes the way of Luminosity.
Insane composure there from Luminosity. They were on the brink of defeat. It was two brawlers, both one tap each, and a Pam super, and they still managed to use all the tools in their toolkit to make it work. And hey, after that, Charles still has a gadget to spare, but Chino doesn't have any more healing herbal tonic, which is going to hurt. It was one of the main reasons that Barley was selected here. It's one of the main reasons he's so good right now. Well, also on the right side, have a little bit more sustain.
I was going to touch on the Sands thing. He got caught between two killable targets and like had decision paralysis essentially. Sands has been having a great day, so I don't feel any type of way saying that that's the play you have to make. Sands didn't, and they lost the round because of it. Hope for his sake and his fans that things turn. Super available for Sands as Czar tosses his out immediately. Gas creeping in from the south side. And here comes the push from all three. Stamina kind of stuck in it. Sands has to jump. Doesn't have a target. Stuck in no man's land. Bobby underground. Sands takes one down, but it's not enough. LG win the round and the game.
Beautifully executed and well turned around for Luminosity Gaming. Like I said previously, the composure from these guys was just off the charts. And then they managed to get a pretty clean finish there too. No nail-biting moments really there towards the end, just good old-fashioned slugfest in the very end. It gets a little hectic, but Luminosity Gaming emerged, not unscathed, but with 2 brawlers remaining. Definitely a good look for them as they head into the next one. Let's see how things have changed from one game to the next.
Sands playing it safe, but really needs to charge that super. But if Stamina walks up too close, they give Patchy they basically invite Patchy in. And this Sam is like a vampire. He can't show up on his own. He has to be invited in by way of a good scenario.
That's a great way of putting it. I definitely like that analogy. I mean, you have to have the optimal conditions in order to punch in as Sam. Otherwise, you're just feeding enemy supercharge, putting your team at risk of defeat. Charles is going to be throwing that turret in. Definitely risky. He worked so hard to get that. It was quite easily taken down by Zar, but they have him all cornered. The poison's creeping in. Zar might have to go for the emergency super. Here it comes. Lots of damage onto Charles and a takedown. In fact, Chino's the last man alive. Down goes Sands. Chino's going to try and play inside of that smoke, but the final kooky popper is enough to send him to his grave. Luminosity Gaming now at a deficit.
Stamina wins that round, but Reddy, that's the second time they've been caught in that corner.
Yes.
And I hate it. That is not where you want to be, man. Like, uh-oh. 1 round here for Stamina. All 3 players on the STMN side with their supers. Just Sam, but I mean that's Sam on LG's side. Ooh, this is what I was talking about. Stamina pressed up towards this wall. You see, as soon as Patchy comes forward, Bobby and Sands back off. And then as soon as he leaves, they're allowed to step forward again. Sam is the threat on that right side, finally now switching to the left and seeing if this will make something happen. And it looks like it will. Gas coming in from the bottom side here, ready, set, and Patchy still alive.
Last call active. Sands also taken down. Patch is the last man alive. He's going to go for it. Has to dodge at the shot. No! What? He's not able to. Zar gets the takedown and the game victory. That's tragic. He was committing so hard that he got hit by that final shot from Grom. It was very dodgeable, but that's just some backseat gaming. I mean, the octane is at full throttle at the moment.
I mean, very, very true. Everything's easier in the rearview mirror, man, right? Like, but it's like you said. I mean, Grom, I think Tick is similar. They're not that difficult to dodge. But when you're looking where you're shooting, you're looking at other stuff, you're looking at the gas, that's the testament. That's what makes pro players pro. And that's what makes, you know, you just a Power League superstar. Not you, Ready, Set.
Yeah.
You're a pro. Everybody else.
I'm a legendary one personal best. Don't take what I say as the gospel. But Luminosity Gaming, I would definitely listen to what these guys have to say. We see Patchy rushing up on the right side as that Sam, once more creating sort of this invisible radius of pressure and influence around himself, but also kind of gathering Sands and Bobby to the feeding frenzy. They want to get this pinch on the guy. They're keeping him at just the perfect range. Sands now receiving that shield. He's also getting a lot of damage too. Patchy caught lacking now on the right side, shut down. Charles is barely alive. He might try and hide here. Almost got away with it too, but still gets taken down. A good kill for Chino on the left, but he knows this one's already over. He has the super in hand. They're going to forfeit the round and head on to the next one.
Man, Zar did so much work that round. Luminosity was distracted by the guys on the right-hand side and just got Grom slammed. Fun stuff. Patchy still on the right-hand side. Sands got to be careful, but now it looks like they're baiting him in a little bit. Bobby has the angle should Patchy step forward too far against Sands. And then once Patchy retreats to the grass, Sands can grab a couple of pot shots. All right, Charles, getting shot up now. Chino has the super available. Gotta watch that one. Especially as the arena gets smaller already. That Barley super gets really dirty.
It's gonna be pretty annoying for Stamina to face against, but they seem to be quite comfortable getting into that back right corner and still fighting their way out of it. Sands is going to kind of detour though around the left side. Good dodge of that ground bomb by Patchy. Might actually
One more.
be taken down. No, not quite. He's working no health. Kooky Popper in with the combo. And Charles and Chino almost fall immediately after the final bit of damage dealt by the poison. Chino falls, and STMN go into the next set with a 2-1 scoreline.
Sands makes a great play there towards the end, making sure to nail the long-range shot and the follow-up with the body jump, and makes up, I think, for the last mistake. You know, new set, all right, GG. Backyard Bowl coming up next, layer cake, if we see an LG victory here. But big picture, LG, Stamina, who has the better Brawl Ball team? I don't think there's a right answer here for what it's worth.
I mean,
just a conversation starter, if you will.
Sure. I mean, if I had to make a pick, I might say Luminosity. I feel like this is really more of their meta when it comes to like the aggro stuff. But STMN, they do kind of have a secret weapon. They have Czar, who's a phenomenal aggro player, and also Sands, who's just one of the best in this region, if not scraping that top tier. So that's kind of what I'm imagining. But Luminosity Gaming, as far as like where their specialties lie, I think their coordination is seriously on point, and that's where I'm looking for the following set.
Oh, I'm sorry to laugh, dude.
Oh.
How much DPS did Patchy do?
I mean, we can
just
choose to keep Patchy's good graces and not
15.
talk about it.
You know what? That's fair. Fantastic stuff out of Bobby, Sands, Czar, Charles, and Chino today. Nah, man, you know what? Patchy is goated. He's one of the best players. He's one of the better young players that we've seen. Came in, we don't do it, but won my Rookie of the Year vote. Easy peasy. You know what I mean? Like, just unquestionably. So when, you know, even Michael Jordan missed a couple of times. Patchy ain't Jordan, but you know what I'm saying. 15 DPS? A little rough. But again, played the tank. Only really allowed to play the game when your team sets up the scenario, or you know what I mean? So, yeah, man. Not his best performance, but of course a lot of other variables to play there. And so our next one, as we said, Brawl Ball. Honestly, we might see another Sam.
I would definitely be watching out for it. I mean, it's certainly possible. My instincts tell me no Sam, but certainly a tank could be at play. Both teams are incredibly aware of each other's playstyles, and really, playing unpredictably is going to be part of the strategy for both STMN and Luminosity coming into this match. It is Backyard Bowl, which makes some of these longer range brawlers available and quite viable in that mid-match. But when it comes down to it, when it comes down to defending your goal, you don't want to be stuck with something like a Piper.
Fair. And Mr. P
Ding.
is going to be the first selection overall here in the hands of Luminosity Gaming. Crow banned out by Stamina. We don't see a lot of Crow bans, but Crow picked almost all the time in other regions, especially when it comes down to Brawl. Just one of the better brawlers. Slows, damage, etc. And so not allowed to be played this time around. Stamina opting instead for the RT, which I actually really like on Brawl. I think his ability to kind of play both sides is strong.
I want to see if Stamina decide that they want to play this like really long range, because Czar picking RT here is, I think, a very good move. You have so much damage in close range. You're going to be able to defend the goal really effectively. You also outrange Mr. P. So Mr. P, he doesn't get a whole lot of DPS, and he doesn't have like the best range in the grand scheme of things. But once he gets that turret farmed up, then you best bet that any single target brawler is going to be having a bad time. It also blocks out a lot of things that Stamina could go for and makes those available for Luminosity. Something that I see falling off a lot is, well, actually, I don't know. You tell me, how many times have you seen Gene this month?
Haven't seen much Gene. I think there's a lot of other brawlers that kind of just take advantage of his one-trick pony-ism. Like, a lot of just easy deployable, salty barrel, etc. A lot of just nonsense. And also, I mean, Max is not as high as she used to be, but still just like, people can dodge it now. And so Gene still has his spot. I think we will see some. Gene is just a niche pick, as he should be. in my opinion. And I think we'll see some of the specialists still opt for the Genie, but for now, comps like Stu, Pam, and Mr. P should be something you're a little bit more used to. Shout out to Charles juicing up.
All right, Genie stays in the bottle for this month, but Charles now going to be selecting the Stu. I like the pick. I think it'll actually be quite effective into Sands. They have similar range, and also Charles will be able to get out of the range of some of those shots. Sands probably not going to be able to pump out too much DPS, and that provides the advantage for Stu. A pretty consistent final pick here from Carl. Also gives him a lot of movement towards the other side. I think we'll also be immobile enough to deal with Mr. P and get rid of that turret relatively quickly, since his shot is piercing damage after all. So
true.
Top-down analysis of the draft, at least on my part, it's kind of hard to tell who has the advantage here, and maybe that's the way it ought to be, all coming down to mechanical implementation and execution of the brawler compositions.
Yeah, I think so. I like it. That is a good round out. And honestly, I don't have much to add. I want to see how this one works out. Still on the left side versus the Bobby. And wow, Bobby just doing work already. And that's really what I like about Squeak on these long-range maps, particularly with a little bit of cover, is usually I point to area denial. But Squeak's ability to shoot around corners is really big. And although he gets walked down by Patchy there, wow, Patchy's teammates are getting owned. And Czar gets the goal score, the 2v2 one up north. And Bobby says, fine, man, he's chasing me. Score the ball, please.
GG. Easy. Salmon to make it look easy. A pass up the left side. No interception necessary as it bounces off the wall, but a takedown certainly is a good look. Charles also has the turret up. Immediately taken down by Bobby, landing every single one of those shots from the super on it. But that corner on the right side is oppressive. The pressure is really on. Patchy might be able to have this one. Bobby, not really that concerned. He knows that Sans is going to be responding, and it's going to be tough to deal with. Patchy farms up another super off of it, and he might have breakthrough ready to go as well. Could just be waiting for the perfect opportunity. We really haven't seen what gadget he's bringing to the Brawl just yet. Luminosity Gaming, they're gradually falling back. Charles needs another super before he can really commit. Big stuff. Czar coming in with a lot of damage, and Charles, he has the porters ready to go once again. Thankfully, his teammates will be responding just in time to defend the goal.
Little bit too slow there.
Yeah.
To find the goal opportunity. I think if Czar had the super, might have been able to pass it up quicker. Coulda, shoulda, woulda though. Ball recentered. Czar just doing work. Wins left side, wins the mid. Not enough time to just walk it in. Just kidding. Goal 2. I was gonna say not enough time to shoot the ball in because of the respawns, and honestly, I did not expect him to be able to have the HP to walk it in, but Czar walked forward and got it done. 2 goals to none. And man, Czar has been playing lights out today. But this set, particularly, the Carl's on fire.
Certainly is. I mean, Czar, he's just him on the Carl. And Luminosity Gaming are struggling to deal with it. Okay, some lane confusion here. Czar now switching over to the right side to take on Charles. Patchy on the left. Might be fine with facing Bobby on the Squeak. Certainly seems to be weaving around these projectiles so far. So Czar is looking for a good opportunity, it seems like, to move in versus the Mr. P and Chino on that Pam. Already taken down. Could be a pass up the right side. Still need to see a takedown. Patchy over on the right. Trying to fend these guys off. He doesn't have too much DPS, though. Super out. Looks like a misplay. Patchy now taken down on the right. Almost a tag on a Chino. Trying to stay alive, but it's a team wipe. And an easy first goal for STMN.
Strong brawl there. Doing it the old-fashioned way, just killing everybody and scoring off of the opening. Teams have been very creative today when it comes to Brawl Ball, and that is not how Stamina are playing it. They're picking Carl like it's 2021, and they're just killing folks. Not a good enough opportunity to score just there yet. Patchy's not allowed to walk on the right side, says Squeak. Because of that, teammates combine and get a kill. Mr. P with the Mr. P pin. I like it. LG are cornering the ball already. They need to get more aggressive.
want to make sure that this is not available to STMN for sort of the layup, the pass up the right side, and then a score into the goal. They need to get that control back first. And they're sort of inching towards that stage. Apache especially looking for the next super. Sands able to resist a lot of the damage from Charles. Eventually does go down. Luminosity Gaming have to win this mid fight. It's almost looking unlikely though. The slow onto Stu is also going to send him down for a bit longer. Czar also on the right side continues to push up. Take down of the turret. It's an easy super in for Czar. It's just so free. The Carl into the Pam. But Patchy comes in just in the nick of time to take him down. Sands also taken down. Got to see a lot of collaboration. Get rid of Bobby. Need to see some kind of super up all the way to the goal. Pass up to Chino, up to Patchy. It's got to be one of them. Got to see something here. It's 1-0. Need to see a goal. Sands, no super, but no, he's still able to fend it off. Charles gets the walk through. No! Yes! There it is! And we're going to overtime.
The last second opportunity, LG saves themselves. Literally, stamina tournament point. And we go to an overtime. Luminosity clinging for dear life. Sands has a super. Sands doesn't have much HP though. Needs an opportunity, and then they can super shoot it in. Czar and Sands right side, and it's smart move from Luminosity to put the ball on the left side. 25 seconds to go. Czar taking down the defenders, and here comes Sands. Pushes, scores, goal for stamina, Dame for stamina, tournament for stamina.
And Czar now replenishing all that health. Yeah, get the sleep stimulator in, pop the first Sandy gadget, and have a good time. Well done for the boys in green, and a great effort from Luminosity Gaming. I mean, stellar stuff across the board today. I was seriously looking forward to this match.
Yeah, no, this was super fun. Tiny bit disappointed that we didn't get a chance to see the fifth one, but at the end of the day, the way Stamina go ahead and play Brawl Ball, you're allowed. It was a lot of fun to watch these guys go to town. And Czar he's that guy, man. Check this out. Another pass to the left-hand side. Czar's able to go ahead and execute the goal off of this. Barely gets it in there. Calculated, as we like to say. And then right-hand side here, Luminosity trying to do what they can, but they just get smoked. Shot to shot to shot.
I loved seeing the Carl game play out as Czar. First of all, it's one of his best brawlers. I mean, alongside Max, it's just one of the main brawlers that I see Czar play and excel on. But also, it provided so much needed pressure versus Mr. P. He is not a high DPS brawler. He's a very good control brawler. He's not that good until he gets his super up, and even then, Carl just has the resiliency to push in. He has a lot of health to work with, and he's even able to shut down Pam. I think this is a great drafting call from STMN. This match has produced, I think, the best drafting that we have seen across NA this entire month, and I hope the other regions are putting this under a microscope and pulling apart every single pick and studying it carefully.
Yeah, this is one where our draft phase goes pretty quickly, ready, but I think we could have another 5-10 minutes on it.
Yeah.
You would just kind of chat about how back and forth these drafts were. LG, newly bannered, and I don't think they disappointed their org. Obviously, you shoot for the win, but this was a strong performance. Patchy, Charles, and Chino really came out to play, and I enjoyed watching it, just straight up and down. Whereas across the way, Stamina, kind of doing what we expected. I think a lot of us had Stamina taking this dub. Luminosity fall down 3-1. And now, as voted on, y'all, through events.brawlstars.com, and there it is, Czar, MVP. We talked a lot about his performance in Brawl Ball already, but I think he also stepped up during the rest of the set as well.
Yeah, I mean, really, every single set that we've seen the guy play in, every single game, he's just been blowing us all away, I think. He's a very gifted player, and he does operate in sometimes kind of a small brawler pool. But hey, if that's your way to victory, if you want to put all your skill points in, if you really want to min-max your competitive talents, I'm all here for it, dude. That's the development of Brawl as an esport.
Well said. Czar, MVP, and the guy I get to talk to right now. What's good, man? Good to see you again. How's everything? Congrats on the win.
Hello, thank you very much. How are you?
I'm doing well, man, especially after watching you guys kind of play and perform that way. I want to talk about off the field real quick, though. We had you on the cam today, and you were having a lot of fun. Usually you're a quiet guy, but what possessed you to sort of be this guy today?
I'm obligated. No one wants on the team. So Bobby's flying to LA. Sam doesn't have another phone, I guess. Just my chime, I guess.
There it is. I mean, that's what we like to see about the Stamina squad, is how each of you can kind of step up and do something different each time around. But something you didn't do differently was win. You know, obviously there wasn't a last monthly finals, but before that, you guys took home the W. And so looking like there's a little bit of consistency here. Has this changed? Has anything changed backstage, or are you guys just feeling it?
I think we've just been feeling it ever since we put Sans on the main roster. I don't know. Things happen. We've been improving better these last months. I felt a little weak today, but we're gonna keep grinding.
You felt a little weak. Ain't nobody out here thought you were a little weak. Just saying.
Yeah.
I want to talk strats here. Sam, kind of doing like, I feel like Mr. P is the conversation we should be having, but Sam came out of nowhere. So can you tell me a little bit about why Sam is so respected in NA right now?
I feel like just mostly the players, like you see RBM and Bobby, Fade, like all of them tank players, Patchy, they're just like, they're really good at it. Even if it's a bad brawler, it's just such an annoying brawler to deal with, especially because you gotta waste a lot of ammo on them. So that's what makes it good in the current meta, since there's like a brawler like Mr. P that take a lot of shots on Sam to kill it, and he's just wasting a lot of the players' time. It's been a meta since a long time, but yeah, I don't think it's stopping. We will continue to see it.
Well, as long as it works out, I think we'll continue to see things, and people got to figure it out. You know how it goes. One gets followed by the next, but following this one, you guys, I think there's a little bit more competition. Real quick, I want to zoom out. You know, you guys were kind of slated for LCQ, not really in that #1 position. What's victory for you guys? If you guys make it to the last chance qualifiers and get through, is that just good enough, or are you guys happy about that? What are you shooting for?
We're shooting for World Finals, of course. We just need to win the next couple months, the left two, because if we only win one and Luminosity wins the other one, they're gonna qual to Worlds since they beat us in quals. So we're just gonna try our best to qual directly to Worlds, because we don't really want to be in LCQ playing against Asia or something. We don't want to risk it. Seen enough last year.
That's fair. Well, I want to ask you one last question about the guys in the region. You know, we obviously spoke a lot about Stamina, but you guys took down Luminosity, fresh banner, same faces here, and you mentioned them maybe, you know, doing work in this region. What can you say about Patchy and the team? What's your take? What's Stamina's take on how strong Luminosity is?
Well, Patchy feels like he's kind of like Bobby. He's like the main captain of the team, and I feel like he's the whole brain of the whole team. Just like Bobby on our team, he drafts most of it and gives all of the ideas and keeps us motivated to play our scrims or tournaments. So, and since when you have someone like them, like Patchy or Bobby in your team, you just gotta play your best on your team and do your job, especially with Chino and Charlie being so good. So I think we're kind of very likely teams on the same gameplay and teammates.
That's cool. Yeah, I see that. I see similarities for sure. Any shout outs you want to give before I let you go?
Shout out to Chasmac, my homies. Every time they win, we win. Last month they won, and they keep me motivated. I see them win. I see happy me. So shout out to them and all the homies. Thank you, everything for everyone for supporting us. There you go.
Heck yeah, dude. Thank you so much. Congrats on the win. The second one. So big thumbs up. We'll see you next time around. Thanks for your time. That's it for Czar, but I've got two more friends, and their names are Kenny and Reddy. And here they are, back in the building, as they like to say. I don't know who they are, but somebody says that. Anyway, Kenny, what's up, man?
Good to see you all again, and what a match. I mean, grand final certainly delivered there. It was very exciting to see, and Czar putting it very well. I think this is a team that's really found their stride in the second half of the year. A 3-1 victory over Luminosity Gaming, and even a 3-0 against a great team like Wash Team as well. I think those are two very quality wins, but like you said earlier, this isn't the end goal. They don't want to go to LCQ. They want a straight shot to World Finals. They don't want to deal with all the flaw of LCQ, the risk of it. They just want to make it straight there. Right now, though, they will be slightly behind.
Yeah, there's 2 monthly final dubs in the pocket here for Stamina, but also for Luminosity Gaming. Listen, there's a lot of teams out here already said, I don't want to make it just a 2-team race. But I think LG and Stamina, that's really the big conversation when it comes to the July monthly finals.
Oh, of course, and even when it comes to the World Finals, because you have one team that qualifies directly to Worlds, and you have another that goes to LCQ. Reconic Esports NA also looking to make their mark there. Wash Team in 4th place, and if really there's any team that I'm looking to maybe get in that top 4, it could be TLG West if they manage to make a move towards the top few. But for now, Wash Team and Reconic seem to be firmly occupying those 2 spots. Yeah. In fact, very closely separated by only 5 points between each other.
Well, we had a wild day for sure, and as always, we have a strong play of the day, and we've got Kenny to break it down.
Oh, I mean, it was more than just a play. We all knew where this one was going. If you watched NA East Grand Finals, Tribe Gaming played a great set, but it wasn't enough to deal with the 1% that they had left. Just a great comeback here from CMG. I love the pick of Gale. It did really well, but Sam's first showing of the weekend, and arguably his strongest, was from RBM. Just such dominance here. And they pick it up, they ride the momentum for 3 straight sets, but this is where it started. This is what set the tone of our entire grand finals. And again, it is the first time in 2 years of BSC competition that Tribe Gaming got swept. That's unbelievable. It makes the win even a little more special, and obviously that entire duration of that insane comeback just made the day one I'll remember.
Well, our North American victors for this month are Stamina and Chasmac. And if everything ended today, neither of them would be going to Worlds, how do we say, traditionally. Luminosity and Tribe are the leaders here for NA West and NA East, respectively. And I think everyone else kind of less surprising. Reply Totem and Na'Vi, pretty strong as of late. Zeta Division. And you've got, well, Crazy Raccoon. So, I mean, I think we take a look at the World Final race, and a lot of these kind of make sense. But once we pull up the LCQ, this is where there's a lot of competition. Ready? If I asked you to pick out some of the teams that you think might make the jump from this screen to the last one, who are you looking at?
Okay, well, I mean, I'll start at the top left. STMN, I'm definitely expecting to make that jump, especially after I was proven wrong, right? My gut instinct was wrong. It's an STMN win all the way. Chasmac Gaming NA also looking very fearsome in this race and very realistically could overtake Tribe Gaming. Looking at SA East also, I would say it's possible. But I'm not super hopeful. In EMEA, anything's possible. In East Asia, Reject? Just maybe.
I feel that. I really do feel that. I also want to shout out Revenant Esports. I think when it comes down to these Indian teams, it's going to be a lot of competition in the LCQ. But I look at Revenant, and they are a strong squad. Keep in mind, we do our monthly qualifiers for each and every region. And if you have been watching India, first of all, why not? And second of all, Revenant is one of the teams to watch out there. A lot of strong players on that team. And so when it comes time to LCQ, we might actually get a chance to see some performances from those Indian teams. Just personally, I'm a big fan of the region. I think they're fun to watch. And so with that said, that brings our monthly finals to a close, not just North America, but pretty much the entirety of it all. Kenny, it's been a fun weekend. After a month reprieve, what are your thoughts, man? How you feeling?
You know, after this international competition we had of Masters, it really awakened me for how deeply rooted the competition this year has been. It's crazy to see all of these great teams, things unexpected, you know, coming into 2023. I think a lot of people, including myself, and maybe even still, Crazy Raccoon were somebody that we thought were just going to run away with it. And I think the competition this year is proving to be something completely different. I think there are a lot of regions that are showcasing how good they are. I think there's a lot of great training grounds in these monthly finals for these international competitions, and days like today, weekends like this, I think prove that again. There's so much depth here in the Brawl esports scene.
Yeah, definitely a consistent level up. Great thoughts, Kenny. Type in chat what your final thoughts are as I ask Reddy what his final thoughts are.
What up? Yeah, I mean, I think as we have now progressed in the second half of the year, we've gotten a pretty good idea for what the major overarching storylines are going to be for the year. But we've seen, at least in North America West, we've seen STMN now sort of take the title back. In North America East, we've seen a new challenger now get that kind of consistency. So really, maybe we don't know that much. We're not coasting just yet. You never really know what to expect. And that's what makes this game so fun to watch, man.
Couldn't say it better myself, and so I won't. Just want to give a thanks to everybody in the back, everybody in the front, that's you guys, and everybody side to side. Shout out to my co-casters. That's it for us. Of course, July 22nd is the next time we will see you. That's the next time the monthly finals come around. Until then, peace and much love to you. 12-3, only a single kill on Canadian Rejects' side. This is their moment. They don't push forward. Chasmac Gaming take a handful, and they take the match. So close, but so far. Motomamis, another surge forward. And if they find this kill in 1 second, not gonna happen.
Poison's also down to be closing in momentarily. Fade now with the super in. Lots of damage on the left side. RBM still alive. Tyrant at risk of falling. Zulon gets tapped up. It's a trade. Down goes Tyrant. And Chasmac Gaming, just like that.
11 seconds. And well, it's 10, 11 seconds. They're pushing forward. Payne dies again. Doesn't get the kill onto Zar. Zar trades against Giannis. And just like that, 13-8. Stamina take the game and the set and the whole match.
Crixie with the follow-through dagger as well, and Charles will finally fall. Patchy trying to juggle all of this. A dive in from Crixie, a desperation play, but it won't pay off here. Welcome to their first grand finals. It's gonna be Luminosity Gaming.
Zar and Sands right side, and it's a smart move from Luminosity to put the ball on the left side. 25 seconds to go. Zar taking down the defenders, and here comes Sands, pushes, scores, goal for Stamina, Dame for Stamina, tournament for Stamina.